doing like this, baby. Do that. We can do it like this, baby. And we can do it like that. Yeah. They ain't like that. American Indians is synonymous with Native Americans and indigenous peoples. That's not what they like. That's not what they wanted to hear. American Indian, Native American refer to the indigenous people of the U.S., with Native Americans becoming a broader term in the 1970s to include Alaska Natives, Native Hawaiians, and the Pacific Islanders, while American Indian often refers specifically to the continental United States tribes. Though both terms are rooted in historical misnomers, and the most respectful approach is to use the specific tribal name, for example, the Cherokee Navajo, whenever possible. All right. American Indian refers to indigenous people of the contiguous United States, historical use by the federal government and embedded in legal terms. Let me see this. Hold on. So under the National Museum of the American Indian, they got their own museum. Let's go into it. And then I'm going to go backtrack to where we show you these haplogroups of these people in the mounds are referred to the indigenous Americans. All of the terms are acceptable, though. The consensus, however, is that whenever possible, natives prefer to be called by their specific tribe name. This is why it was a lady in the comments on that Vince Staples post who was like, "Oh, I know I'm black, but I got some indigenous in me." Indigenous is always a red flag because of this reason right here. You're not finna say you're indigenous. You finna say a tribe if you're actually Native American. So in the United States, Native American has been widely used, but it's fallen out of favor with some groups, and the terms American Indian or Indigenous American are preferred by many Native people. Native people also have individual preferences on how they would like to be addressed. Right, there we go. So the reason why we had to pull this up is because we was in the Cahokia Mounds showing the people that the DNA analysis of the mound burials reveals a variety of indigenous Americans mtDNA haplogroups, primarily the common New World founders like A, B, C, D, and X. I go highlight A, B, C, D, and X, and I say, explain this for the people. The ABD, C, D, and X haplogroups are the 5 major mitochondrial DNA haplogroups found in indigenous peoples of the Americas, stemming from an ancestral population that migrated from Asia. Right? Right. Anything after that, like I say, after if you've been educated on that, now the earliest people who populate this country, the people who are buried in those mounds, once we figure that out, it's like you got to go crazy now, because now you just denying the truth. That's why I be having people on here lying their cognitive dissonance off, because it's one or the other. It's only one way to figure out who the people are. It's not no Mongoloid, Negroid, Congoid shit, because those come from pseudo-scientific terms. We all know that race isn't biological. You know what I'm saying? You find a bone, you find bones there. There's no way to say these bones are black people's bones, because race is not biological, right? You can say a region, you can say what they talking about with the longer cranial shapes. This is based off of geographical location, though. This is not saying that these people are black. Anybody of that equatorial latitude is going to share similar phenotypes. So race isn't biological. The only way to determine who the people in America was prior to colonialism is genetics, is biology, right? Archaeology not going to show you, because what these people like to do is they like to look at artifacts and like attribute lookership to them. What he just said, I can prove that there was melanated people here. Okay, that's because we're not talking about melanated people, because we would be talking about humans if that's what the case, because all humans have melanin. All these things should be things like, if you was a critical thinker, right? Unless you was like a herd fucking group thinker, sheep bot, then you will be looking this shit up if you don't believe it. If you don't know it's accurate already. All humans contain melanin. This is where color derived from. And I know, like, this is what I be saying about shit just going on unchecked, regurgitated through decades, and now it's black people who don't read and pick up a book will think that it's synonymous with black, with dark skin. It's not. You say heavy melanin, high traces, high contents of melanin, then you would be saying dark skin. But melanin in general, you're not saying nothing. Even when you're saying melanin or dark skin, you're not saying nothing. We know that people all across the world have dark skin, with the exceptions of people in Europe, North Europe. The whole latitude of the Middle East, these people have dark skin. That's why it's like it's hard for these people to understand it because they don't have any basic understanding in the first place, and they think that you can just get up on here and start showing pictures and acting like you're a scholar, and that's not how it works. But that's the reason why he said, "What am I? I'm black. I'm black African American." Right. So a lot of times when you start saying stuff like this, especially like I got Tariq Nasheed up here, FBA's is 5 years old. So that means what was people before 5 years old? We was obviously African American. I'm not finna let a fucking pimp Mac grifter come in here and finesse me with wordplay like it's some type of new ethnic group that can come about. Right. Some new lineage. And another reason why is because for the same reason. Niggas get on here and wear suits, start using words out of context that people never heard before, and all of a sudden they saying, "Oh, T.I. smart. Oh, Kevin Gates smart. Oh, Tariq Nasheed is smart," when he does the same thing. So the common misconception is that we think that people can come get citizenship to our country and become part of our ethnic group when that's not how it works. That's what they think with African American. They don't understand they just becoming an American. you like because Africans, they're like it's kind of like we were talking about with these tribes. They're not just saying they African, they're saying that they're either their country or their tribe. So an Igbo will come to America and he will still be an Igbo. He wouldn't necessarily be an African American because that is a distinct ethnic group. So it's important to understand these terms and understand like that we don't have to be. This is my thing. We don't have to be listening to no grifters. We are humans who are got our own brains who should be able to read and comprehend on our own. I think it's just a Christian withdrawals got us steady looking up to men in the pulpit. And if anyone should stop doing this first, it should be women. Well, because it's all patriarchal in the first place. It really should be men because men should feel crazy following behind other men. But it's like, obviously, the women, all these shits is patriarchal. All these niggas is patriarchal. It's all subjugation. Elon Musk is not African American, right? Because once again, African American is an ethnic group. Elon Musk's ethnicity is not African American. That's the same shit I just got through correcting. You know what I'm saying? Your ethnicity is not going to change just because you get citizenship. You getting citizenship in America makes you American. Do you know that? You're an American citizen. That's what it's based off of. You don't have to be born here to be an American citizen. You can gain citizenship. But that's what I say. Ignorant people got access to a phone and internet, and they can get on here and say what they want to say. And people who don't read, don't do their due diligence, don't know how to cross-reference, don't know no proper methodology for critical thinking, they gonna get up on here regurgitating the same thing. And then the people who do the same thing, this is how we get to what we got right now with this ignorance flaring everywhere, because now people just repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. Here we got somebody that's coming up. Y'all got to come up on here. You don't have to claim African because when you say black, you're saying African because black means of African descent. If y'all didn't know that, like I got a whole little definition. Like once again, definitions, y'all. We don't read, so we don't know what we're saying. Black, I can say you the definition verbatim. I've had to pull it up so much. The dark-skinned group of peoples of sub-Saharan African origins or descent, right? So you don't originate there, but you descend from Africans. That's the reason why you're black, because black means of African descent. And I'm not saying black like dark skin, but that's the reason why you phenotypically present the way you do. You phenotypically present as black because genotypically you are black, right? That means the genes that you carry derive from Africans, continental Africans. And ever since your ancestors have been in America, they have procreated with people who descend from Africans more so than Europeans or Native Americans, which is why you present as black. It's literally no way around it. When we talk about the indigenous peoples of America, I think this is what's happened. I think people are conflating them to look like Negritos, the Jawa, the Solomon, the Ottoman Islanders, right? The Sentinelese Islanders, these Melanesians. They do not look like that. Why? Because they didn't migrate out tens of thousands of years, or they did tens of thousands of years ago, but not 70,000 years ago like these people. Right? These people come from a 55,000-year-old migration that happened later, and they inhabited North America around 25,000 years ago. And that's from North America all the way down to the rest of the region. Khalif, these people are fried to a frequency, brother.
Yeah, bro. I'm over here. I'm about to tell you right now, 2026, Pan-Africans, that's not going to be able to exist. You guys can't be amongst us. Not this year.
All right, let's have a conversation. I don't want to read that. I'm going to drop you. I'm going to drop you. You don't know how to have a conversation.
Opening up your doors for you guys is not a problem.
I'm going to drop you, okay? Because you don't want to have a bill, right? You don't want to have a bill, right?
No, say that again. Pardon me?
You don't want to have a bill, do you? You don't want to have a conversation. You want to come up on here and try to dictate what goes on?
No, you're trying to dictate to us, and we're not having it.
I'm having my own live right now.
Fucking head for that.
All right, so let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation.
Head. I put it like this: you're not dictating to us, though.
This is
You
the thing.
dictate the panel, but you will not dictate the
if
us.
you're right, how about this? If you're right,
how about this? If we're right, you guys
just
will not
change
be
my
amongst
position.
us. If we're right, you guys are gone.
Educate me. Just educate me and change my.
You guys cannot be amongst us. If we're right, you better kiss your
Let's
ass.
go. But prove you're right now. Let's go.
I don't need to prove anything to you. We're gonna let
or you're not gonna do it,
motherfuckers.
Hold on, y'all. What's up? All right, you finna go. All right. Is that? Did we finish that last night, or is it still in there? Bring it to me if it is, because these people stressed me out earlier. He left?
I mean, you just made a statement and said that our ancestors came from Africa and we mixed with Africans more than we did European and Native Americans. So where is the African customs and culture? Because you said it. I'm going off what you said. You said that Africans came here and mixed with other Africans, and that's how you're black. So where is the African customs at? Like traditions, anything, food, hairstyle, clothing, anything. A couple things.
You want me to take this?
Yeah, you can take it.
Just a couple things.
You can take it. You can take it.
Let me give you a couple of things. Growing up, have you ever heard somebody smack their lips before? Like
they smack their lips all through the islands.
I'm asking you a question. Have you ever heard that before?
Sir, they smack their lips all through the islands.
Okay, cool. So yeah,
that's because they got it from Africa also.
You asked for some examples. Wait, excuse me, Queen, please. Let's have a bill here, not talk over each other. So you asked me for some things that we do. Okay, so that's an African tradition or African practice that we do. Have you ever heard how to pour out a little liquor for your homeboys?
No.
Okay, yeah. So in Detroit, we're in Detroit. So again, one of our homies unalive or whatever, we pour out a little liquor for them. That's libation. That's a spiritual practice that we still do to this day. When you talk about foods now, let's move to foods. When you talk about rice, eating rice is a part of our culture.
Yeah, I don't eat rice. I didn't grow up eating rice.
Okay, cool. But I'm just saying, as a
black
person, I mean, that's just you.
Okay, cool. So
I don't eat rice.
Just a part of the culture.
So another food. Can you name another? Rice, probably
watermelon,
people in the South, but
watermelon.
Okra. Yeah, watermelon, okra.
Anybody can eat watermelon, though.
Watermelon comes directly from Africa.
These are African.
And yams are
You're asking for something, and I'm trying to edify
yams are
you.
not sweet potatoes. Garnet yams are not from Africa. They're from
yams.
South America. Yams are from South America.
Yams are African. Excuse me, ma'am. You asked me. Now you
no, because you spread misinformation. Garnet yams are not from Africa.
Okay, put it like this: if you talk again while he's talking,
so you ain't gonna check him for interrupting.
So once again, you talk again while he's explaining it.
I just want to.
We don't have to have it.
No, these are my Q.
So Garnet yams are not from Africa.
So they get to interrupt us.
I didn't say Garnet.
This is how I go. If somebody says something incorrect, if you feel like it's incorrect, then you can counter. You can interrupt. But you got to be able to listen. But you got to be able to substantiate how they're incorrect. So that means you got to prove it.
Y'all don't know who our relatives is.
I'm not. Hold on.
Relative.
We're changing the conversation.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I know you. I'm not.
But you name one African relative that will make me African.
I'm not listening.
Why you generalizing?
I don't know if you understood what I said. The reason why you present is black is your phenotype. The reason why your skin, your hair, your nose, your lips. The reason why you are literally black is because you descend from Africans. There's no one else to descend from.
There were black people already in America.
No, there wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Okay, now this is where now we disagree.
If all the people on the earth came from Africa originally, first man on Africa, that means they all had to migrate somewhere.
Yeah, so during that migration, you know what happens? Adaptations and mutations. You don't stay the same.
Africans. Even the white people are Africans, right?
No. Did you hear what I said?
Not. So people migrated, and then they got called something.
So when did you migrate?
Right?
When did y'all migrate and come over here then?
So my thing, it don't matter. 1400,
so you're not going to answer that question.
Black people have been already over here.
You know that question can't be answered.
A long time, right? But once you leave Africa and move somewhere else, say Europe,
you know that question can't be answered. You know that question can't be answered is the reason why you deflected.
Okay, if you let me get it out, stop.
Get this out. When did y'all migrate? When did y'all migrate over here? Without being like
you ain't gonna let me get it out because y'all don't want to be corrected.
Yeah, when did y'all migrate over here?
Yeah, okay, so like once you leave Africa, right?
Can you answer that question for us?
You want a gear? I'm telling you, everybody originated in Africa, right? Because the first man was in Africa, right? Everybody, however, moved out, right? The Europeans moved to Europe. The Chinese people moved to China. Everybody moved out and somewhere else, right?
When?
Now they're
When?
called different things,
When did this
right?
happen?
So you try to Black America's been gone for 400
Can you
years.
hear me? Can you break it down for me?
Even if you want to akin it to
Can you hear
slavery,
me? Can y'all hear me, y'all?
yes.
I
If
can
you
hear
All right,
could
you.
so
just
break it
let me
down
get
for
it
me.
out.
So break it down for me. When did this happen? When did the Asians migrate
Even
out?
if you want to say we came in 400 years slavery, we've been gone for 400 years. We are now something else. You cannot keep calling us Africans because you're not calling the
No,
Europeans
we're African
Africans.
Americans.
You're not calling these
Yeah,
Indians.
we're African
You're not
American.
calling Middle Easterners Africans. You're not
We're
doing
So
any of
African.
that.
Queen,
We're
You
African
just want
Americans,
to
and these
tether
people.
onto Black Americans. That's all y'all want to do is tether
Okay, so
onto us.
Q. So can I have a talk with you? Because I know you wanna. I know you
It's
wanna kind of
Queen.
talk.
It's Queen, sweetie.
Okay, I can't see the whole thing. So
Shantae,
so the reason
we
why I
can
was
go to
asking you when
Shantae.
these
Queen.
people migrate out is
Shantae,
because
it's okay.
you find out that 400 years that you talking about is the most recent migration, and these
No,
other
it's
people that
not.
okay
it is.
okay the other people that you talking about, they migrate out tens of thousands of years ago. So since we're not right, so give me the
I
most
just said
recent.
Black
Hold on. Listen, I'm
people
trying
were
to build
already
with
over
you. I'm trying
here.
to build with you, not argue.
You
So what?
not.
So what? Yeah, I'm asking you this question for you to answer. So you said when did y'all migrate over here? If y'all was already, you said black people was already over here.
Already over here.
Now when did this
No.
migration take place?
It's been happening over centuries. We have already been over here.
Okay, we know we know we've been
You
over
just want
here
to place us
centuries.
in slavery. That's all you want to do.
So you're not going to tell me?
Hey,
Make our starting
No.
point as slaves.
I'm really
It's
trying to
not.
focus. I'm really trying to hone in on this one question, and I
Yeah.
know it's hard. I know it's hard because it's not an answer, and I know you just don't
Year.
want
You
to say
want
that
a
you
year.
don't know. But this is
Happened
what I'm
over
asking you: when
centuries.
did y'all migrate over here?
It
Not
happened
hundreds of
over
years ago.
centuries.
okay,
Okay,
hey,
centuries.
can we just
Centuries.
be
We
clear
know that
on
the
Centuries.
Queens?
transatlantic slave trade was centuries ago. So we need
Centuries,
you to
baby.
specify prior to that what specific migration did y'all get over here?
Black people been migrating over
Right,
here
right. You
for
see what I'm saying?
Okay,
You see what
can
I'm
you
saying?
centuries.
support that?
Chat. Anybody in the chat who can answer this
You act
question,
like we
please come
all
up.
just picked up one year and moved over here. People
No,
have
it
been
took a course
coming
of
by
400
Go
themselves
years.
ahead,
with
Red. Go ahead,
families.
Red.
They have
Hey, ma'am. So the way this
you don't
exchange is gonna
have
the
right
way
to
this
correct
exchange is gonna work
You're not correct.
is that
You're not
yourself to ask.
there's
edifying.
gonna be an exchange of information here. And if you don't have
You want to
information to
be right
present,
about
you will
who we
wait.
are.
You will wait.
You have no power to
Oh, okay. I
who
I
we
don't.
mean,
are.
you bringing up a
Hold on,
prompt.
don't drop her. Look. Uh,
Okay. So the thing is that yam is an African word. Yam comes from the West African language. And the reason we use yam in America is because our African ancestors got here and saw the sweet potato. They did not know what it was, and they called it the closest thing to what resembled. Yams only come from Africa. Yams only come from Africa. You would have got this tidbit of information, but you lacked the discipline to be quiet for 5 seconds to get it. So black people do not come from this hemisphere. We can prove that black people came within the last 400 years. We can show the slave records. We can show the insurance documents. We can show that. Can you show where Africans were here prior to 1492? Because I would love to see you present something other than running your mouth and cutting people off. Shantae.
you can yield the time if you done, Red. Or whoever did that. I don't know if you did. But yeah, Black Eyed Peas, another one. Oh, we didn't even get to the bill because she just want to be disruptive.
But
Yeah, she
everybody
want to be
don't eat
disruptive.
that though. And
And
also it also
can I
says
go on the
that
big
in
screen real
Yami is
quick
a
to
Spanish
show
word as
my
well.
source? Can
Don't
I go on the big screen and show my source?
everybody don't eat one thing in general. That's a
Y'all
Right.
both
Exactly. So
prerequisite.
some
platform.
people are
Again,
African American, but
so
not
again,
everybody.
No.
Everybody's not
people,
African American.
ancient people, everybody, please. So here's another source. This is a 500-year-old Inca girl. When you say that black people were here, no, this is the people. This
Okay, who
little girl.
braided her hair? She
Excuse
got
me,
micro
I'm not
braids in her
done.
hair.
I mean, what is wrong with y'all? It's like
We having a
Why
dialogue.
This
you
is
gotta
trauma.
take
no,
This
our
is
you're not.
trauma.
identity? Why
You're
you
We
gotta
asking
take
who
having
we
a
don't
braided.
know what
Hold
dialogue.
happened.
on, listen. Y'all don't
I'm trying
understand.
to
That's not
explain
irrelevant. Who
myself.
braided her hair, y'all?
Did you hear that shit? I mean, it's like, whoa, the women are falling off like the stupid ass ninja tall men.
That's what they
This
falling
is
behind.
ridiculous. And then when we start going off on them, now we the bad guys, right? Okay, so again, these are the people that they saw when they came to the Americas. They did not see Shantae or the Ancient One up there. They did not see y'all, right? You are a product of the transatlantic slave trade. Now, maybe your people were indentured servants, but you have to prove that. Other than that, you was just like the rest of us. You came over here on a boat. You were not already here. The indigenous people of this land, again, are these people. These are the people that, the Olmecs. These are these people's people. These are not your people. You don't come from this stock. Why are y'all so embarrassed to come from the African stock? This is absolutely ridiculous. This is not who you are, right? People, we have to make sure that we utilize the correct sources to help y'all get a better understanding of who y'all are versus listening to these dudes, right? Y'all need to go get y'all some real men that's gonna edify y'all and teach y'all and keep y'all from going down these stupid rabbit holes. Because I'm sorry, ladies, this is highly embarrassed. And then y'all need to get control of your attitudes. Because once somebody start jumping down y'all throat, then y'all gonna call us all types of names and think that we bad guys. We just want to have a conversation. That's all. Thank you. You can yield my time.
I don't know if this a white boy up here. But yeah, let's
So
go through
again, the
our.
Portuguese made the clear distinction that there were blacks of the land, and then they distinguished us from the blacks that came from Africa. Black people were already here. You cannot lie. You cannot say whatever you want. Y'all are just trying to erase what Black Americans have become. You're trying to tether us to these Africans. We are not African. I don't know one single African. I don't know any African cultures. Some people are deplorable. You can go to Africa if you really want to be African, but you're not going to erase Black Americans, okay? You're not going to erase who we are. You're not going to erase our history. You're not going to do any of that. And if that is your intention, then it's fuck you too. I don't care what you say. 400 years is long enough, if you ask me, for us to be Americans. We are not fucking African. And I'm done.
All right, Red want to respond. I know you're gonna tear it down and just yeah. Let Red go. I know you're done. You're done, right? Queen, Shantae.
Yeah, I'm done. I said I was done.
All right.
All right, Negro de Terra. I don't know why we misread this all the time. So Negro de Terra was only calling the indigenous people Negroes of the land. This was a psychological operation to enslave the indigenous people. They didn't phenotypically or uh, complexion wise look like black people at all. They were importing Africans, the Negroes. They were importing Negroes, and they were also enslaving the indigenous people. So they called them the Negroes of the land. This was in an effort to make sure the people of the land knew they were no better than the Negroes that were being imported. They were not Negroes, but this was an effort to make them mentally and psychologically know that you are no better than the slaves that we're importing. We're importing slaves from Africa, and you are the slaves of the land. And then later, the Spanish issue an edict declaring, stop calling the people of the land Negroes, because they are not Negroes. They issued and I'm repetitive on purpose. They issue an edict later after that declaring, stop calling these people of the land Negroes, because they are not. But this was an earlier effort to subjugate the people mentally. Has nothing to do with them being Negro.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I knew you were gonna do it. So I'm gonna read the overview. Negro de terras, blacks of the land in historical Portuguese colonial Brazil refer to indigenous peoples, Native Americans, not people of African descent. Practice that led to a 1755 decree forbidding it is what Ray was talking about, as it unjustly linked indigenous peoples to slavery and disparaged them phenotypically by equating them with African slaves, blurring racial lines in colonial context and by the way, y'all can all look this up if you put in what does negros de terras mean in context and to phenotype, and this same result should come up. Colonial misappropriation. The Portuguese used Negro broadly for dark-skinned people. So Negroes and terrorists was a common label for indigenous peoples, indigenous populations they encountered, distinct from Negro de Ebon, which is black of ebony, referring to Africans. Intent, the naming conflation indigenous peoples with enslaved Africans, implying they were destined for servitude, which is what Brother Red was talking about. A practice later condemned as scandalous and abusive. Phenotype confusion, while not a precise racial category, the term assigned a black identity in the sense of subjugation to Native peoples, even if their phenotype differed from West Africans, reflecting colonial power dynamics and racial mixing.
All right, and I appreciate that. So she keep on saying that we Black Americans. So in order to be a Black American, this is a God damn, I can't even see this shit like that. This can y'all make me bigger? This is a broad term for
You want me? I can
American.
read it for you. If you want me to?
Go ahead, you got
It
it.
says the black American is a broad term for Americans with ancestry from black racial groups in Africa, encompassing both descendants of U.S. slavery, African Americans, and recent immigrants from Africa, the Caribbean, or elsewhere, representing diverse cultures and histories while sharing experiences of race and identity in the U.S. While black refers to the race, African American often denotes the specific ethnicity of descendants from American slavery, highlighting a unique culture formed in the United States, but both terms are often used interchangeably to describe black people in America.
So again, if you don't want to be Black or you don't want to have ties to Africa, stop using the word Black. That belongs to us, Queen.
And the sources do take priority over here. So if y'all got a source like how Queen Shantae presented, we can definitely
Can
give
I
y'all the clock.
respond?
Can
Can
I
I
get the big
respond to
screen?
Black first, please?
Yeah,
Because I
get
didn't get
ready.
a chance to speak.
Yeah, you can respond. Yeah, you've been patient. And get ready to be
Okay,
screen too.
so Black first, you brought up a source with the Inca girl with micro braids. Can we get some context on who braided her hair?
That's a style that belongs to those
Right, but who
people.
braided it though? What
Mama
tribe?
did.
I know she probably did.
An
She
Inca
probably
little
did.
girl. She's an Inca. She's a
My
part of the
mama
Inca
probably
tribe.
did.
She's a part of the Inca tribe.
So the Inca was braiding. They're braiders.
Yes.
So the
Who's their
question
modern day
is,
descendants?
The same
are
people down in
braids
Let
they're
him
still
exclusively
respond, please.
they're still
the
alive right now. The Inca people are still their descendants are
And they
still
braid
alive.
hair, and they still braiding hair to this
Yes.
day.
a
Yeah. Let me
black?
show you. Let me show you
Hey,
a
so
new.
black
I'm gonna show
first.
you
The
a
Yeah, I
book.
want to
question
see the
is,
tribe.
the question should be, were braids exclusively only done by black people? And the answer to that question would be no. Europeans braided. We know that the Vikings braided. We know that indigenous peoples of America, that because they definitely weren't black, we know that they braided. We know they even left their hair in an unkempt style, meaning they just didn't touch it, which could be mistakenly be
No,
viewed as,
no,
hold
sir.
ma'am, this is the problem why we go on
He brought a source up with micro
so
braids.
you're the only one that doesn't have a
You're
source.
being disingenuous.
So
He
ma'am, you
brought up a
interrupt me
source with
again. Ma'am, could you stop
she had
interrupting?
micro
So ma'am, micro
micro
braids,
braid.
but that's not exclusive to black people. Other people
So
braided.
prove it.
So, ma'am,
Prove it.
prove that they were black. So the burden of proof is not on me. Oh, and the reason I had this on the big screen, right? Oh, go ahead, Dundada.
Yeah, yeah, sure. You can go ahead. You can. My fault. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, this is the proof. You want to see? You want to see? Look, they over there in Asia with braids. Y'all see this and say they appropriate. Guess who came up? Guess who came up? The same little girl.
Why do y'all want the word black so bad? Because y'all trying to tether
Yeah,
on the ass.
we
That's
took the
my
word
word.
black almost a
Y'all
century
don't
ago.
call Africa. Y'all do not.
Why
Ma'am,
we deflecting? Why we
y'all just
deflecting?
start
Why we
bluffing.
deflect after every
Y'all
point gets proven? Why do we deflect after every point gets proven? Why do we
Right.
shift the goalposts
y'all
after
want
every
to do
point
is
gets proven?
Because
So
y'all
ancient.
haven't shown us the tribe. What's the name
Ancient.
of the
There it
tribe?
is
So
right there.
this
let
is
the
Ancient.
Tedder talk.
The
It doesn't
Titicaca
matter.
tribe.
They're
This is
still alive today. Put me on the big
this is
screen,
still Incans.
please.
If we Africans,
On the
why
big
didn't
screen.
Martin Luther King and Malcolm X
Right.
say that we was supposed to go back to?
They don't
Yeah,
have a
Okay,
that's a,
so
y'all. All y'all talking
damn,
point is weak.
they
Y'all
just go
can
from
y'all do
one
me a
point
favor?
to
Y'all
another,
put
don't
something
they?
up on the screen.
They go from one point to another. Let me
Why
quote
why
you.
didn't why
Hey,
didn't our
you
leaders
doing a
say that
good
we
job,
was
host. You
Africans? That's
doing a
Let
real
me
good job,
quote
host.
you
Put these
what
people in their
Martin Luther
place.
King and Malcolm
Get
X
them back
said.
to their
What
roots.
place is that?
Get
What
them
place is
back
our
to their
place?
roots. To
Hey,
your
let me
roots.
quote
To
you.
your
Hold on,
roots.
brother.
That
Hold on,
You
place.
brother.
got this
Hold on.
white man telling you to put us in our place?
Hold on, brother. So,
Y'all got us fucked.
but you choose to be here. So sit back and enjoy
Y'all
the
some
ride.
racist.
And it's not
Sit
your
back and enjoy
stream.
the
Racist
And it's
ride.
not
ass
your
tap
stream. We didn't
dancers.
come here for you. Nobody
Oh,
come
so
to see you,
you must
Otis.
know
Fucking
me.
speaking on us,
Nobody
y'all
come to
You on
see
racist.
you,
my
Otis.
That's our
Ain't
fucking ass.
nobody come to
testes.
see you. Ain't
Right
You on
nobody
my
ass
came to
words.
see
testes.
you.
I
You on
thought
my testes
I
pretty
thought he
hard.
may have
Bullshit
been I
word,
thought he
y'all
may have been
embarrassing
mixed,
the
y'all. That's
So
why
fuck.
I said something when he came up.
so let me answer the
The
last
continent
gentleman.
of tap dancers. That's our
God damn, shut up.
tear your own fucking race down.
Yeah,
God
we
damn.
never did. We
So the
never did that.
last
My
That's what
gentleman,
y'all doing.
race. You're not my race if you're not a black African.
I know you're not black.
ma'am,
Race is
you're
a social
hey,
construct.
They trying to
ma'am.
take
Who
black
cares
away
about
from us,
being
y'all.
black?
Y'all can't have.
Pretendian's trying
They
to
can
take
Y'all
be
can
black.
never
black.
be black.
That's crazy.
Are y'all
Want
just
to be
trying to
black?
get kicked? Are y'all trying to get kicked?
They
Y'all
not
some
even on this. No,
haters.
they not even on the
Uh,
same page. One of them like black. The other one don't like black.
okay, so to answer the gentleman, that asked about both Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Malcolm X, and we can play it. Malcolm X said, "We are African American." Negro describes what we aren't. We are people formerly kidnapped from Africa and brought to America, not to enjoy its privileges. This is what Malcolm X said. Then in Martin Luther King, you can look this up. I do believe it was a 1963-64 interview in Playboy magazine conducted by Alex Haley. Alex Haley asked Martin Luther King, should Africans involve themselves in African American affairs? Martin Luther King's response to this was, we are of African descent. We are African. We should never forget this, and neither should the African. So, to answer your question, yes, both Malcolm and Martin said that they were and we are African.
That's just more of that regurgitating hearsay. Yeah, we got to stop doing that. Learn how to cross reference. Learn how to do some real research. Stop bringing up Negroes to terror. Stop talking about Pangea. Stop talking about we over here in America when we don't have no evidence of it. Y'all regurgitating hearsay and it's misinformation. And then you get connected to it. Now your feelings in it. That's why we can't get to have a conversation because we got to emotionally regulate these people with the mute button. Swift King, you on you on the backdrop. If you got something you want to present, you got about 4 minutes.
All right. I don't really have nothing to present. You know, I got something that I could present a whole bunch of information, but I just got real questions like, you know, it'll be proof for everybody on here claiming African. It would be proof in records that your people came from somewhere else, like everybody else who's an immigrant on the land. It'll just be proof. You would have family documents that state that your people came here on a boat. You would have the boat log. You would have everything in your documentations that say that you're from somewhere else. That's just the truth. Even back then, you know, I got proof of my family being in America for over 300-400 years. But it's no reason for me to pull that out because it's just gonna prove what the lady is saying. But other than that is, you know, you will have tangible proof that your family came from somewhere else,
Yeah,
no matter what.
sounds like you may have it.
Sound like I may have what?
That proof.
I
If you
do.
say if you saying if you
I
saying
got
three
tangible proof of my
if you
people
saying
being
300
here.
years, you know that's not prior to colonialism, right? So that
What
wouldn't be able to substantiate the claim that we're pushing back against, and that black people was here prior to colonialism. That would, in fact, be colonialism documenting you. And I think we should get educated
so
on.
what is
Go ahead.
everybody arguing? Is everybody saying that everybody came from Africa? Or is everybody saying that it
Black
was people
people,
here
black.
before? What is everybody saying? Because it's a whole bunch of confusion.
Yeah,
You
it's
know
a
what
lot
I'm
of confusion
saying?
because it's a lot of education and disinformation, just lack of education as a whole. Black means of African descent, right? It's a lot of people conflating dark skin references with like Columbus's journals, Verrazano, all these different early explorers here, conflating them or like what you just seen with that Negroes to terrorists with black people, when it's just not true. We don't have any tangible, like how you talking about, no tangible objective evidence for, you know what I'm saying, for the latter. Now we black people, like, we know that the transatlantic slave trade is the reason why we are over here in America. Like we're not looking at the transatlantic slave trade like it was like like genealogical records though, because at that time we was looked at as property. I don't know if you understand, but it was like went into the 18th century or 19th century before we got even looked at as fully human. So those records that
But
you're referring to,
even with that, you know, we talking about the 1612 story, right? So even when you talk about the transatlantic Atlantic slave trade, we have to look at the numbers that they presented versus the true numbers. And
well, what's the
even when
true
we
number?
talk
What's the
about,
true?
even
How
when
do you
we
get the true numbers
just
from the
let me
numbers they
finish,
presented?
let me land real quick. Even when we talk about like Christopher Columbus, it's like we talking about somebody who never stepped foot on North American soil. Right now we're in North America, and when it comes to North America, they say only 340,000 slaves made it to North America. And the biggest question to that would be, how does 340,000 people who've been killed, raped,
Try to use
you know,
TikTok friendly. TikTok
all
friendly.
those, oh yeah, my bad. But how do people that's being, you know, basically picked off, how do they turn into 40 million? And that would be a great question for everyone to answer. But then again, you know, for everyone who was brought over on the slave trade, or they from somewhere else, as far as North America goes, it is
Three different points, by the way.
is right, but it's definitely proof that if you come from somewhere else, your family has a stamp for the name that they were given when they came over here. When it comes to North America, just period. I can't speak for South America. I can't speak
What
for
do
the
you mean? What
islands,
do you mean?
but
Got a stamp of a name? What do you? I don't understand this.
so when people came over, they got a stamp. It's every
Ruby?
family, every person, every individual, no matter if you was an African, Italian,
Shit,
a
that makes sense.
European, wherever.
Oh, he timed out. Yeah,
Oh, my bad.
you was asking multiple questions. We'll get to it. Red, you like. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
Who Red?
yeah. I just wanted to flex real quick, but when he come back, yeah.
Why your name Red on here? My camp, my stuff tripping.
I don't.
Your name got Red on it.
It's me. It's
Oh, he
Danny.
called.
Oh, he
I
back.
missed it.
Oh, I just wanted to show my proof. Hold on 1 second. Let me go back. So now what happened? Yeah, my people go back to the 1600s. So I ain't understanding like what you talking about. And then I could flex some more. I can go
But
back to
they not
Chad.
seeing they not seeing it at the top where it says the African
Yeah, I'm at
people
work
country.
right now, so it's a little loud. So yeah.
No, you good. But I don't think they seeing where it says like Sierra Leone, Gambia.
Mm-hmm. So now what happened? My people been here probably before your people been here. So please play with somebody else.
And then they gonna do it like this, and it's like, oh, well, everybody got different. This is the thing. You're not here prior to colonialism. You can't nobody prove that. Y'all
Exactly.
got to get off
I'm
that
not.
point.
And they didn't have
Um,
records back then. Like who was counting them people?
yeah, we know the earliest
Who what
records gonna
records
come
they
from
got?
around this time frame. Yeah. So what I wanted to ask you was like you said they got the true numbers and the different numbers. Where do you get where do you get the true numbers from? You obviously get it from the same sources that everyone else understands is the different number. You know what I'm saying? The 340. He asked how the 340 million get to 40 million. Bro, why are you asking the question? Go do the math. These are things that critical thinkers don't just wait around for somebody else to tell them. But it's gonna be obviously birth rates over time. And I just think you should just study this shit. Cause it's way more than enough time for us to reach these numbers, the population that we're at now. But these people just ask this. This is what they try to do. They try to ask questions that this to their brain is unfathomable. So they're like, well, it couldn't have happened, and then they don't want to do the research on it, so it didn't happen. What's good, Ashton?
Not too much. You can jump to somebody else. I got nothing to say about what's happening on here.
Nigga, the terror. You was already here when we did that. We already did that. It's
Mhm.
like I would not have been able to pull up the sources that said, and I can go over this verbatim. I think I know what it is. I think it's because I sound like I'm too black. So let's just hear the white lady say it because y'all may hear it there. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
Historical Portuguese colonial Brazil referred to indigenous peoples, Native Americans, not people of African descent, a practice that led to a 1755 decree forbidding it, as it unjustly linked indigenous people to slavery and disparaged them phenotypically by equating them with African slaves, blurring racial lines in colonial contexts. Context and phenotype, colonial misappropriation. The Portuguese used Negro broadly for dark-skinned people, so Negro de terra was a common label for the indigenous populations they encountered, distinct from Negro do Ebon, black of the ebony, referring to Africans.
Yeah, I already read it. So that would be the second time we would be. You just have to stay after class at this point. You know what I'm saying? You just have to tap somebody on the shoulder and be like, hey, can you tutor me at that point? Because we literally already went over this, and we can't be holding back class and talk about last week's subject because you can't catch up. As much as we want you to be there with us, you know what I'm saying? Some people do have to get left behind, but we already went over this. That's why I say we over that. Stop using that. And then we moving on. Like we went over the mounds. Stop using the mounds. We already found the people that helped us. Who was there?
Dada, you said that you could only be black, so why would they be calling Negro de terra? Negro is black in Spanish. Why would they be calling people that's not?
Descriptor.
Once again, just stay after class. Just stay after class because you're the only one who seeming not to get.
Sir, are you gonna?
I mean, yeah, we did it.
I
told you
how
twice. Red already told
we
you.
gave a whole class on that just now. If you didn't get
Fuck
it
some
so
lying
much,
ass shit
Okay,
you
how
talking
can you be
about?
Negro
Y'all
and not
lying.
black?
Y'all was
Ma'am.
never
How
gonna
can you
live in
be?
Africa, so stop claiming that
Let
shit.
so we don't give a fuck where you
Shantae
live
get it
at.
off because she got trauma.
We don't.
Nah, let her get it
When are
off.
y'all
If she got
going to
trauma that she needs to project to
Africa?
the world.
When are y'all moving to Africa?
we
If you're not
gotta.
planning
We
on
gotta.
moving to
We
Africa,
gotta
can
shut
one
move.
the
person
fuck
just
Hey, you
up.
prove
know,
that they actually
If
from
you're
it's
not
Africa?
kind
planning
of
on going
funny
to
how you
Africa,
say
shut
things
the
that
hell
white
up.
people would say.
Like
And
Red,
and,
hey
and
Why?
we
What
Red,
the
and
can
white
you
hey,
people would say?
Swift,
prove that
Y'all
you
want to
from
Swift.
hear that
Africa
race
or
shit
something?
now? Y'all just attack Black Americans over these dumbass shit
What
talking about.
Queen? What did I say to attack
Ma'am, you
Black
have
Americans?
No, you
no
disrespectful to
evidence.
Black Americans. Y'all
What did I say? What did I say to
You
disrespect
said
Black
that we
stick
mix
Americans?
more
onto
with
us.
African than European and Native. How do you
We
know
are.
that?
We
Probably
are.
Y'all weird as
you.
fuck.
If not, what
Probably
race?
you. You
What
can't say
race
that
are
for
you?
every
What
single
like?
black person.
What ethnicity
To
are
let
y'all?
that
By the
white man
way,
come up here and
Where's
disrespect us.
pound
Queen,
cake from? Can you tell me, have your granny ever made some
Queen.
Fuck
pound
us.
cake?
Hold on. Let's see. Y'all so disruptive when y'all talk. I hope y'all notice that.
Y'all
They
some tap
trolling,
dancers, y'all some
Because I'm
coons.
agreeing with
trolling.
Shantae. You said that most black Americans are mainly African. So
Hey,
what
hey,
about pound cake? Pound cake
can
ain't
we can we
African.
can we get
What
rid of
about
one of them
cornbread? One
because they
second,
both
cornbread ain't
disruptive?
African. Pound
Can
cake
we
ain't
can we
African.
keep the
Yeah,
most productive one
Turkey
out
ain't
of both of
African.
them?
Okay, but just be
I
genuine
would have to
though.
say,
They don't even know
unfortunately,
what
that would
country
be
they come
Shantae.
from. Talking about some damn African. What country?
They
Don't even
both the
know.
same level. They
Don't even
both a
know.
level 8.
Yeah, because
Shit about
we
Africa.
can't get anything learned with both
Some
of them
corny
here.
ass.
Pretendians are
Go live
hilarious.
over there.
Now, Queen, I voted for Shantae, but
Scared to go
I
live
picked the
over
wrong
there.
one. Look like.
You scared to go live over there. If you
Okay,
scared to go live over there, stop telling us we
so
Africans.
besides the
We're,
insults, are
we're
you
not
You
having
don't
a
want to
prepared
conversation
go,
to
but
about.
you
We're not
want
having the same conversation you're
to
having, Queen.
us.
You're having your own
are
conversation.
you
Gay
Hey,
prepared to
is it a
share
Africa,
way? Is it a
information?
way where y'all can let me
Africa.
share my screen and I can just show y'all
You
my
can.
whole
Yeah,
family
you can share
tree?
your screen on your own.
I could
You can
just
share your
show you my
screen.
whole family tree.
Make sure it goes to BC time too.
Your family tree. Yeah, your family tree is not going to predate colonialism, which is the claim that these people got up here.
What you mean it's not going to predate that?
It's
You
not
don't
you
okay,
like.
so what's
Go to BC
colonialism then?
time.
This is the point that I was trying to make to
No,
you
I'm
in the
saying what do
brother,
you're about to
I'm
go
trying to
talk. I'm
tell you
saying what
now,
do
I'm
what
answering
why
your
would they
question and
not predate that?
I'm answering your question
Because it's
and you're talking
genealogy.
through the answer. So yeah, that's what I was trying to indicate to you in the chat that your family documents do not predate colonialism. So your documents don't come before the white T man. That's the whole point of what we're saying.
I'm so jealous of white people. It's
Oh
actually
my goodness.
disgusting.
And here we go with
Yeah,
the
I don't know
discipline
where
Go to
you're
again.
getting this from.
Africa.
You're always trying to change the subject every time you come off your mic.
That's Pretendian
Unite
way,
with your
bro.
people.
So Red, do you have any documents that
This
predate
is not, I am
colonialism?
not the one that
Go
made the
unite with your
claim,
people,
sir.
Red.
You made the claim that your documents prove that your
No, just
people
tell me
were,
what year. Just tell me the
sir,
years.
sir,
Just tell me what
sir.
years you want me to pull up. Just tell me
I
the
want you to
years,
put it
bro.
up 1492 and beyond.
All the way to BC time.
But then I
I
would
want
have
no,
to.
no, no.
But
I don't
then
want
I
him
would
to go
have to go.
forward.
I would literally have to
I don't
go to
want him to
my.
go
No, listen
forward. I
to me.
want him to
Listen to
pull
me.
up
Listen to
anything
me. I
1492.
would have to go to my great grandma's house, and I would have to get the headdresses in the family Bible that we have.
You got a Bible dating
That's
back to
different.
listen.
I'm
So you
coming
have a
different than
family
y'all.
Bible in America dating back past 1492.
It's dating past all these records that we can pull up on the internet.
Okay,
Definitely.
please go get that.
No,
Please go get
he
that.
said specifically.
Hold
He
on,
said
Red. They didn't
specifically
even have Bibles back then.
1492.
They
Please
didn't
go
have
get it.
Bibles back then.
You're not gonna
Please
have.
I
go
said
get it.
family Bible,
They
meaning we got
didn't have
writings.
Yeah,
Bibles
the
back
I
Christian,
know
then.
my
It's okay.
the
language.
white
Please let him
T
go get
man
it.
didn't come over
I
here
know
and
my
bring you the Bible
language.
yet.
Go
Everybody know
get
all
it.
indigenous languages were
Please
made
go
Swift,
get
recently.
it.
Swift. Check this out. This is just common sense. The white man didn't bring the Bible over here for you
When
to
y'all
have
talking about God, I said a family Bible. Do you know what a family Bible is?
Yeah,
the
please, just
Bible.
please go
Yeah,
get it.
it's the
Go
It's
Bible.
get
not a
it.
it's not an actual Bible of
Hey,
God words. It's
stop all
actually
the
stuff
jaw
that was
jacking
written
and go
down
Okay,
get
how
it.
about
from
this? How
family
about
from
this? You finna
generation to
have a Bible. In
generation.
what language? Check this out. This is where we finna get you there.
I was
What
just gonna ask
language?
that. Go
What
ahead.
language is this written in?
It's a good question.
Are you Muslim, Red?
No,
Hold
I'm
on,
not.
Queen. Let me
So
see
the
if
picture
Swift.
on
Let
the
me see if
screen
Swift
is
want to answer this
Look
question.
how
yeah,
she
yeah, don't worry
just
about it. You trying to change the subject.
look how she
Did
just broke
Swift?
into it.
That's Pretendian
Is
language.
this
Swift, answer the
pre-colonial?
question.
What is this pre-colonial language that your people is writing here before the white man got over here?
I'm not, since y'all with fun and games, y'all not even
Ah,
gonna
okay, I
understand it.
figured. I figured.
Right.
It don't have no name.
How did I know
Crazy
you wasn't
man.
finna
It
give
don't
me an
have a
answer?
name.
Just go
The
get the
language
Bible. I
don't have
want
a
to see
name,
the Bible.
y'all.
Hey,
We don't have
we
a
can solve
name.
all
It
of
don't
this.
have a
Are
name, people.
Man,
hilarious.
everybody,
We can,
if you
hey,
know real
Swift,
indigenous stuff, then you know it
Swift,
don't have no
Swift,
name.
It don't have
Swift.
no
We
name.
can
That's
solve
a new
all of
one.
this. Just go get the Bible. Go get it.
That's a new one.
Go
Good
get it.
Don't
one.
Because I
have
want to
no
see this
name.
Bible that predates
Can
1492.
y'all
Swift,
look
Swift.
Red? Can
Cause
you
you
prove
young,
to me
Swift.
that you
You
in
Can
young.
look, I
Africa?
ain't gotta prove anything. You're the one
So why
making
are
the
you
claim.
asking me to prove something that I actually can prove? What's the point?
Oh,
Oh
If you're
look
no,
not
no,
up
no,
the
gonna
no.
prove,
burden.
No,
Look
no,
up the
no,
look.
burden.
no.
If
Look
y'all
up the
not gonna
burden of
prove,
proof.
if y'all not gonna prove where y'all
Let's
Hey
come
see
from,
Swift.
why
it.
do I have to
Hey
prove where
Swift.
I come
What's
from?
your tribe though, Swift? What's your
Hey,
I'm
tribe?
I proved
Aniawea. I'm
I
Aniawea.
proved it.
No,
Ananuia.
it didn't
Hold
have
on,
no
hold on,
name. It didn't
hold
have no
on,
name.
hold on.
Ananuia
I
is his
proved
tribe
it.
though, Danny.
I proved mine. So where's yours?
I'm
Where's yours at?
Aniawea.
Hold
Danny, he
on.
said
I
he
proved mine.
Ananuia.
So where yours at?
I want to see that African
Danny.
ancestor host.
He
Where
said
that
he
African
Danny,
ancestor?
Ananuia.
You
Danny,
already
that's
saw.
not
You
proof,
already see.
man.
You see one
That's
on the
fake
screen
document.
that you're saying is a one off. So this don't matter because if we show you something, you're gonna be like, "Well, that's your family. Yeah, that's your
I just
family.
want to see
Everybody
anything that
different.
ties you to
Everybody
Africa.
lineage different, but we all black. But we all on the same
Something
panel.
that ties you to Africa. Anything.
We already had
Okay,
this
so
discussion.
this
This
is
So
lady
something
I'm
keep
very
already
putting this
tied to
up
repetitive.
Like,
like
Africa.
yeah.
So if you
this
can't
lady
We
keep
read,
putting this up like it
obviously
proves something.
Shantae
This don't
can't
Y'all,
prove
read.
nothing.
y'all would think
hey
this is crazy how black
we
Pretending to
people
be
do not want to
African
be
detailed
is
black.
crazy.
black first. Hold
Pretending
on
to be
now.
African.
Black first
No, we're
detailed
not. We're
things
black.
that came.
You're not in Africa. You don't got no African relatives.
We don't have
You're
to
the only
be in
one saying
Africa.
that.
Holy
We
We're
were
shit.
not saying what
stolen.
Them
you're
people don't know
saying.
you. They
So
don't know you.
We're not
Okay,
saying that. Nobody's
let
saying
me go
none of the
mute
shit you're
KP.
saying. None of
You
the times you open
pretending to
your
be African.
mouth.
So again, Culture Black, you're slow. So yeah, there's that. Um, I have proof. My proof is here, and I also have a grandfather. I have three grandfathers that was from Africa. So y'all niggas is dumb. I can't talk to y'all like I want to talk to y'all because I am at work and I'm trying to keep it calm. But I don't listen. Every time y'all niggas ask for proof, I'll be the first one to come up here and show y'all proof. Sierra Leone and Gambia. Y'all niggas can't read. Just say that. Damn. I'm at work. Let me finish this and I'm finna go on break. I'll be back.
It's too much pride. Too much
So
pride to
how are
say
y'all
that.
claiming watermelon, but then saying y'all Western Central Africa? Because watermelon not from Western Central Africa.
where is
Uh,
watermelon from?
It's
African.
from
let me
Egypt.
let me say this
No,
right
Or
no,
quick.
so are you Egyptian or are you
no. It's not from Egypt.
Let
okay,
me
so do
say
you
this.
have a source to prove that?
Okay, it's the
Let me,
Africa.
let me say
That's
this right quick to
Why y'all
Danny.
muting? It's not open panel, Don Dada. Why
Hold
y'all
on, hold on, hold
muting?
on. Let me read this source real quick. It says, so we can understand what black means, because y'all, we either black or we not at this point. Designating a member of any dark skinned group of peoples, especially a person of is highlighted here, sub-Saharan Africa, origin or descent. So we not originally there, but we descend from people who was originally from there. Way longer than this 400 years we've been over there. For tens of thousands of years we've been over there.
But you do know that Europe and Africa is 3 miles apart. Because you said that we more African than we are European and
Not
Native.
not
I'm just trying to figure
West,
out how you figure that
not
out.
West
How
Africa.
did you come to that? Yeah, but then y'all bringing up watermelon. Y'all
Why
all
you
over the
ta-
place. Is y'all
No,
African,
you
North
taking us
African,
all over
West
the place.
African?
You taking us
No,
all
because
over,
we were
over the
talking
place.
about food, and
What
y'all brought
no?
up watermelon. Watermelon is not from Western Central Africa. So why are y'all
Watermelon.
bringing it up? Are
Okay,
y'all
Watermelon.
man.
Egyptian descent as well?
No, watermelon is from
Okay.
Ethiopia, and they traded it all over Africa, not Egypt.
Watermelon is from Egypt, sir. It's no getting around it. It's in the hieroglyphics. It's no.
No,
It's not
it's
from
in
Egypt.
sweetheart. It's from Ethiopia, especially the variety that we eat over
Can y'all
here.
show a source?
So
Any
watermelon,
sources available?
watermelon has been in West Africa for thousands of years, with archaeological evidence showing cultivation around 3000 BC near the Sahel, and genetic studies linking Nigerian agusi seeds to the ancient watermelon ancestors, meaning it's been a staple for millennia. This means thousands of years. Initially valued for its water content and seeds.
Right.
So I just like looking it up. That way I
Once
don't got to be
again, where
involved
are
in the
we getting
arguments.
West and Central Africa from?
So,
Because y'all trying to put our
It just
history on the
said
slave trade.
thousands of years.
so,
3000
ma'am,
BC, that's 5,000 years.
one, you got to look at what questions you ask. So, one, the question that I asked to get the answer that I got is, where is watermelon indigenous to? So, it is indigenous to Southern Africa, Egypt, and Sudan, which is three different points in Africa. Now, if you ask it, where was watermelon traded to and grown in Africa, you will also come up with West and Central Africa. There's a
Exactly.
difference in how you ask the question and what answer you're going to get. So, was watermelon grown in West and Central Africa? Yes, but is it indigenous to West and Central Africa? No, it comes from other parts of Africa. But we're forgetting the main point. Watermelon comes from Africa. We moved the goalposts after we stated that watermelon was not something that was grown here in Americas. It was something that we brought from Africa.
Sir,
Exactly.
you're trying to prove that we come from the transatlantic slave trade. Watermelon
Yeah, watermelon does.
is not from the transatlantic.
Watermelon, black eyed peas, but even the word yam. You guys keep moving the goalposts and bringing up new things, jumping from
Sir,
one pseudo point to another pseudo point. Right?
Yeah.
We were talking initially about yams. What
yeah,
you guys
right, but
failed to
garnet yam, sweet
what you
potato is not from.
guys failed to what you guys failed to acknowledge even in that conversation is that yam is an African word. You never even acknowledged that.
Sir, it's
What
also a
yam
Spanish.
is an African word, and yam was what our ancestors called sweet potatoes because they didn't
Reminder them.
recognize it.
Yam is also
Okay, look,
not being muted.
I
Yeah, I
need
think it's because
everybody
you
to
finna
focus
say
on the
something
screen.
Why
wrong.
am I being
Hold on,
muted?
I think we got somebody on the big screen. Yeah, but pull up a source. It says, I'm looking at it. It says the word yam come from West African language derived from the word nyami and yam or inyam, meaning to eat, to taste, reflecting its importance as a staple food. Enslaved Africans brought the word to Americans. Like, but that's why I say these people just want to argue. I think they bots just to like get in our way for some type of proxy war where we could be focusing our attention on something else because it don't take but 1 second to look this shit up. Go ahead, Colton.
Yeah, Miss Janet said show some paperwork that her people were from Sierra Leone, Gambia in 1683. That place didn't even exist. So what is she talking about? I'm slow. No, baby
Um,
girl,
You
you slow.
super slow.
so
You,
You
so
super
bro,
yeah.
slow.
bro. It said, look, it
That
Let's
said
is
right
true.
here,
Sierra Leone
hold on. Let him
wasn't
read. Let him
Sierra.
named
read. Let
that.
him read. Let him
It
read it
wasn't
out.
named that back then. None of those names, Ghana, none of
There's a
those names
difference
existed.
between
None of
existing.
those names existed, bro.
No,
None of
So
those names
y'all
existed
talking
before
let him
yap,
cook
the
it.
bro.
Hold on,
before the
Swift. Let him cook himself.
1900s and the
Let him.
1800s. None of those.
Let's give him a little rope. Let's give him a little rope.
I hate stupid people.
Yeah, no,
So
it should be good.
the
Hold
thing
on. I want him to
is
read
that
it.
Wait, let him. He just
I
said
want him to
let
read
him
it real
talk.
quick. What he finna say? Don't get shy. Go ahead, Colton. You on mute.
Yeah, they had me on mute. Sierra Leone became an independent country in 1961. Prior to that, it became a colony in 1787, named by the British Sierra Leone. So what is y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about? You guys love these Europeans so
No,
much
no, no. Hold on. We
that
don't want
you
to hear. We
believe.
don't want to hear your bullshit. We don't want to. You
so let
presented
me
the
let me
source.
ask you a question, Colton. Does a
Can I? This
landmass
is.
exist prior to its naming?
It's like I can't never defend my own stuff. This is crazy.
That's what I wanted to ask him too. Did Atlanta exist before it was even called?
Thing is, just because she
Hold
from
on,
Sierra
hold
Leone,
on.
what do I got to do with everybody else?
God damn.
Ancient. Somebody is wait.
Uh,
Somebody is letting this question process into their
does
brain.
Code the Black? Does a landmass exist prior to its naming?
Culture Black. That question's for you.
I mean, if you tell your mods to stop muting, you'll hear me answering the question, sir. Why are you muting me? I'm not talking
See,
when
that's
other
why.
people are
Because just
talking.
answer the question. We don't want to hear this. Just answer the question.
I said yes.
Okay, so that does make what you just said null and void, correct?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because for the simple fact is that you're just naming a land. You don't know the existence of this land or anything. You're just naming them. Oh, I found this. This is now Sierra Leone.
What?
See, y'all
So
talking to him. Y'all
just
talking
for
to
shits and
him like
giggles,
a
I'll ask you again: does a
no.
landmass exist prior to Europeans naming it?
Yes.
Okay, then. So once a European names it, doesn't mean it comes into existence. Because your claim was Sierra Leone did not exist in 1600s. It did exist. It just hadn't been called the name by the Europeans. It probably existed by another name. Well, actually, I know it existed by another name given by the Africans. As to what that name is right now, I don't know. But the
So how you
landmass,
know it existed then?
brother. The name the place absolutely existed
You
prior to
telling me what you
Europeans
believe.
calling it
You
that.
telling me what you believe. You're not telling me what you know.
Sir, you
No,
Brother,
don't
you
know
just
okay, I'm
confirmed
anything.
telling
this.
you that I
And before
know
the
that.
European named it.
Okay,
You
I'll
don't
ask
know
you
Same
one
thing with
last
me.
time, and this is where I
Nigeria.
land my
It's the
plane.
same thing
Come
with
on,
Did the
bro. You
Nigeria.
slow,
landmass
man.
exist prior to its naming?
Right, same thing with Nigeria.
What land mass? What land mass?
Sierra Leone.
No, it didn't.
Same thing with Nigeria.
It didn't exist prior to it was naming?
No, it didn't.
So if a white
So the
man come up with a
landmass
name,
did
a
not
piece of
exist
land
prior
appear.
to it was naming. You already said yes twice previously. Now you change
If you
it?
really want to go deeper,
Yeah, I
Africa
changed.
wasn't even named Africa before.
Exactly.
Holy
So,
shit.
So that means the continent wasn't
That's
there.
Alki
So that means
Bulan.
according
It's
to
really
his logic,
It's
that
not.
continent wasn't there.
Right.
Because
it
if a
was
white
called
man
Alki
don't name it,
Bulan.
it
You can
don't
look it
appear.
up. It's a
Aki
name
Like
that
the
it was
Bulan.
called
Simpsons.
Hold on,
before.
that's a myth. That's a myth that was called Akabu line. Sorry about that. That's a myth.
That's not a myth.
That is a myth. The whole continent of Africa was not called Akabu line at
That's not a
all.
myth.
Oh yeah, that's wrong. That's on some Islam. That's on some
Yeah,
Okay,
Islam
that's
Arabic
yeah,
shit.
that's
Swift.
let's try a
Islam.
different approach.
That's a black
Let's
Islam.
try a
It's
different
not. That's not
approach.
even a word
Hey,
either.
so
Right.
hey, Swift, didn't you say your documents go back to the 1600s?
Yeah, I got some that go back to the
Okay,
1600s
when was the United States called the United States? When did it become the United States
in the
of America?
1700s.
So wouldn't that mean that it didn't exist when your documents start?
You had the British colonies, and then on the other side
That's
of
not what I
Oh
America,
said. That
no,
it
and
didn't
then on the other,
exist.
no,
America didn't exist in 1600.
I'm trying to run.
always been called America.
Now
No, it
you
haven't.
lied. You just lied though. You just said 1700s.
It was called America in the
You
1700s.
said the United States. The United States is different from America. You know,
Right. A United States of America.
of America. It was called America already. Look at all ancient
What
maps. It was
okay, so
always
what
called
year was it
America.
called
Or
America? What year was it called America?
it was called America before it was called the United States of America. What are you
When
talking about?
was that? What year was that?
Was it 1400 BC?
Always and forever, baby.
BC? Was it? I mean, what?
So
He
my question
wasn't
is, it
ready.
wasn't called
No,
it wasn't called India Superior. It wasn't called.
No,
so okay, so by
Why are
your
y'all asking me
logic,
questions and then muting me, bro?
so by your
What
logic,
is this?
I don't care.
It was
I don't agree with that
1501.
India Superior shit. But let's say it was called India Superior, right? So prior to it being called America, it was called something else. So it didn't exist. America didn't exist, correct? Because you just said it was called something else. So prior to its naming to being called America, it didn't exist by your arguing, your logic, correct?
By
Don't be shy
Um,
now,
by
homeboy.
cultural logic. Oh, he co-signed it.
Yeah, he co-signed it.
Okay, yeah.
just
But
pull
So
up
by
the
your
maps. You
logic,
could
it
pull up
didn't
the
exist,
maps. You
right?
can just pull up the maps of
he
the
asking
old
you a
world.
question.
Man, and these people are bringing lives into the world and teaching them.
That's why we on here, man. It's not for
Oh
them.
my
I mean,
goodness.
y'all don't make sense what y'all say. Y'all say that watermelon is from West.
Oh, we said it
No,
was.
we said
Being
watermelon was
muted.
from Africa.
And then she got the word
It's from
ain't.
Africa, not Western.
So when West Africans brought it to the Americas, y'all be on the last bus, man. We already went over this stuff. If y'all don't catch it the first
Why are
time,
they not?
we not finna keep on going over the same stuff. The people already
Damn,
heard it.
why are it not? Shit. Why are it not?
Is that what she said to us?
That's what she said. I don't know what. Why are it not? I don't even know where that was going, but it
She
wasn't.
could not have corrected that.
You got the picture of Sargon, a cat, and he's in the middle. He got to go past Africa to get to him. I don't know why she representing him, but anyway.
Oh yeah, Sargon okay, yeah. She don't know what she doing. She just seen it somewhere and thought it was fancy.
Yeah,
Why
I
y'all
just
keep
don't know how.
throwing shade?
I just don't understand how dumb this man can be. Like he too old to be this slow. Like we know that the people that were when they named it Sierra Leone, the people were still in that area. So when they called it Sierra Leone, that's when they decided to put it on documents. The people were still there. So basically my people still came from Sierra Leone before the naming of the fucking the country. Dumb fuck.
What about culture? Did you
Yeah.
understand?
Now I could go in on
So
your
be,
ass because I'm in my motherfucking car. Bitch, you're
I'm
stupid.
just trying to figure out her being Sierra. What's the relevancy? She from?
Girl, shut your slow
Okay,
ass
are
up.
y'all
You
saying
slow
I'm
we
and
all
trying
can't
to
from
even keep
figure
Sierra
out.
up.
Leone?
I'm trying to figure
You
out
slow
how
and
did they
can't even
name a
keep up.
place? How
Are
did
we
they
all
name?
from Sierra Leone? Like
Just
I'm
like
not
they
getting
named
it.
every last fucking state in the motherfucking
How did they
United
name a place
States.
before they named it?
Just like they
Why did
They
they name
named
a
named
the
they
place?
named
Y'all
fucking
every
tripping.
state in
United
America
States.
after
They named the United States.
most of them are
We
named
have
after Indian
50.
tribes though.
Hold on, stupid. Hold on, stupid. Hold on, stuck on stupid.
Why
They
y'all got a
named.
name call?
Because they ignorant. They don't have no other vocabulary words.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
that's
it.
the only thing they can do
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
to
hey,
make
hold
you
themselves
on.
feel good.
Don't block
you
it. Come
dumb
back up.
fucks better stop playing with me.
Come back up, cause
And
this
Stop
ain't.
playing with me.
whichever one of y'all
Shut up, idiot.
disrespect them,
Shut your
Uh, uh,
idiot ass up. So
according to your
let
paperwork,
me say
ma'am,
this.
have some.
Let me
You don't even
your people
y'all
were named a
you
place.
stupid fucks
don't
keep
have no
talking.
decorum.
You don't have none either. Shut the fuck up because y'all bitches been pissing me off. And
Your
I ain't
place,
saying
Oh,
not a
this
your
an
fucking
people.
thing.
anti-black panel. This an
I don't
You
anti-black
not
panel.
black.
bitch, you anti-black. Shut up.
We the black
This
people
So
an
in here.
again,
anti-black.
Yo, stop yelling or
All
am
right,
I
look,
I
gonna
ain't
be
ancient,
black,
so
but
I'm gonna
I
ancient,
say
ain't
what I
on
time,
need to
one at a
say.
ancient,
time.
ancient. Hold on, this
Yeah.
should be your last time. I don't want to have to block you because I don't just drop people. That's just why I brought you up because I don't like people to get. I just block them if they too ignorant. They can't learn.
So why
Trying
you
to
ain't
piss me
blocking this
off.
lady cussing out being disrespectful to everybody? What's up with
Bitch,
that?
because I
How is
wasn't
she
being
allowed
Yeah,
to be
disrespectful
hey,
until y'all
somebody
pissed
disrespectful?
me
speak for
off. Now
someone.
When
shut
she
the
Can I
fuck
say,
ask
up.
if
Don
she,
Dada
if
a question?
wait a
No, because I'm not finished fucking talking.
You don't be finished talking either, and you
Hey, you can shut the fuck up because I can block your ass right now, fuck
block
nigga. I don't
all right,
care.
all right,
block
dial it
me.
down,
That's
dial it down. They get this pop up
this
restrict.
TikTok.
Put some fruit in the chat, y'all.
Block me. Me on the TikTok.
Dang.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't
yeah.
even
Fuck
motherfucking
block
say
me.
what I need to say. Stupid ass fucks. Anyway, like I was saying, the point is that y'all keep saying, where's y'all African ancestors? Some of us got them. Y'all got them too. Y'all ain't looking deep enough for them. Y'all rather be YT than to be African. That's the issue. And again, like I said, it's 50, what is it, 51? 51 states now? The YT people named every last state on this continent. And you sitting up here talking about Africa and how they named the countries in Africa.
There's only 50
Y'all are
states.
dumb. Like y'all logic is flawed. Because
The
if we gonna
logic that
talk,
everybody come from
girl, shut
Africa.
up. God damn.
It's not an open
Y'all say
panel. It's not an open
y'all
discussion.
don't want me. Listen, y'all don't want me to cuss y'all out, but y'all keep trying to interrupt me. Y'all not listening to yourselves. Y'all complaining about who named these countries. In the same countries that they named over there in Africa, they named over here in the United States. Because there was no California until the YT man came. There was no
That's
damn
not true,
Virginia.
Mel.
Girl, shut up. There was no Virginia until the YT man came. There was no Wisconsin until the YT man came. Y'all are complete and total idiots, and y'all don't
Hey,
even
ma'am, you
understand it.
spread misinformation.
No, I'm
Ohio,
not, you dummy.
Ohio has always been Ohio.
No, it has not,
Has
stupid.
always. It has, ma'am. You
No,
don't
it has not. You're dumb.
because you're African.
Damn.
Okay to be African, man.
Who said
Everybody's
I'm
not
from
African.
Ohio was not
It's
named
okay.
this
until
It's okay.
this hoe is stupid.
It's okay, man.
Like
Ohio
for
wasn't
real.
named
Ohio has
Ohio
always.
until Ohio
Ohio has
wasn't named
always.
Ohio. Ma'am, you
Ohio has
gonna
Oh
shut
all.
the
my,
fuck?
this the
Okay, hold up.
problem.
Yo, this
Ohio
lady
is
Hey,
all.
Like
what's
you
the
ain't
point
gonna
of
can
inviting
you
me
send
up
her
if
to
y'all
pseudo
just
hell
gonna mute
already?
me? If
God
you
damn,
just
she
gonna
get
mute
on
me,
my
what's the
nerves.
point of
Stop.
inviting
You
me up
African.
there, dog? She did all that cussing and she ain't have not one good point. Like it's just
I am absolutely a proud African descendant of chattel slavery, ma'am. That's you can't hurt me by saying no shit like that. I don't understand why you think that's a dig. It's absolutely not a dig. So again, I'm gonna say this one more time. These states were named by Europeans. The same Europeans that went to Africa and named those countries that y'all say they named and put those borders up. Right? So you slow ass niggas that don't understand that is weird. Ohio is a state. Ohio wasn't a state until colonization happened. Y'all have to be the dumbest group of people. And I was not going to listen. One thing about it, two things for sure, I'm going to always take the opportunity to show off my ancestors. Because my ancestors had to endure some tough ass shit over here on this continent. And I'm always rep my ancestors because they did what they were supposed to do for me to get here.
That's right.
And one thing I'm not finna let you hoe ass niggas do is try to change their history and trying to change their accomplishments because you bitches is afraid of being who the fuck you supposed to be. That ain't got shit to do with us. Y'all some scary ass niggas that
Yeah.
want to be
Yeah.
exotic. We don't care about that. And then obviously, y'all don't even believe the shit that y'all saying out y'all mouth because y'all keep trying to come over here and convince us about it. Cause if you stood 10 toes down in your bullshit, it wouldn't even matter what the fuck we think. We shouldn't be the reasons why y'all care so much. That don't make sense. Go over there and be the best fake ass indigenous person you want to motherfucking be. We do not care. Don't come over here with that shit. That's stupid. Y'all can take the rest of my time. I'm done with it.
All right. So Ohio was named after the Ohio River, which comes from a Iroquoian or Seneca word "oyo," meaning good river. With the state adopting this name, and we can even co-sign what you call it was on here saying it, buddy. He said most of these names are named after indigenous words or tribes. Prepare. He said state adopting his name as it prepared for statehood in 1802. Right. So we just using y'all logic against y'all. Y'all are pretty much saying that these land masses don't exist because the Europeans didn't name them yet. So as soon as the Europeans name something, then a piece of land pops up on the earth, and we just like it's really the most idiotic logic that we've heard today. But we actually got to have this conversation with y'all because this is what the public school system has intentionally done to our demographic, right? And we the only ones that's gonna babysit these people. All right, Johannes, you got 2 minutes. You want to say something?
Oh no, I was gonna say Pretendians are the most funniest group. Even the Israelites know better. They even acknowledge that the white people named all the places and whatnot. They use a Bible verse where it says that they named lands after places they conquer or whatnot. But Pretendians are just the worst of all the groups. Like they just, I mean, they'll make up shit as they go if they have to. Like they're that desperate to not be something that they're related to. Like it's just they're the funniest. That's all I gotta say. Right.
Yeah, nah, I'm glad it's entertaining though for sure because that's why I say it just got to be because if not, I would damn near cry because I get secondhand embarrassment from these people, man. This is the worst. Culture, you understand? Do you understand that the landmass exists before the Europeans name it, and then when the Europeans name it, like we talking about the Scramble for Africa or the Berlin Conference, and then those people's DNA gets attributed to those people that are now in that that have been in that location that they have now named.
Okay, well, but sir, here's my point,
Do
sir.
you understand that?
No, I don't,
I
because here's
know.
my point.
I
Here's
know.
my point. The lady showed paperwork, sir, that was dated 1860 something. So that means these people said her people came from Sierra Leone 100 years before they named it, sir. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Yeah, it
A
does
hundred
because of what I
years?
said.
Come
It
on,
does,
man.
but see,
That shit don't make no
see,
sense,
no,
bro.
see, like what you said. What you said, how it made sense to me. It makes sense because you don't understand what I said. It didn't make sense to you. So let me try it one more time. The landmass that existed before the Europeans found it and named it, right? That already existed, is
Hmm.
what's getting attributed to those ancestors that derive from that location that have people that are still in that region. In that same region, the landmass that been existing, they just now named it.
That makes no
So it don't
sense.
matter if it was 100 years ago. It don't matter if it was 500 years before that. The people was in that region, and it attaches to those people. It's going to attach to that name that's now the descriptor for that region.
So
You don't
basically,
understand it. You don't
no.
understand it. Let me guess. Let me guess. You
Let
don't
me
get it.
ask you something. Let me ask you something. So basically, you're saying that when the European came to America, he just instantly started naming things. But when he was in Africa, it took him 100 years to come up with a name.
Yeah, you're confused still. You're still confused. No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying, sir?
I'm saying that whenever those Europeans named it, just pick a year. Anything that happened prior to that is going to get attributed to that name. The Europeans is calling it to that region. It don't matter how long ago it happened.
I understand what you're trying to say, but what you're trying to say makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. I understand what you're trying to say.
Let me
Let
explain
me
it to you.
explain to you. Let me explain to you what you're trying to explain to me. You're saying
Yeah, do
that
that, do that, do
this,
that.
this land mass existed, and
Hmm.
these people were in this land mass. Now, when the European decided to name that land mass, all of a sudden these people became that. That's what you're trying to say,
Okay, so yeah, so what language are
correct?
we speaking? What language are we speaking?
What language or what does language have to do with it?
Check it out. Just
What does
entertain me.
language
Just
have to do?
entertain. Just entertain me. What language are we speaking?
We're speaking English.
Perfect. So that means that we can't go back into these different languages that all these thousands of ethnicities are speaking in Africa. You follow me now? We cannot go back and say, "Oh, this is the native tongue that they called it. We gonna call it this." The closest we can do to that is what we do to like the term we just got through using with the Ohio River. Ohio is named Ohio. It's named after the Seneca word Ohio. A lot of these words, these terms in Africa, these countries in Africa, if we go look into them, they oftentimes they're gonna be based off something similar. Right. So the name is attributed to the location, bro. You just trying to like erase the two. But like we said, other than that, what you're doing is you saying these land masses don't pop up until the Europeans name them, which is crazy work.
So, I'm kind of tired of dealing with these glue sniffing, window licking ass niggas.
Blue.
Cause one, like if you look at it in the concept that he keeps looking at it, and I don't know if he's just dumb or just being willfully obtuse. I don't know which. I'm almost betting on the first one because he keeps doing it. But if you look at it the way he looks at it, Jean Baptiste Point de Sable discovers Chicago in 1772. They don't call it Chicago till 1830. So Jean Baptiste, by his logic, Jean Baptiste Point de Sable discovered nothing because it wasn't called Chicago at the time. You get what I'm saying? You're the only one that can answer me, Dundada. So yeah, so hopefully that made sense to someone. Jean Baptiste Point de Sable discovers Chicago in 1772. He opens up shop at the mouth of Lake Michigan, I do believe. They don't call it Chicago until 1830. So did he discover nothing? You guys are idiots. Black people are from Africa. We can discuss that, but you guys want to keep yelling.
Yeah, where it's worth though, I think we get caught up on this idea that things didn't have a name back then because the people who lived during those times in those land masses didn't call it those things, and it really doesn't matter because regardless if they didn't have a name or not, those places existed, and we shouldn't like be that ignorant to know that these places did exist prior to Europeans coming over here, messing those territories and placing their names onto those territories. And for Color Black and also the other one over there trying to like ignorantly trying to say Ohio is ancient. Ohio was always called Ohio. That's not entirely true. Because Dante mentioned that the name came from the river or came from the language from the indigenous people. That's where Ohio got its name from. But yeah, I don't get to understand why they failed to make it seem like that these continents didn't exist because they didn't have a name. I mean, that's ridiculous. Because this place didn't have a name. Canada wasn't called Canada, so we're going to go with that. you know, and that's all I have to say about that.
So what I got from this panel is if you don't have African descent, you're not black. And if you say that you have anything besides African, you're not black, Dondada. So if you're black American, you can't be anything but African. I'm just asking a simple question. So black Americans are just African. Indeed. Okay, so then y'all anti-black then, because we know that there's historical evidence of American Indians being classified to Negro or colored. So if y'all don't believe that information, then y'all anti-black. There's also evidence of African descended people coming to the Americas prior to the transatlantic slave trade as well. So if y'all deny that, then y'all just trying to push slavery propaganda for whatever reason. Everything I'm saying can be proved. Okay, well, maybe I'm not.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I think a lot of y'all need to go back to school because all of this was taught in your social studies class and history class. Like the transatlantic slave trade was a thing. The first Europeans to come to to the Americas were from Spain, and they often classified Indians as negros because negros means black, and they were of darker skins. And then there was this thing called the Scramble of Africa, which was like 200 years later, where they started colonizing Africa, and then they started they started to create nations. But before they had names, they only had tribes. A lot of Africans lived in tribes. So, I mean, yeah, like the Indians used to be called negros, but that doesn't mean that they were Africans, and we still have Indians that exist now that haven't had any European like in the Amazons. There's a lot of Indians and they're dark skinned. You would consider, we would call them negros, but they're not Africans. They're not of your people. So
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, here as we see it again. As we see it again, black of or relating to any of the various population groups of especially African ancestry. So we can stop right there. I don't need to read the whole thing because if you are black, you are of African descent.
It's especially. That's why it uses that word
Yeah,
to differentiate.
especially African descent. So where else do black people
That's
come
telling you that
from?
they're
She
that's not of Africa.
wants to be a white woman. That's fine. You could
Huh?
go be a white woman. That's okay. We
What's
don't
up with the
care.
So
bullying, Don Dada?
Nobody's
so
getting bullied. I think that's the correct assessment. Because if you're not black, what do you like? What other
Proximity do I have to
what's
white?
your ethnicity?
Ethnicity is a construct, sir.
Okay, so what
so
is
is
it? What's your
time,
It's
so
ethnicity?
is
yeah.
race, so is everything's a
So it's
So
time.
construct.
it's language.
Like,
Language is
Language is
a
you're right.
social construct.
Language is a construct.
why do we choose to deflect from everything when having a conversation? Like, if you want to go be a lawyer, go try it out. I don't think you'll be successful. We're just trying to
Why
argue.
y'all bullying? Y'all anti.
Nobody. I'm the sweetest guy on the app.
So if I
Wait,
don't,
he's real
is this
sweet.
Mimi? Is this Mimi?
There's somebody with one follower.
Is she on this bullshit again, Mimi?
I don't know who
What the
Mimi
hell?
is. Man.
Oh, okay. You sound
Oh,
like
it's
something.
somebody. It's
Maybe it's
somebody we
not you.
know because she keep addressing me with familiarity.
Hey, I just
So
wanted to say, if you go, it's gonna drop some information. So if you go to Duke and you look up behind the veil, there's over 4,000 documents of interviews with people who existed during slavery. Interviews from like the 30s and the 40s that you can go listen to about slavery. People who actually lived it. These are documents, pictures, everything you want, everything. Right there behind the veil is what it calls a huge repository from Duke University. So if you're confused about your history, where you came from, or if you just want to know more information, I urge you go listen to these interviews, listen to their
And
voices.
indigenous people still exist too.
I'm not talking about indigenous people. I'm talking about African Americans,
Yeah, I'm just
black
saying
people.
because a lot of people claim to be indigenous or like
I think you're
to that.
confusing people on the panel. I think you're probably coming from a good place, but I
So
don't
is
think these
cornbread
people that you're
African
speaking with
American?
are
No,
going to
this
be
lady
Is
thinks she's
confused.
cornbread
Indian.
African American or what?
I just wanted
cornbread
to
is
drop
an
some information.
indigenous cornbread is an indigenous thing that we picked up.
They were lost in Soviet
Stop
pictures.
ask. Can y'all stop answering these stupid ass questions? Because that's the problem. We keep answering stupid questions and we don't get nowhere where we need to be. So stop
Yeah,
I'm
answering
yeah.
these
trying to.
dumb
I mean,
questions.
I've just learned I'm not black, so I'm because I eat
Well,
cornmeal. I
whole
like to
time,
fry my fish in cornbread.
whole
Do you eat
time,
spaghetti?
all these
Cornmeal.
deflections be to push back, like to like redirect the backdrop and the claim that they're here prior to colonialism. They try to push the burden of proof on us when asking us all these questions. When that's the corroborated consensus is that that's how black people get here. Y'all got a conspiracy theory that y'all can't articulate because it can't be substantiated. It can't be proven because it's a fallacy. Y'all making shit up, and it's based off an insecurity complex that y'all have that y'all shouldn't even have because your ancestors had to go through the brunt of it. Like what we got now is peace to it, but I don't know. Like I think it's really a lot of trauma from these people. I'm sensing a lot of hurt
Yeah.
when I hear their voices, and it seems like
It
people
is
just don't want to hear.
hurtful. It is to just
So so let's do something logical for a change. Stop asking all these dumbass questions, right? And let's start at the very beginning, 1492. Because if black people are here, and we say this all the time, if black people are here We have to go to a point before they start bringing in Africans. They start bringing in Africans around 1503. So we are under the illusion or disillusion or whatever that Africans and these indigenous niggas can be mixed up. So we need to go to a point in history before they start bringing Africans. This would be 1492. So can we start with some evidence of black people being here in 1492?
The word that you're using. If we're going to use
Right.
black, then
Black didn't
they're
exist in
not black. If you're going to
1492.
say black, then
Black
no.
So
absolutely
we doing the
They
same
weren't
existed
thing
called
we
then.
black
did.
until the
We did
Okay,
this.
so let's you
Black or
let's say
white did not
Negro.
exist.
Let's even say Negro, because Negro, black. What term do you want to agree upon?
They
sir, when
What
she brought up Negro to Terra, Negro to Guinea,
and we explained Negro de terra to you. This was in an
there
effort
was a
to sub.
differentiation, sir.
Yeah. The differentiation was that the people were not black. They were not Negro.
Exactly.
Because this was an effort to subjugate the people. These were people with long, stringy hair, and they were darker than white tea people, but they were not black people. So again, where is the evidence? And remember, this is not the United States of America where the Negro de Terra takes place. So once again, you're in the wrong place because the gentleman up here before was saying, well, Columbus never made it to the continental US. So where do y'all want to be? Let's agree upon a
They're not
geographical
black. We
Columbus
agree on
landed
that.
in the
ma'am,
Bahamas.
let's agree upon a geographical location and let's agree upon a term. And then
mm,
you show me black people being here prior to 1492.
yeah.
Not black.
So North
So that
America.
wouldn't.
So North America, right? That's the location. We agree on that, y'all. North America.
I
Yep.
agree. It don't matter
No.
to me what location.
1492 was the
1492 was what?
the Caribbean islands and South America.
We're
So
not
where do y'all
there.
want to be? Where do y'all want to claim black people were?
Saying black is African descent
Ma'am,
and y'all standing
I've
on that.
already asked you what verbiage do you want to go by?
Melanated people.
Everybody's melanated, so that means
Heavy, no,
that means
albinos.
humans. Everybody's
Albinos are
melanated.
melanin.
All humans have melanin.
Indians. Okay,
Olive olive colored people
let's
then.
talk about
Olive
Indians
colored
then.
people.
Yes, people with
We're
albinism have melanin. Their body
so
produce little to genetic defects, but yes, they have
Olive
melanin.
olive colored people.
olive colored people.
Wanted to use the word American Indian.
You want to use
So
olive?
American Indians and Native Americans are the same people.
No, because
No.
Alaskan
Okay. So
native, a
so
native could be an
ma'am, you
Alaskan
do
native.
realize, okay, so hold up. You do realize eventually you're gonna have to prove something. So right now, let's say you show me that American Indian and Native Americans are two distinct different groups.
There was only a handful of tribes who wanted to be called Native Americans. He never said they wanted to be. None of the five civilized tribes
Ma'am,
ever
are you
said,
gonna put something on the screen that shows that these are two
Yeah.
distinctive groups?
sir, it is. It's just the
Are you gonna
terminology.
show it?
I keep muted. Is it not open panel?
Are you gonna show that these are two distinctive groups?
Yes.
Um,
We just look at the
Okay, so let's
Alaskan
see it.
natives.
Let's see it.
Alaskan natives didn't become a part of the United
Ma'am,
States
are
until
you gonna talk us to
1950.
death? Or are you gonna show it?
Know what y'all want me to show?
Olive
Okay, so
colored
you don't have
people. He
anything to
wanted. He
show.
wanted to. Yeah. Look. Go ahead and pull up a source for us, Ancient. You haven't done it yet. You could please do it. This is probably my. Let me look at my tab. My 13th one I'm going over with y'all. Y'all won't concede though. But olive colored people refers to the individuals with a skin tone that has subtle greenish or yellowish. Yellow is referring to pheomelanin. It's two different types of melanin, but we're not going to get into it. A golden undertone common amongst many groups from the Mediterranean, so that's Southern Europe and North Africa, the Middle East and South Asia, and Latin America, as well as some with mixed European, Native American, and even some African, like the Melungeon people in Appalachia. It's a descriptor for skin's undertone, not just a shade. So that undertone Once again, when we say yellow, that's referring to pheomelanin. That's the other undertone for that is yellow and red. It's not talking about black people who have eumelanin, which is black and red undertone. So olive colored people is not talking about us, not you
What
Yeah,
either.
this is
what
olive skin
that's
tone.
one shade of olive. Olive comes in different shades.
This is
Yeah, we just
Spanish.
went over them. We just went over them. We
You
said
never mentioned
yellow,
the black one.
goldish. We said yellow, goldish, and greenish undertones. We went over it, brother. You can pull up a source too. It's y'all turn. We done did the most now. When are y'all
So
gonna
there's
switch up?
there's no black. Is there not a black olive?
Are you talking about the you talking about the
Exactly. If there's a black,
No, there's not. There's not no black olive. I'm not referring to complexion, which is
Black
what we're
just
talking
means
about. We're talking about complexion. We're talking about
so
essentially
basically,
people who can
so
capture a
basically, you're
tan.
saying
You're not gonna understand that. But this gonna be like this is the thing I like to do. I don't do these reoccurring pseudos. So y'all gonna have to do like ancient do and make a new page to come back because y'all people who are implorable, like I just gotta do what I gotta do with y'all. I can't just have y'all taking up space, wasting time with y'all. We done went through so many different things with you and you still remain remedial.
Hey, can I
So what are we
can
debating
I get the big
about?
screen? Can I get the big screen?
Can
So, because I didn't realize she only had one follower. So, this is from the Indian Museum.edu. All of the terms are acceptable. The consensus, however, is that whenever possible, native people prefer to be called by their specific tribal names. In the United States, Native American has been widely used, but is falling out of favor with some groups. And the terms American Indian or Indigenous American are preferred by many Native people. Native peoples often have individual preferences on how they would like to be addressed. When talking about Native groups or people, use the terminology that the members of the community use to describe themselves collectively. So, again, when you're talking about Native Americans, American Indians, and Indigenous Americans, we're talking about the same people, regardless of what names you
well, we
use.
can
So
talk
now
about the
any
tribes.
hold the fuck on. So anybody up here that can open their screen, because we know the ancient one cannot, can show me where these terms are not talking about different people. Because all three terms, and I'll say them again, Native American, American Indian, Indigenous American, are all talking about the same people. It's just a preference of which people, what people want to be called that are indigenous. They're not talking about black people. Now, anybody want to turn on their screen and show otherwise?
Third
I
time,
agree. I'm
third
just
time we
saying
went over that today.
when we speak about native, can we just stick to the tribe? Because Alaskan Native is a Native American too. That's all I'm saying.
You gonna be in a tribe in North America?
So that's still North America. Are we unsure of what North America is? Are we unsure of the geographical location
It's the region,
and
sir.
are we
You have
unsure
the
of what
Midwest Indians.
encompasses
Oh
is
my
the United States in North America? I think we're unsure of what North America is and what it
Canada
encompasses.
all the way down to Panama. Panama,
Yeah,
Costa Rica, Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Mexico, United States, Canada,
thank you. So
Bahamas,
I've never
Caribbean.
left North America when I say this, but
right. But there's regions where
there
these
is a
people
distinct
dwelt.
language difference
Nicaragua,
between how indigenous people of Canada refer to themselves opposed to the
Eskimos.
huh
I said some of them are Eskimos.
Inuits.
Oh, Inuits. Yeah, that's the
Inuits.
correct term.
So there's a distinct difference between, I mean, and even how they refer to their lives. Like we call them their lands. I'm sorry, the lands that not their lands, the lands that they've been relegated to. We call them what do we call them in the states? Shit, because they call them reserves. We call them reservations. That's what I was trying to say. We call them reservations, and in some cases they call them like reserves or preserves or something like that. But they're talking about the same thing. So there's a little linguistic difference between us and Canada, but yeah, we're talking about the same indigenous people. And when we're talking about the continental U.S., they're Native Americans, Indigenous Americans, or American Indians, all the same people, which are none are black unless they're Afro-Indigenous. I had to put that caveat
But
on that.
there was a time where they were reclassified and grouped in with black people, so they
Yeah,
would be
and
considered black.
no. So there have been they have. So this you will never find a case where black people are reclassified as Native Americans or American Indians. But if you go to YouTube and you pull up actual news conferences where Native Americans are talking about being reclassified as that, it will never be a black person, guarantee you that. It's always going to be an indigenous. So the fact that some of them were classified as Negroes don't mean that it happened in the reverse, because you don't see that.
All I'm saying is there was instances where American Indians were
Native
mistaken as
Americans, all the same people. Right. They're all the same people. There's
Uh,
no instance where a black person has been reclassified as Native American.
Hey, Red.
self-identify though. So there's no reclassification.
See how you move the goalpost again?
yeah.
We
She
shoot you
Red.
she
down
quick
on
with it.
one
She quick with
claim.
it. Yeah, you
You
gotta
we
watch
Red,
her.
shoot
real
we
quick.
shoot you down on one claim, and then you're quick to arise another.
That's the reason
Yo,
why
Red, real quick.
he keeps saying
I
ignorant.
know she only got one follower, but she can point us to a source and one of us can post it. So she's doing a lot of claims. She needs to
In
pull up
regard
something.
to what?
All the claims you making.
No,
So
I
you need to
think.
pull up
Oh yeah,
something.
she
So
could.
what did
She
I
could.
claim?
Well, no,
What did I
It
I
doesn't
claim?
think,
exist.
it's apparent in these lives that they like they want to ask the scholars the questions and they just don't know really just how to humbly do it. So they try to use it by coming up argumentative and like prove me this, prove me, and really we know that they're too lazy to do it on their own. So this is their way of asking us questions. None of them have shown any sources trying to convince us of the prompt. They've been trying to deflect it and try to talk about other things that they really just don't understand and comprehend. So I feel like I think we should just be frank. Listen, y'all want to ask questions, just ask questions. We got some knowledgeable people up on here, whether that's history, genealogy, archaeology, the DNA, however to really get y'all to understand it. Because like how you said, when you shifting the goalposts, we just want you to digest this information. You know what I'm saying? If that's what it's gonna be, like just we don't gotta just move so quick. Do we understand? That's why we're asking culture. Do you get it? And if not, we can try to let somebody else explain it. Maybe my
Can
approach
I
ain't
ask a
working.
question? Can I ask
Yeah,
a question?
there you go. Of course, that's what we're here for, brother.
Okay.
Ask
What
it to a
was the
specific
project?
person.
What
So
was the projects made for?
Oh
The
no.
project.
We want to add something relevant to this prompt. Like
It's relevant, sir, because if you notice in
no, it's not
1930s,
relevant. It's not relevant. I'm not
can I
gonna lie.
finish? Can I finish showing
No,
you where it's
no,
relevant? Because you
no,
know it was called the Indian Housing Act.
no,
That's why you
no.
don't want me to finish. You know
I
it
don't
was
want
called.
you to start. I don't want you to start because, like I said, I just know it's not relevant. We talk about the pre-colonial claim. That's what I want to make sure that we getting understood here. We
I'm trying to show you that the black man is
not,
indigenous to America.
yeah, but see, it's like how you say we can't go for black because black means of African descent. You know that, right? So now you
So
You're
the
have to
thing
you're
verify.
is,
you're
Now you have
using
to prove
you're using you're using a modern day definition of the.
dude,
That's what
that's
we're
why your
talking. But
profile
who are you
picture
talking
is
about?
so
That's
the
what
AI.
we
thing
was trying
is,
to get an
right?
understanding on. What's the definition that you want to use? Because you said
You
melanin.
guys
Everybody
don't.
got
Sir,
melanin.
the etymology of the word black has nothing to
We're
do
not
with it.
worried about the etymology when we know we're talking about the definition, right? So let's not try
The,
to
the,
conflate.
the etymology is the
No, it's not.
Even in the etymology, the thing is that they think we're not going to go there. Even in the etymology of the word, it's talking about Africans.
in the modern day sense, sir.
If you go to etymology online and pull up black, it'll still say African.
Make sure he
In the
knows what
in the
etymology is, though. Does he know what
Yeah,
etymology is?
I think it gets it, especially when it comes into words
exactly, I know what
like
etymology is.
Negro.
Etymology is
But
But so the thing is that you guys really don't want to get to the evidence of how
bro.
black people are not indigenous because you refute all the evidence, right? So when we say where are the human remains, that because y'all don't want to get into that, you guys want to go to ambiguous
The
I can
conversations,
projects.
show
or
people who look
you,
black, but you're
ma'am,
gonna say they're not
are
black.
you okay?
She
Are
not.
you all
She's
right?
Yes,
not
sir.
well. She's not
Yes,
Okay,
well.
sir.
so
Because
I know you
I
have
can
the
show
ability.
I'm
I know
trying.
you have the ability to hear,
I'm waiting.
which means you heard me speaking. So the thing is that you guys want to go to points in history where you can misconstrue the verbiage, right?
Indian Housing Act.
I prefer not going to points in history where you can say, "Oh, well, that word didn't mean this." I want to go to parts of education, science that cannot be misconstrued by human mistake. I want to go to human remains that prove that black people were here. Where are
Okay, but
the
can we talk about the people who look black but they aren't black?
no, because one
So that's
that's not going to keep
disingenuous. That's this panel.
you know why, because I know that's going to take us off of the continent of America. And this is why I say this, right? Because if I have to go to Alaska, I mean not Alaska, if I have to go to Australia to prove black people were in America, I'm in the wrong place. The reason y'all will
I
say,
didn't
"Oh
say
well,
Australia.
yeah," but
Oh,
there's going to be numerous places that you're going to name.
okay, but is
There or
Brazil
could
not
name. Ma'am,
America?
hold tight. If I have to go to Papua New Guinea, if I have to go
They both
to,
sit down
if
on
I
it.
have to go to the Fiji Islands, if I have to go to the Melanesia, if I have to go to India where they have some darker people, we don't disagree that there are darker people all over the earth. But this is the problem. You guys are conflating darkness and blackness. It's not the same thing. Yes, there are dark.
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
there
That's
are
your
Your
opinion.
darker
opinion.
people.
That's your
There,
opinion, Rick.
see how both of you guys just jumped off
That's
mic at the
the
same time.
definition. That's the definition. Once again, y'all. The definition of
That's
black
not the
is
oldest
of African.
definition. That's
That's
It
Well,
what
I
it
is
is.
got a
the
portrait.
definition.
When you're talking
I got
about
a
black,
portrait of a black
Stop.
man
when you're
being
talking
called
about
Indian
black
right
you
here.
people,
talking about a 20th
It
century
says it on your
definition,
sword.
sir.
check this out. Check this out. Okay, well, this is how you got to do. We got to understand how you explaining it. Because when we're talking about black, capital B, we're talking about the people. We're talking about people. This is a noun, and it refers to people of sub-Saharan African origins or descent. For the fourth time today, right? You don't have no definition for black people outside of that. Dark
So
skinned
who
people.
made it a noun? Who made it a
It
noun?
says the term black is
Look,
also
look
often
right here.
applied
It
to
says
persons
as
of
the
mixed
preferred.
black.
Who made it a noun,
I'm
sir?
going over it.
Today,
I'm literally going over it while you're repeating
These
yourself.
niggas
that's
is
not a
stupid.
historical
I'm literally
definition.
going over it while he's repeating himself. So, as the preferred designation, especially of North Americans of African origin, this is us, black gained acceptance in the 1960s, rapidly replacing Negro. So, this replaced the word Negro. All that shit that y'all talking right now, we already did this in the 60s. They said we didn't like Negro, we went with black. Black is beautiful campaign. I'm black and I'm proud. The Black Panther Party, Black Civil Rights, all this shit was black. Fist up.
James Brown started Black and I'm
But what
Proud,
about
and
the
he never
second
said it.
paragraph, host? Because you skipping over the second paragraph. It says the
No, we can talk about this other second paragraph. You're not Australian. You want to be Australian, you're not black. They spell the word differently for a distinction. They spell it BLAK. We're talking about black, capital BLACK. We can tell you when we was
sir.
colonized. Hold on,
You
listen. Does
being
this make sense? Does
disingenuous.
this make sense to you? Just common sense one right here. This is more y'all language, right? If we had got colonized by English speaking people first, don't you think we adopted their language first?
No.
We like we're like almost a whole century understanding these people, being having contact with these Europeans before they even encounter
Are
Australians.
you saying only Europeans are white tea now, sir?
White means European
Yeah,
descent.
no, they're
Yeah.
not only European.
I mean,
Yeah, you're
Well,
hold
right.
any
on.
You're
Wait,
right.
wait,
It's
You're
a
wait.
right.
lot.
Man, these people so slow, but they
So
talk.
so so wait. So wait a minute.
I got a
So
But
portrait of an Indian man right
there
here.
were other people.
why
There
we
were
deflect like
nobody
that?
care about your goddamn portrait.
Why y'all just
Niggas always with
got
these
y'all
damn
head so
pictures.
far up the white man?
So the thing is that when you're talking about white tea people, you are talking about Europeans. There have been other groups in the past that have been classified as white tea in lieu of an appropriate group. That's why we have the new emergence of a group called what's that shit? The way
Whitewash
they refer to
information
the
that
Middle
y'all
Eastern.
spewing.
Huh?
Yeah, he's referring to knowing history is white tea information.
Oh, we're talking about Middle Eastern.
They white. White
It was
teeth.
white. It was the first white people. They're the ones that identified as white before Northern Europeans.
Cause they named it something else. Don't change the.
So
Okay, yeah. I was talking about what's the new Middle Eastern category?
I don't know what you're referring to yet.
There's a new Middle Eastern category.
On the U.S. Census,
You talking about
Yeah.
Arabic?
There's a new Middle Eastern category. It's like
Is it for
people of
race?
middle, huh?
it's probably
Race?
Middle Eastern.
South
Yeah,
Asian?
but it's called something. I'll get it to you guys in a minute. But previously
MENA,
to that,
Middle Eastern, North African.
Oh, yeah, that's what you're talking
yeah,
about.
North African, Middle Eastern, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
MENA.
previous to that, they were classifying those people as white tea, even though they were not. So yeah, that is a caveat to white tea people being Europe. But they were only put in that category because they didn't fit into any other category, and they demanded a new category, which has been deemed what he just said, North African, Middle Eastern. But there's an acronym for it, and I'll get it in a few.
Called
But
MENA.
Yeah, that
MENA,
was
yeah,
it.
yes, MENA, and so outside of that, yes, Europeans come from Europe. White tea people come from Europe. Black
But
people,
black people come from Europe too, sir.
black people come from Africa.
You know,
Well,
Europe and Africa is nine
specifically
miles apart.
Sub-Sahara.
Yeah, yeah.
You know
You
that
keep
they're
saying
nine
that.
miles apart, sir.
Yeah,
You
you
know.
keep saying that. We know this. We know this in certain
Okay,
parts.
so it would
Yes.
be impossible for you to not be, but black.
What
No,
you mean it would be impossible?
Sub-Saharan
Black
Africa
Indigenous
is
people
to
are from
thousands of
Africa.
miles away.
Africa. Nobody said that black people never ventured out of Africa into Europe. That would be stupid to think that they did not. Nobody denied that, but black comes from Europe.
And yeah, and
Even
Yeah,
how
you're
close
right.
they are have
You're
nothing
right.
to do with
Black
each
come
other.
from Europe. You're
No, yeah, you know I said it backwards.
Yeah, like how close they are has nothing to do with the distinctions that's being made between these arbitrary borders.
Us, because when you
No,
look
because
at
you don't make them.
Turkey,
You don't make them up. You don't make them up. These white folks make them up.
oh me, okay, so you listen to everything white people
so
say.
this
This
is
is how
just
they're
why I didn't
defined.
want to
absolutely they
go.
do.
That's
Absolutely
just
they
why I
do.
didn't want to follow her reasoning
Well,
because
I'm
I
saying
knew
we
we were
gonna
going
make
to
shit
end
up just
up.
because we don't like the white people curated it.
So that's just why I didn't want to go down her reasoning because I knew we would end up outside of the Western Hemisphere. So once again,
Yeah.
where are the human remains? Because when on any of these hemispheres that you're talking about, we can pull up the oldest human remains and prove who are the indigenous
If you're
people
talking
there.
about black people from
Where
Only
are
Africa,
the human?
archaeological remains was Cheddar
Holy
Man.
shit!
then yeah,
Shut the fuck up.
Why
that
y'all
doesn't
gotta be
make them
rude?
European.
Why?
Just because
Because
they
you
look
are
Can we
being.
talk? Okay, let's talk about the
Imagine,
archaeological remains.
imagine
Hey, ma'am,
interrupting,
you cutting them
they
off.
keep
imagine
using that for
interrupting people and
being
then
from
ask
Europe
them
and
why they
Africa
respond
for
in a
food
rude
sources.
manner. So again, where are the human remains that prove that black people are indigenous to the hemisphere? And don't give me that. Well, they didn't go by black by then. I don't care what
May
you
I
call
speak?
them. Call them magically delicious Negroes if all I care. I don't care what you called them. Just show them being here prior to 1492.
Go.
Can you show me a
Time. No.
curator?
Time. Go. Not you. Not you. Ass. Don't flip it. Go.
Yeah, because he said that black people migrated out of Africa to Europe. Now you're gonna say that black Europeans aren't black? I'm just confused. You literally said black people migrated out of Africa to Europe, so that would make Cheddar Man black based off your logic. The only skeletal remains.
Okay.
They gonna answer the
Shut your
question or
dumb
not?
ass up. We're
That
back
lady
in
is
the continental
stupid.
US. You heard the question. Where is the evidence that black people were in the Americas? Culture Black, you want a shot because your ass can get dropped too, nigga.
It
Hold
don't
on, don't
matter.
drop her.
I just want you to show
Cause
me
I'm telling you,
where.
No,
I
I'm
gotta
not
get it
showing you
on.
anything. The burden of proof is on you. You niggas say
Proof
that
ain't on
black
me.
people was in.
You,
The burden of proof is on you. The world says what we say. We didn't condition you dumb niggas to think that we have to
Why y'all
show
gotta be
anything.
so mean
We
though,
don't
Dada?
have to
Your
No,
show.
platform.
I'm everybody know I'm nice. Don't even play that.
We don't have to show you anything because the world already says what we says. The world says that the transatlantic slave trade happened. The world says that black people come from Africa. We don't have to argue this because after we get off TikTok, the world still agrees with us. You are the guys that are on trial trying to fight for your indigenous dumb lives and trying to prove that you are from here. So the burden of proof is on you. So show us indigenous remains proving that black people were here, and I don't care what lingo you use, showing that black people were here prior to 1492. You dumb dingoes.
Okay, well, first of all, we don't have to show you anything. And secondly, and secondly, and secondly,
There you
This
go.
is
Being muted and
possibly the
dropped.
biggest
I don't
case
get
of the
it.
Hey,
21st
how do we
century,
know
and you
y'all
can't
never
prove
even
you
it.
gonna
just
try?
told me the European or the world. You
They
just
just try, bro. Coulter, just try. Give it a shot, bro. Just entertain us, bro. You've been
no,
on here
just
for
no. I
at
want
least.
I want y'all to
They doing the
Nah,
You're
bro.
same
being
thing.
We've been
They
showing
doing the
disingenuous
same
we've been
though.
thing when
showing
it
shit.
comes to
Yeah,
their
y'all being
Let
genealogy.
let some
disingenuous.
new people speak, like
It's the same thing when it comes to their
logic.
genealogy. They say we don't
why
have to
why
show
is
y'all
it that
nothing.
Bro, just answer the question, bro. Just give us something, bro. Just admit the
I'm trying
delusion.
to? Y'all keep muting me and
No, you said
interrupting
you
me.
don't got to. That's what you did when you came off mute. That's why they muted you.
But look, you saying that if you don't have Western Central African DNA, you're not black, based off your logic, right?
Who is these people y'all talking about then?
You said based off your logic, if you're not Western Central
Correct, correct. Now
African, you're
who is
not
these?
black.
Nobody
Correct.
Okay,
said
then so I
that.
don't have an
No,
argument then
no.
because
But
Nobody
who is
said
these?
that.
No, I'm saying yes. If you're not of sub-Saharan African descent or origins, you're not black. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you got to hear what she said. She said unless you have Western Central African DNA, you're not black. That's
isn't
not
that
what was said.
sub-Saharan? Yeah, but that's
Yeah, yeah,
according to
yeah. But
Don
there's
Dada,
other
that's what
parts.
Don Dada
You
is
just got
There's
to do
saying.
other
your DNA. You
parts.
just got to do your DNA.
No, Don
Culture.
Dada,
There's
you
other
just
parts
said
of some to
sub-Saharan. That's
South
Western Central Africa.
South Africans are black.
Okay, so
Central
do you agree
Africans
with
are
that, Don
black.
Dada?
The sub-Saharan
That
South
South
African.
Africans are black.
You trying to specify? Listen, if you do your DNA test, we
Wow.
know that's what it's gonna
A lot of them
come
are
up with.
colored.
They actually are black.
But yeah, everything south of the Sahara. That's why I
I
specified.
hate dumb people.
Where Coulter go? Coulter, don't leave yet. You need to come up on here. You trying to run when it's getting good. I'm gonna get you.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you
So yeah, I hear the little intricacies of what you try to say, and yes,
Oh,
Dendata is saying that black people come from uh, West and Central Africa, but they're not the only black people of Africa. He said sub-Saharan. So sub-Sahara is anything below the Sahara, right? And so South Africa is below the Sahara. East Africa, portions of it is below the Sahara. West Africa and Central Africa are below the Sahara. So all of those people would be black.
If those people migrated out of Africa to Europe, would those Europeans be African or black or European? What
Well,
would
if
they
they
be?
migrated out of Africa, they're not
Based off
indigenous.
your logic,
If
yeah.
they're migrated out of Africa, they're still Africans and not indigenous to
Okay, so is
Europe.
Cheddar Man
Ma'am,
black or
don't ask me a question
well y'all
and
have
then
Cheddar
talk
Man up
over
there.
it.
I'm talking about the prompt. It says only one is black. So I'm asking, is Cheddar Man black? Because I see he's up there. So is he black?
Is Cheddar
genetically,
Is
Man
Cheddar
black?
genetically, he's
Yes,
not black.
Cheddar Man black.
Yeah, he's not black.
Not
So
genetically,
he's
no.
not black, so he didn't migrate out of Africa to Europe?
his ancestor did.
His ancestor did, yeah.
So
Well,
it's
Okay,
like
homos
so
y'all,
though.
then
it's
I
like
guess
y'all, it's
I'm
like
not
y'all
black.
FBA say. It's like y'all FBA say. At one point, it gets to a point where you have to
Wait,
have
wait,
a ethnogenesis, where
wait.
you adapt to
How
these regions.
how are you comparing? What's the comparison between you and Cheddar Man?
We're talking about the
No, no,
prompt.
you used Cheddar Man,
We're
and then you
talking
said
about the prompt.
you no,
Based off
no,
of your logic.
ma'am. You used Cheddar Man
You
as the
try to fight
example.
so hard.
You used Cheddar Man as the example, and then when we said Cheddar Man was not black, and you said, well, by that logic, I'm not black either. What is the comparison between you and Cheddar Man?
Cheddar Man's from Britain. I'm British. My surname
Holy fucking shit!
surname is
You
Jones.
That's
have
what
If I
European.
well
Danny.
wait,
You
Danny
mean
was
because
right.
you have European admixture? That's
I'm
totally
confused.
different.
but if
Danny was right.
colonized, if Britain
Danny said
the
she
black
wanted to be from the Britain.
Hello, mate.
Jones not
Do the accent. Do
Jones
the
not
accent.
She wants to have a cup
it's
of tea.
Do you
I
think
bought my
having
water.
European admixture makes you like Cheddar Man?
we were talking about the colonization from
You brought it up. You said,
right. He brought
then
it up. He brought
you said, then I'm not black either if Cheddar Man is not. Then I asked you,
ancestors
what
are
is the
from the transatlantic slave
comparison?
trade.
What is the comparison between you and Cheddar Man? You think
They
because
must
you
look
have
the same.
European admixture, that makes you like Cheddar Man.
Said I'm British. I'm a Jones.
And she's a pain freak.
And you think Cheddar Man was
My
just
last
British?
name is Kennedy. What does that mean? Like, am I Scottish because my last
Are
name is
you? I
Kennedy?
mean, do you don't know the etymology or origin of your?
Nigga, I know my family, bro. We ain't no goddamn
Let
Scottish
me
or
tell
British
you how this
people.
is. Like that's why I don't
That
like
nigga's
following
crazy.
them down their little rabbit holes, because this is so stupid. Because one, your last name does not determine whom you are.
We
Because
were talking about the British, though. That's what we was talking.
so your last name does not mean that you are British.
About.
For
But
one,
Why
but
she
Don
got a
Dada was
I'm
talking about
trying
the.
to
Why
say
Mesopotamian
something here,
picture?
idiot. Just listen.
you calling women idiots? Black
Because
women idiots?
oh, don't make it a women thing. Because
No,
the
you're
But
dude
now
because
next to
you're
I'm a
me,
black.
woman though, a black woman. Why are you calling?
I would call a
She
black
It's a
tried to
man
put a
idiots.
black. She tried to
conversation,
put a
sir.
black
It's
card
just
down.
a.
That's not fair.
He
I,
said
I
it.
I,
If you're
He
not
said
I,
he
black,
classify
you
don't.
my
Hey,
British.
you
ancestors
know what? I
classified as
think you were
black.
the one that did that on the other panel, didn't
This
you?
lady's
Most of
trolling.
y'all aren't black. Cook some
I think
cornbread.
you
Let me
did that on the other panel. Hey,
see you
she
cook
did
some
that
beef
the other
jerky and
day.
some
Hold up,
collard
Big Dog.
greens.
Hold up.
Since you so black,
Because this clown is
get
not
on
gonna let
up
me
here,
speak.
black.
So yeah, I think she did that on another panel I was on. When I said something to her, she made it all about her being a woman, and the fucking sobs fell for it. But yeah, oh, you came at me because I was a woman. I called the black man next to you a fucking idiot. It don't make. I have no discrimination when it comes to fucking idiots. So the thing is that like your last name does not determine whom your lineage is, because there was a time of self-enumeration, which means people had the choice. Sometimes you could trace your last name back to the slave holder, or even some of your ancestors, but in some cases, a lot of cases, black people just chose a name. It doesn't have to necessarily relate to anything. That's what I was trying to tell you, but you don't let me get a word out, or anybody else get a word out.
Yeah. By her logic, I'm a Liberian Scotsman. Because my last name's Kennedy. Like, that has nothing to do with anything. Like, a lot of people got their names from missionaries. Like, there's all types of ways people got their
Was
names.
y'all done with
There's
her?
Okay,
people,
right. But Don
yeah.
Dot, I had a question for you because you have Cheddar Man up there. You were talking about we know that the Brits colonized Africans, right? They colonized the whole world. So is Cheddar Man not British? He's not the original Britain?
Hey, Don,
Technically,
I'm
he
about to
wasn't
switch out
British
for
because
Zion.
Britain
She
didn't
wanted to
exist
come
way
up a
back
Let me
then.
second.
let me just say, like, it
And
wasn't the
British didn't.
Brits
They didn't
who
exist
colonized
at that
Africa. It
time.
was the English.
British
Who
didn't
said
So
that?
like
Who
exist.
the
said that? That's a
Scottish,
good. They didn't
like the
call it. Yeah, they
Irish
didn't call
didn't
it Britain.
colonize.
Britain at that time. That's y'all logic right there.
Yeah, there's like different like countries. Like it wasn't all one country back then. So like the people who colonized were people from South Britain, or England, not the Scottish, not the Irish,
But
not
Cheddar
people
Man's
from
even
I
way
didn't
Wales.
say
before that.
Scottish or
Cheddar Man is
Irish. I
like
said
way
British.
before
I
that.
didn't say
You
But
you
that's
think they
what
would
makes
nothing
up
let
about
Cheddar
British.
Man
Scottish or
colonize
Irish.
Africa?
Oh,
I said
ancient. That's
British.
what makes up British. What makes up British is Irish, Scotland, Wales, and England.
But those
That's
No.
people were
what
not the
British
No,
ones who
is.
that's actually
colonized. It
not
was
the
one
case. But
specific group who did,
Like they
who
ruled
had
the
all
over
the
plan
land.
is the
political
British
and
have.
economic power, and
That's
it was the
that's
English.
Y'all all over the place.
Cheddar
I
Man
said
was
Cheddar
way
Man is
before
British.
any of those kingdoms.
Ask for
Cheddar Man was
correlation.
thousands of years before that.
Correlation. I said British.
Stop spreading
I think this lady
misinformation.
looks like
Got
Cheddar Man.
mutant.
So, so the
Jealous.
point, so the point of this is Cheddar Man is not black because black means to be of sub-Saharan African origin or descent. Cheddar Man ancestors have been in Europe for probably like 15,000 years at that point, because he around 10,000 years ago. So, yeah, the region where he's in, it has nothing to do. You talking about what his nationality would have been. That don't matter. We talking about what his ethnicity is, and I know it's hard for y'all to follow this conversation, but that's what we talking about when we talking about black people. We talking about the ethnic group. Right, or we talking about the racial group. Either one. When y'all talking about this pre-colonial contact, no sub-Saharan African has had contact with North America prior to colonialism, and that's what we trying to get y'all to prove. And like we seeing now, obviously Cheddar Man is not black, even though he has dark skin, even though he has straight hair. Right, so that means that all dark-skinned people are not black. Right, if you trying to associate yourself with being these people that was over here prior to colonialism, you can't do it with North America. No primary source does it.
So do black people play spades and fry fish,
See
or
what I'm
what's
talking about?
black?
We
So you
want
just
you.
got to
We
be
want you.
sub-Saharan African to be black? Is that?
What the fuck
We
is she
want you
talking
to
about?
try to articulate, however you want to, how your argument. What's your claim?
sir, because you
Did dark skinned people was over here? We already concede to that because we already know that these people have melanin, right? So are you trying to say that they were your descendants? Then you would have to prove that biologically, and you get to
sir,
do a DNA test.
I'm willing to agree that African Americans are from the slave trade. If that's if y'all came over here with black eyed peas and
We did it.
okra, the Gullah Geechee, that's what happened. But that's not everybody's story.
The
What's your
if
story?
is what
Articulate
gets
your
me.
story.
Cause she
I
ain't got
already
one.
told you who I am.
No, you
You
haven't
ain't
told
I
us
got
who
already
one.
you are.
told you
Clearly.
who I am.
No, you haven't told us
Yes,
who
we
you
did.
He's
are.
Literally.
Sargon of
Don't
Akkad,
have
guys.
one.
Look
Who
at his
are you,
profile
Don
picture.
Dada? Where
You
your
just don't want
family
to admit. You
from?
just don't want to admit
What's
to
your
to the
last
crazy.
name? I'm not gonna sit up here and
You just don't
Again,
want to
where's
want
admit
your
me to
to
origin
claim
story?
something
the
that I
delusion.
so you want
How'd your ancestors get over here?
random tribe?
What's your cosmogony? What's your creation story over here?
He
How'd
don't
your
got
people
one.
get here?
Your creation story. You believe in out of Africa.
Yeah, it's not a belief though. It's just
It is a
understanding
belief. It's
history. It's not a belief.
literally a theory.
It's a scientific theory that's proven with evidence, right? So, how we get to understand like your version? Like, what's your migration claim? We just want to hear it once from y'all because Cult of Black ran when it was his turn to get to it. And it seems like you ran out of deflections at this point because they've been pointing out every single time you're asked the question, you like to shift the goalpost. So we see it.
Give theories, but you gonna say
Give me a theory. I just want the
you gonna
people.
say they not black.
Yeah, give me the theory.
In what aspect of how people were here in America or out of America
Yeah, the
theory or
people you
what?
No,
talking
just give the
about.
whole
Yeah. Oh
thing.
yeah. Give me an out of
Give the whole
America theory.
thing.
Give me an out
She
of
wants to show you
America.
some
I just
pictures.
want the chat. I just want the chat to hear like how these people think.
Okay, this is just a theory though. Just like out of Africa is a theory.
But
But
does it
I
have
mean
evidence to back it, like
squash
the out of
is
Africa
it
theory?
is. There's
Okay.
evidence of squash being the most ancient crop cultivated by humans. Squash. There's nothing older than squash. Squash is coming from Mesoamerica. What else?
Who
Hold
cultivated
on.
it?
Are we talking about people? We talking about people. How are you correlating this to the black people that you supposed to be talking about, or the dark skinned people? Like,
You said that they weren't going to be blacks, or no? What were we talking
how are
about?
you?
Because
What are we talking about?
right, what are we talking about? Because we was
We're
talking about
not
the out
talking
of
about
Africa
vegetables. We're not
theory.
talking about.
You
We're not
talking
talking
about
about.
different species of vegetables. Like, give it up, please.
This is
Give us
Because
funny.
we were talking
give
about the
us
out of
your.
America theory.
He asked for your origin story, right? Your
What's your
creation
origin
story.
story? What a white tea
Oh,
person
I
said?
can tell you
You
mine.
come
Okay,
from
I'm
I can tell you
squash,
listening.
mine.
y'all. You come
I
I'm
from
can
squash.
listening.
actually write down mine. Can
We were
you?
talking about the out of America
And give
theory. You had to
evidence.
cultivate squash. It didn't grow naturally.
So
We were
how do your
talking about the
people?
most ancient crops on the planet.
How do your people come to be in America?
Right.
How did your people become in
No,
America?
no, no. It's on you for real.
Crazy. A question with a question. What going on? The girl can't even give no type of information about nothing. She
Because
just
the only
chatting.
readily available information is the out of Africa theory and the
If
out of
you
Asia
have an
theory.
origin story, what your people is telling you? What is your people telling you? You can say, "Oh, I have a theory." What is your people telling you? Not
I'm
what
just
you
trying to
think.
figure out the
What you
relevancy.
supposedly quote
That's what this
unquote
live is
know.
about.
What is it?
It's
That's
all
what
theories, man.
Well, you don't have no history. Your family ain't got no history. Your people ain't got no history.
I lost my backdrop.
Then you made up. All of it's a dream. It's a delusion. You need to go sit
Tell
down
us
and see
your
the lady
history
about
now.
it.
Can you
I
tell us
can.
your history?
I can definitely tell you my history.
I'm listening.
No. You first, because you was
I'm
up here first.
listening.
You was up here first.
Because
Yeah.
my surname doesn't link back to slavery.
Yeah,
So
certainly ain't got nothing to
Okay.
do with it. Yeah, I
Tell us
think.
that
do
history.
yours.
Yeah, I think it's over with.
Yes.
Ancient.
Do
I think
yours.
ancient. I think you've all but conceded today. You refuse to answer. You refuse to provide any sources. You asked us how many umpteenth questions, hundreds of questions. Um, yeah, I think it's over for you. I think we
Right, but
realize
y'all
that you
haven't
got
answered
a mental
anything either.
disorder.
What? Okay, so Don Dada, what's
Yeah, I think
your
I think we
creation
understand that you
story?
got a mental disorder. You know what I'm saying? We don't have a creation story. I subscribe to the science. I subscribe
So
to the
your
proof.
people came from the
That's the,
transatlantic.
that's when we're trying to figure out what's your story, though. And you won't ever tell us, and it's because it's
Asking
made up.
you because it's all
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking you because we already know our story. We already know the truth. Y'all pushing back on corroborated consensus, on objective history, you have no counter argument to do so. You have no counter evidence to do so. And we find out that y'all just delusional. It's like how she said it's an escape. Y'all trying to escape from reality because of some type of trauma that you won't divulge to us. That's really what I be want to talk about. I be want to find out who hurt you. You know what I'm saying? That's really what I want to know.
Lost African mind syndrome.
I want to know what your
I
childhood
believe,
trauma is like. I be
I
want to
believe
dig
you.
That's
into
what
them. I be
Hey,
want to Yana
Don,
Van Zant, yeah.
Don, I
That's
knew you
a
were finna send
inferiority
her the
complex for a
pseudo.
lot of people.
Hold on, Ash. I knew you were sending her the pseudo hell, so I just went ahead and did it for you, though.
Thank you.
Just want to let you
You
know
know
that
it.
I was the one that was the one
Nah,
with you,
you know I
bud.
was gonna do it. I had to, but I need to double check still
Yeah,
because I
I was getting sick of her. Her voice and the stupidity was just getting on my nerves. It was too much. I couldn't do it no more.
I think you did it though. Let me see, because she would have been at the top. Yeah, man. That's why I say I'm not doing it, and it's good though because like either they're gonna have to make these little fake pages to come up and just show us how important we are, or and how much they struggling with their dissonance by having to come to these rooms, or I'm just gonna recycle them. Like I said, so many pseudos in the sea, But I think for the most part, people get to hear the psychosis and how it sounds. And these are the people that they got aligned with, whether that's Coulter hearing somebody like, man, hold on, man. Like, I'm hoping the crazies get to see, like, oh, she a little bit more crazy than me. Like, I ain't that far. I ain't that slow. Like, I get that part. You know what I'm saying? That's really what we do it for ultimately because we can't save them. Not all of them. And that's not the point. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the follow, y'all. It's like the live. We still got good time. We got, I'll probably hang out. A minute, man. We rocking out. Just let's get a push back in the algorithm. See if we can get some counter arguments. Get some new guests up on here. Because, like I say, man, I'm recycling the ass. I'm not gonna do that recurring shit with these people. So yeah, Daddy already knew what time it was. She blocked him.
I'll drop down if you need a box, bro.
Yeah. If we got somebody to come up, then yeah, we can definitely do that. If they see they can see it open, they can come up there. So.
All right.
And I'm just
Yeah.
realizing how much power grandmas have. That's what I'm realizing.
And they
But
cherry picking
Like
that.
a
their
ton of
grandpa
power.
never said.
That's crazy.
Well, why they never hear from their grandpa? Why is it always a grandma?
because they
Always.
went to
That don't
TikTok
be nobody
University.
else. Yeah.
Yo, I've had like dozens of black teachers and a handful of black history teachers. None of them subscribe to this. Like it's only people on TikTok, and it's funny.
Yeah, I heard about this from Dan Calloway on YouTube like years ago. That was really the first encounter with it. But other than that, I don't hear this. I hear it in real life every now and then. It's starting to be like a lot more common, but I think because of TikTok, it's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like that was a thing before,
It's because
these
the
social media
algorithm pushes
platforms.
it. I've
Yeah.
had a few
And
coworkers who like, and like a
yep.
girlfriend
Yep.
who believes in like the Israelites because sometimes they sound smart. Like they can pull up facts, but like it's all fake news. The stuff they be pulling up.
Yeah.
That's really the main part is to sound like you smart, like to drop like, oh nigga, she had nigga to terror. Let me drop this like we haven't been through it 100 times. Like and it's just messed up because it's based in pseudo. But I like what she said when she said Zan said they scary. I think the main reason why I say that's so fitting is how them being scary. I think now Danny said that they were scary is because most of this is driven by a desire to fit in. You don't want to go against the grain. You don't want to cross reference. You just want to go off the actions, the beliefs, the trends of others, and all this is led by emotions. Y'all scared to go against the popular consensus and the misinformation. And I understand like I talk about it all the time how this has been out for like decades. And but we're in the information age, and a lot of people that's emotionally attached to this shit, they gonna feel that kind of way. They gonna crash out. They're not gonna be able to regulate their emotions. And that's why I say like for our side, what I've started to do is like not be as argumentative with them, so we can show you like, okay, yes, obviously I'm dealing with a child mind, so I got to be the bigger person. That's how I look at this shit. Like when Red was explaining it to Cult to Black, I was like, Red, you talking to him like he a sixth grader. You gotta go fourth grade. You gotta go third grade with these people sometimes. That's how I really genuinely look at it. Like I know it sounds condescending, but I'm like, that's the only way we're gonna be able to get through to these people, or at least like show the people that we giving our best efforts.
Yeah.
The problem is people not understanding that Black people had different identifiers in history. So they were called Indian, they were called Moors, they were called Ethiopians, especially people in sub-Saharan Africa. Uh, and what else was they called?
It was called
Just
Indians
mainly those
in
three.
sub-Saharan Africa.
You said what?
You said they was called Indians in sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah.
I never heard that one.
What
But black
source?
people
Yeah,
was
I don't
called
think that's true.
Indians too because they was in America.
No, they only called the Native Americans Indians because they thought it was India when they landed here.
No, they did
Because
not only
Spain,
call Native Americans Indians.
What source? What
wait,
source?
what?
What source you? What's you sourcing that
We
from?
got one. We got another one.
History.
No, what source in history?
What history?
What source?
This nigga was trying to
You
fly
got
under the
medieval
radar.
geographers,
So you're not
and then
finna
you
you don't you're
have
not finna name an
you have
Arthur. I'm looking for an Arthur in a book.
an author in the book.
That's where you would have had to get that
I
from,
can, I
right?
can I can get that for you.
Yeah,
But
because it sounded
also
like it
you
sounded like you
have
was referring to a specific primary source.
yeah. And then you also have like them calling
But you
black
wasn't
people
though.
Indians in Europe.
They didn't call black people
There
Indians.
wasn't no. You finna find you finna go get the primary source for that for the they was calling sub-Saharan Africans Indians.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Let me know what that source is.
It's gonna be TikTok.
Like this is one of them right here. This is a black man.
What source?
And he's an
But
Indian.
what source is that? That's a picture, sweetheart. We're talking about what type
He
of
went to
documentation.
Go get your
the
GED.
academy at Vienna. Oh, you
No, no,
can't see the
no,
whole thing,
no,
but
no,
it's
sweetheart,
at the
sweetheart.
right. It says
What? Listen,
Indiana.
listen closely,
So
please, please, and thank you.
the
Listen
source
closely.
is
Go ahead. Where's the source coming from?
anyway, as I was saying, that
I'm
it's
trying to
from
help
the
you out,
book
cause showing us a
where they
picture book
have
ain't
all
gonna
the
do it.
classmates at. course, he was
Well. You know,
Not
educated
the picture book.
in
Giving us a
Germany
picture book ain't no
at
darn
Vienna
source. You
University.
talking about it instead of us actually
I'm trying to tell you what the
giving us the
source
link.
is, and you keep cutting me off.
So now you mad?
You want
You
a
could have just
link?
said that
Is
from
that
the
what you
beginning.
want? You want a link?
Want a
Is
link?
that
okay.
what
Can
you
I say
want?
something?
Yeah,
Okay,
give us
so
a link.
what?
Are you
Specify
talking
that
about
next
the
Mm-hmm.
time. I'm
West
talking about the
So
Indies?
source.
where are you getting
Yeah,
Stop
this
cutting me
this
give us a
off,
picture
link.
from?
rude ass
Is what we're
bitch.
saying.
Give us a link. Your mama
God
hoe.
damn.
Give us a link. Give us a link.
Oh,
Why you gotta call
he
out
got
a
real. You
name
got
though,
You want
mad.
the
He
bro?
got
link?
very
Give us
That's
a
all you
mad.
link.
have to
You the
say.
first. You the first
Give
person
us
to
a
use
link.
that
Nigga, she
word
cut me
today.
off.
Up yours.
Stop being a little bitch and give us the link. You wanna call me a bitch? We can
He
do it too,
doesn't
moo moo.
understand that the West
What's
He
Indies
up?
got
was in the
real mad.
Caribbeans, and the English brought slaves there. So
Yeah, he got
he's
a
pulling
picture
up
of a
like a
dude
photo
with a
from the
messed up
West
hairline
Indies,
and stuff.
which is in
Trying to
the
be sweet with that
Caribbean.
dummy.
That's not
Crazy.
in Africa.
So hold on real quick, because I gotta let him know in real time. You know, I do gotta block you, so you got to make a backup account to follow me now. So you now got to go to pseudo hell
Wait, why did we block him?
because he was disrespectful. Don't nobody get to cuss none of the ladies
Oh
out.
yeah, I looked at his page and he has a bunch of AI generated like Moors, and they're all like pitch black people. And I'm like, Moors don't look that way. You can go to Casablanca, Morocco, and they don't, they're a different ethnic people. The Sahara Desert to go all the way down to West Africa is over 1,000 miles. And I mean, if you ever ran a mile, like that's a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's no
my
primary
sister
source where
friend is from
sub-Saharan.
Morocco.
I just want to go over that part. There's no primary source where sub-Saharan Africans was ever called Indians in Africa. He making stuff up. That's why I
Yeah,
was like, source this shit up. I'm not going to be able to freestyle
you know
that.
what he said? He said it says Indies, and so he's talking about the West Indies, which is in the Americas.
No, he said
The
they was called
Caribbean.
Indians.
He
He
said
Yeah,
said
in the
Indies.
Caribbean.
I'm like, yeah, nah.
Like they're not. Yeah, they weren't called Indians. Like Christopher Columbus landed here because the Spanish crown wanted to find like a new trade route to India so they can trade spices. That's so that's why they called the Native Americans
Yeah, they did.
Indians.
They didn't. It's a picture of the map they used. They didn't even know America existed. He thought that he was going to
Yeah.
be able to take the back way, and go into India with the map they used. I think it's the Ptolemy. I can probably put it up. Um, yeah, they didn't know America existed. It was literally an accident, and them Them being already geographically adapted to Europe and everything that came with their evolution up there, they definitely infringed.
Yeah, this guy five. He said black people were in North America before Europeans and Asians. That's, I mean, how?
Even if that
So,
was the
so can
case,
I
there's
pose
no
a few
evidence.
questions?
Like, why didn't they colonize America?
Yeah. Go ahead, T.
So,
Oh,
one
that's
of the questions I have is like about the presence of black people in Europe around the 1600s. Does anybody have any in-depth knowledge about the black inhabitants of the European continent of the 1600s?
there are no black inhabitants in the 1600s.
You're saying there were no black inhabitants in
Yeah,
Europe in the 1600s?
So they weren't the people of that land. Those people came to that area, right?
they came to
Through
the area.
indentured servitude, through slavery as well, and contract work. So they
Okay,
weren't they
okay,
weren't there like naturally. They were not there.
okay, for sure, for sure. So, but they were there.
They were there, but they weren't
They show
traditionally
up
present.
and they show up in script pertaining to it.
Okay, all right, around 1600. That's before
They were
the
actually there a little
United
bit earlier
States
than the
was formed, right?
1600s. No,
Yeah,
so
no, no, no.
sweetheart,
I'm starting with the 1600s. I'm starting just from there.
okay.
We
So
we
the
ain't gotta
16
move the
1600s,
goalposts.
there were
Yeah,
already colonies in America. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the
yeah, there
part
were
I'm talking about.
colonies,
I'm
but
not
the
moving the
United
goalposts.
States wasn't formed, right?
The US wasn't nothing until about
70,
1776. What are we
76.
talking about?
Okay,
What are
okay.
we
Just
talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
1300s.
It's not an argument. I'm just going over the facts. It ain't nothing to argue or get an attitude about. I'm just
No,
asking questions.
I don't have a
Well, he's
attitude
having
and
an
I'm not
attitude.
arguing
You
about
got a
anything.
real condescending tone.
I
Like,
don't.
He does have a
yeah.
concept.
Cuz I can definitely do that.
Okay, so we got the presence of black people in Europe in the 1600s, right? America wasn't formed until the 1700s. Could we say that some of those black people in Europe could have come from Europe over to the Americas?
No.
No, no. Some proof of that.
You want to know why? Because they weren't naturally occurring in Europe, which we stated.
So like Esther Benico and all them, even though that was prior to the dates that I gave, these were black people that were traveling with the people that came up out of Europe. They have no credence or credibility at all.
Did you not hear what I said? They don't have any starting point in Europe. So these are not people of that land, right? They came from Africa prior to the 1600s, right? Where you see them in documentation. Exactly.
Yeah,
So
if they're
that's
selling it, if they're selling to America with the white people, I don't see an issue with that. I don't know what
Okay,
we're getting at.
okay. So
these
they wouldn't have came from like Africa if they were born in Europe.
Jesus Christ.
So I was born like my parents, like if somebody moves from Africa to somewhere, they're still from Africa, bro. Even if they
I
have
get
kids
that. I
here.
get that. I'm not arguing that point. Yeah, like I would never say that.
So what are you trying to say?
I'm not of African descent, but like I wasn't born in Africa. You feel
Yeah,
what I'm
You are
saying?
of
I
African.
feel you. Yeah.
You are of African descent. Yes, you are.
Yeah, yeah.
I just
So
wanted to
like,
come up and address the misinformation because Sanj said that there was no black people in Europe, but the Venus sculptures 30,000 years ago show different, man.
Those people are not indigenous to that
From
area.
30,000 years ago?
Like I stated, they're not.
Do you have a source to
Even
prove that?
back then, they weren't.
Do you know how
There
long
was no
that is?
misinformation, and the name is Zange. Y'all say it like you're French. Pretend like you're French. It's Zange.
Somebody pretending like they French.
Jesus
If you
Christ.
have a French
So
surname, you're not French.
so what was the claim?
What are
If
you
you don't
talking
have
about?
French customs, you're not French.
Gal, what is you talking about? I talking about my name. What you mean? I say saying my name like you're French.
Okay, ma'am. So black people are indigenous to Europe,
They're not.
and the Venus
Unless you can prove
sculptures
it.
can show that.
Unless you can prove it
Because
with
you
actual
Venus
sources and not picture
Europe.
books. You can put
I
it
mean,
up.
when did
Venus sculptures.
photography
I
didn't
mean,
exist until the late 1800s, ma'am? So
can
it's
Right.
you
only
show
So
the
so
depictions
pictures?
and
you
What you
saying
talking
that they
sculptures.
were
about?
there What
Yes.
sculptures, what pictures,
Venus
what in,
sculptures.
what information can you pull up for us to show us that?
Let's see.
Yeah, is this what we finna do? Liquor ship now?
Right.
That's what it sounds like. Shit,
Or
like
interpretation of what black people look like.
I mean,
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna
most
go into
Europeans didn't know what a
sculptures
black person looked like in the 1600s. Like they
even
had
before then.
zoos, so they would all
These
go and be like, "Wow,
these people were already up in Africa, up in certain parts of Africa around the times that she talking. So I confuse.
what the
What?
heck?"
Well, these are
Oh
sculptures
my
from
god,
Europe, found in Europe, man. No, I'm
that
just
wasn't
asking, are
found.
these white? Because
So
we're going off of artifacts, right? Or no?
so because
Hey,
they
not gonna
got
lie,
a
not gonna
big
lie.
booty and some big titties, that
I'll
means
tap
they
that.
black. Is that what you're trying to
No, I'm
say?
saying, are they white tea though?
We don't know what they is, but they not us.
I
Like,
want
what
you
is
to
you talking
actually
Wait, you
about,
think
They
that's
girl?
not
you?
click
you.
on the
Wait, I
information.
want to see
Click
what
on
you
the
look like.
information. Click on the information so that we can get some more information about the sculptures instead of doing a picture book.
I think one of them is a Shera. I think a Shera got a statue like this, or one of them Mesopotamian deities. But you can see it right there, Venus. Like most of them things is gonna be in that Levant region. Um, so
Yeah, like the cults
what
back
she
then
just
make statues and stuff to the gods
what she just did is yeah, pretty much say that they, the depiction of them makes them black. This is the
because
this is the
they
level of scholarship they
picked
got.
thick
Okay, because
equals
y'all
black.
only consider people that's from the slave trade black.
No,
nobody ever
That's
read that
no
a
one said
definition.
that.
okay, okay. Yeah, because that's the thing. That's why I brought up the Black Europeans, and just based off of, I don't really have any hard references
No
outside
such
of
thing.
chat
Who's the
chat.
black Europeans?
Um,
What's their name? What's their ethnic group name?
um, I don't know how I'm not seeing how they're specifically defined. All it says is that they were there, and there's records of people like Christopher Cabervert, Susanna Peeves, even in Europe, Anton Wilhelm Amo. He might be like a more familiar name, but it doesn't say how these people were identified, but it does say the slave trade negatively impacted their statuses in these countries. So I just thought that was like, a point that is kind of missed
Yeah,
when
I
we
don't see
talk
the
about this.
relevance. Not gonna lie.
Okay,
What you
okay.
I
got?
just wanted to add this one source. So this is a African, because you said you got to be African to be black. So this is an African Roman emperor.
Nobody said that.
So
Nobody said
y'all
that.
have
And
said it several times
a lot of the
because
Are you
Romans,
showing a
Venge said
picture
there was
from
no
somebody from Carthage? She's showing a picture from somebody
no
from
there.
Carthage, right?
So
Yeah, it look
photography
like
didn't
so.
exist until
that looks like a
1800s.
European guy.
But all you have to do is go ahead and look up the information because of course they're gonna put a whitewashed version, but it clearly says African Roman Empire, province of Africa.
Roman Empire. Who
So
ran the Roman
what are you
Empire?
saying? What are you saying? Well, how do you understand that?
As far as what?
Well, so it says Lucius
It
Septimus
was the
Severus was. It says he was a Roman emperor, right? He was born in Libya, in a Roman province of Africa.
Go to Libya and go see what
How do
the
you
dynasty
understand
looks
that?
like.
How do you comprehend that?
sir. There's plenty of African presence in the Roman Empire. Are you not familiar with the Roman
I mean,
Empire?
yeah, there was probably black
Are you
individuals in the Roman Empire, but that doesn't mean that guy that you're showing was black.
So if you have African descent, you're not black.
so? Hold on. What
What?
He
was it?
doesn't
What
have
was?
African
So
descent
let's
though.
show that he
Hold on.
has African descent. One
You're
second.
forgetting. You're forgetting. It's sub-Saharan Africa. Where is Libya, ma'am? So you keep on forgetting it. That's why we say it so many times. Pull the sources up multiple times. Sub-Saharan African origins or descent. Where is Libya, ma'am? Where is the Roman provinces in Africa? Where are they at? They're not in. Why are we over trying to oversimplify this? If you don't understand it, just ask the question. You don't got to try to sound like you're right. Do you want me to pull up the definition? Pull up the definition for black.
Roman Empire, several African descent people who ruled Rome. They have African descent. So what are you talking about? You said in order for you to be black, you have to have African descent.
I said
Brother.
sub-Saharan African, and it says he was a Roman emperor in Libya. Libya is not in sub-Saharan Africa. Do you want me to pull up the same source that I pulled up
So
three
now
times
you're
already?
saying that you have to specifically be from sub-Saharan Africa
I've
to
said
be
that. Listen, I
black.
gotta go back. I'm going back to last June to get this source. I'm not just now saying
It
this. The
says he
definition has
was
always
mixed
been the
with
same.
Italian and Punic. So like it's for example, you're African American, but you know, you're not an indigenous American. You're not a part of one of these tribes in the Amazons, you know?
The same thing that was highlighted earlier: sub-Saharan African origin or descent. Sub-Saharan. Now, I ask you again: where is Libya? Okay. Okay.
Just showed because, and then you go to the second paragraph. It says the term black is often applied to persons of mixed black or other ancestry. So why do you keep skipping over that?
I'm not
But
skipping
he
over
wasn't
nothing.
mixed
You,
with
I
them.
read this whole thing for you.
And it clearly says that the term black is often applied to persons of mixed or black ancestry. Sorry.
But what you just
Okay,
put
you're
up
not.
said he was mixed with
You're
Italian and
not.
Punic.
Comprehension skills is in the trash. Literally.
Like
You said there were
trauma.
no black people in Europe. So do you
There
want to
weren't
debate that, Sanj?
they weren't native to Europe.
He
None of
said
them
So
they're
lived
not
on
explain the
indigenous to
Venus
continental
Europe.
Europe.
sculptures. Okay, so explain the Venus sculptures
Who
because
said that?
So
Who
they
said
go
the
that
back
Venus
sculpture is black?
30,000
sculptures,
years.
you
Before we leave the
you've
Venus
never even
sculpture,
explained how that made them black. You never even explained that. You skipped right over that to the Romans.
So they're not. So they would that build is not black.
Not all
Who is
black
it
women
then?
got big booty.
You seen? I seen
So
some
who
white people
build
with
was
big
that?
booties.
So who build is that
It's
then? Who
some
build
thick
is
look.
that?
Hey, it's some white girls that got cheeks, man. Stop
Oh yeah,
playing.
y'all corny.
You
No,
corny. You brought
you're
it up.
delusional. You're delusional.
Little
You're
freaky
sitting here
self.
White
talking
tea
about
people.
art. You're bringing it as art, right? These are the same people that used to come into Africa and see black people, African people, all the time, right? Timbuktu was a thing, right? The people used to come there,
Timbuktu.
right?
Is it in Mali?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
capital. Well, one of the capitals in Mali, in the
Okay,
Mali
I
Empire.
took an African history class in high school, so
It,
Timbuktu. So a lot of people think it's a fake place.
Yeah. They use it as a
he
joke when
probably
it was
one of
really
them.
a real library and university.
I'm gonna
Like
go
it's
to
crazy.
Timbuktu.
so
Y'all
just
don't
because they
understand.
thick don't mean nothing.
Yeah,
Just
this
because
thick
their
white
name is
people.
African don't mean that they're black. What else she been saying, y'all?
I can't even take her seriously because the Venus thing just took me out. I want to laugh
Venus.
so hard.
I
Like
love
she
that.
What are
said,
you
like
not
they fit.
understanding about Venus? You saying those are white tea people?
Probably, most likely, they was made by white tea. Are you saying that all white tea people don't got booty? Like there's some thick white girls out here. Like, what are you trying to say?
Are you
Oh, they,
serious?
yeah,
White tea
I'm
people are
serious.
naturally voluptuous. Like,
Yeah, they can
are
be
you
naturally
serious?
the
that
voluptuous. That
like that
not all
shit.
black people are naturally
Wow.
voluptuous. Like
Hey, I've seen some
y'all
black
act
girls
like
with no ass.
we got the monopoly on having big noses, big booties, and muscles. Like the other people got them features too. Then you seen them Italian women. Some of them Italian women thick.
Hercules had to be black.
Yeah, Hercules had to be black because he got muscles. Like, what does that mean? Like, y'all
You
sound
can't
weird
just
as
come
hell.
to a conclusion. You can't just come to a conclusion with sculptures like that. It's like y'all talk about the Olmec. Like you can't come just because it look a certain type of way doesn't mean you can assume that they were black people.
There's skinny black people
Right.
too.
And
Skinny
then when they
black
Because
look
people
black
white,
people
exist.
have to have sub-Saharan descent.
and then when they look
Right.
white, oh, you know they had to make them look white.
Yeah, they made them look white.
And we
So
talking
why do
about
y'all
raw
call all
materials.
black Americans black? Why do y'all call all Americans black then? That look
What?
like they
We don't
may possibly have sub-Saharan.
nobody calls all Americans black.
I'm not
Nobody
black.
does that.
Yes, y'all do.
Nobody does
Anybody
that.
who looks like you may think they look black, you assume they're African American.
Let me ask you a real question to get to the bottom of this. Why you
Oh,
don't want to be black? Like, that's what it sounds like. Why you
I want
don't
that's
want to
what
No,
be
yeah,
I
that's
black?
what
came
I
up
want to hear.
here. I came up here because Don Dada had the prompt and he said black Americans are more African than European and American Indian.
I
But
never had
you
no
only
prompt
named
like
a
that.
handful. No, that's what you said. You were like, black people are mainly African. You're more African than you're European and American Indian.
Yeah, that's why you black.
But what
That
food?
would
I
have to be the
mean,
requirement.
so that small, those small percentage of people make up what who black is. Watermelon and
The
black eyed peas
small.
make up who's
There you
black.
go, right
And
here.
again,
You
you don't know
sound racist
nothing.
as hell. You
Oh, this
keep
the
bringing up
same. This
hella
the same girl from
stereotypes.
before. This the same girl from before. So
Yeah.
you
She's
don't
saying hella
understand what black
stereotypes.
is. You don't
She
know what
talking
black
about
No,
black
is. You
eyed
I
don't know
don't
what
think
peas.
y'all
culture
know what
is,
black is because cornbread is not from African people. So a
ma'am.
lot of
It's
black
You
not.
don't got
people
me
eat
You're
surprised.
right.
cornbread, but that's
You're
not from
right.
African people or the slave
You're
trade.
talking about some cultural things,
Why
right?
are you
We are
talking
talking
about
Yes,
about the race.
stereotypes and
yes,
We are not
cultural
talking about
right,
culture. We're talking about race, right? Do
right.
you
So
know the
if you're saying
difference
that a person is
between
not,
race, ethnicity, and
it's all
nationality? Do you know it?
constructs, ma'am. It's all
Do you
constructs. You can
time is a
self-identify in
construct,
this
money is
country,
a
ma'am.
construct,
You can
all of it is
self-identify,
a
and I can
construct.
identify as white T. What's your point?
Well,
I
do
mean, you
that.
go ahead and do
do
that.
Do
that.
Go
that
on,
and
do
see how
Go
that.
far you
ahead.
can get.
I
So
Be
my
mean,
free.
point
that's what you
is,
want to do.
Be free.
Don
They still
Dada,
sell bleach out there.
you're saying that a person that's not
Like what?
80% sub-Saharan
I
African
never
is
said
black,
no.
and
I
I
never
don't
said
agree with
no
that.
number. I never said no number.
You said majority, and okay, but y'all brought up watermelon. Watermelon is not from sub-Saharan Africa.
You keep on
I
staying
think
on
it is.
Black
It
watermelon.
people
actually
eat
did.
that,
It
but
Watermelon
actually is
but
from
actually
but
is from
black
Africa.
that.
people eat
But it actually
watermelon
is.
But
though.
we are.
It
I'm not
actually
even
is from
sure
Africa.
why
I
is
think
like why are you bringing up foods? Like, how does that negate
culture.
like
Yeah.
anything
She
that has to do with
sounds
the
racist,
ancestry?
like
I
against
mean, what
black
culture, Kimmy,
people.
do you have that's predominantly African? Because that
No,
was
All
the
of
but
it.
conversation.
no, but
All
what
of
I'm
Kimmy's
saying
culture.
is, how does that negate like who's of African descent? I don't understand.
Be African descent, but why shame somebody for embracing their other origins as well?
It's
And
not.
and
It's not
how
They're
can
about
one
you tell
percent.
embracing
somebody that
folklore.
there's something just because they look like something?
They're
If a
1%.
person
That's
can't
not how
prove
that
it,
works, ma'am. It's based off
right?
of
But there was a girl who
ancestry.
came up here and could prove she was African. Everybody doesn't have that. So if you don't have that, you're not black. If you can't prove
You
that you
don't
have
have.
Yeah,
African,
you're not
You
black.
don't. If everybody
You're not
doesn't
gonna be
have
black.
right?
that.
But y'all eat cornbread though. Why are you eating
But
cornbread?
what does
That's
cornbread
not
have?
That
African.
that
That's
kind
slave
of
It's not
trade.
like what does that have
What
to do with
the
Turkey is
hell?
this
This
not.
is
Y'all
ancestry?
eat
racist.
smoked turkey because that's
does
how
this
y'all
girl. Do
sound.
you not know
No, like
This
smoking something
why are
motherfucker.
like
you using
food
culture
wise
as
is
a
a thing? Is a
primary?
cultural
He
thing?
is a
It
hurt
doesn't matter
baby.
what you practice culturally. If a black person is born and raised in China and is adapting to that culture, that doesn't make them not black anymore. So I'm
Facts.
not understanding why are we using like culture as
Because
Yeah.
a
black is
primary.
just not being 75 sub-Saharan African.
It really
So,
is.
so what would it be then, ma'am? I'm not understanding that. That's kind of weird talking
People who
because
identify as black within the social construct.
okay,
It's
So
people
It's
who
a
identify
race.
within that social construct.
It
That's
doesn't
who
well
is
matter
then
if you
black.
racial goes
identify
all as
or
black
not.
then. You can be black
You
as long
can
as you
majority
say
paint
of
you
people.
yourself
are.
green and say you're a green person. If your black ass is
Right.
black, you still black. What is you
Ma'am,
talking about? You
He don't know
Well,
what
crazy.
race
I'm
is.
whitey. Where's
Right,
my
but that's what I'm
benefit?
saying. Y'all calling
Where's my
somebody black
privilege?
because of how they look. How
No,
do
it's
you know they're
not. It's
No,
not
%?
No,
it's
off.
it's
not.
It's
not based
not
off
just off of a
lookership.
look.
It's not.
But
Jesus
how do
Christ.
you know a person is 80% sub-Saharan African? How you know they're not from somewhere else in Africa? How do you know they're
being
When
that
you
just
take a
sub-Saharan
DNA test,
African?
when you take a DNA test, that's how
being
you
Even,
come
that
up with those
but that's for
results.
entertainment purposes, though. You
No, it's
can't
no,
use
it's
that
not.
in
not.
a court of
No,
law.
no, no, no.
They
You
The
say
cannot
reason
that
use
why
that
it's
in a
done
saying
for
court of law,
entertainment
ma'am.
Who
purposes,
you been
because
listening
there's
to?
no one
Yep,
there
yep.
to supervise the administration of the test. That's
How
why it
you not?
cannot be used in the court of law.
Do
That
you work?
doesn't make the
Ooh.
results any less legitimate. This is still based in legitimate science.
hey, if you
Facts.
In
do a
what aspect?
robbery,
Where
What do you
can
mean
you take
legitimate
that
and what?
DNA test to solidify your
Do you
blackness?
realize? Do you realize that
Can you
African
tell me an
Americans?
official
Do you realize
business,
that African
official
Americans
building,
in
ma'am?
particular have made some of the most like viable contributions to DNA research?
Right. She don't know that.
Ma'am, my
She don't know
question
that.
to you is where can you take an ancestry test and it solidifies you being black?
Oh,
Where? Can you tell
easily.
me the name of
What
the
do you
building
mean?
or the,
What do you mean where?
because it's for entertainment purposes, ma'am. It
No.
holds
It's
no weight
not.
in a
No,
court of
this that
law.
is
It
legal
doesn't.
wording. They use that
okay,
wording
so
to avoid lawsuit said,
If
can
it
I be
holds
used in a
no
court
way in
of
the court of
law?
law, how about you do some robberies with me? But I'm not gonna go in the bank. You do the robberies, you leave your
But
DNA, your fingerprints all over, and give me the money. Since it holds no way in the court of law, you do
but
that
here's
for
my
me.
Thinking about
but
the
here's my
ancestry
but
test
here's
that
my
tells
question
you
to
you're
you
from
though.
sub-Saharan
But it's still
Africa.
DNA
But
test. What you
Like,
mean?
Y'all
DNA
the
is
same people
real.
that
what
just
makes it
said black
not
people eat
legitimate?
watermelon. Watermelon is not from sub-Saharan African.
It
So
First
actually
why
of
y'all
is.
all,
over here
First of all,
saying
watermelon
second of
is
watermelon,
from
all,
black
what does that
Africa.
people
have to
eat
do with
Yes,
anything?
it is.
watermelon?
Do you know what
Because you don't make
sub-Saharan? Wait a
sense.
second. Do
I
you know
think she a
where
troll.
sub-Saharan Africa is? Like, you
You
keep
don't.
talking about it like it's some small region. Like, do you understand that's the majority of the continent?
Fact.
Ma'am,
She
I
don't.
do know that Africa is not from sub-Saharan, watermelon is not from sub-Saharan
It
Africa.
actually did.
I
where's
do
your
know
So
that,
where's
mama?
ma'am.
it from
Definitely
Where's your
then?
mama?
Pretendian.
It's definitely from there, but
It's
okay.
not from
You
So
sub-Saharan
know,
so
I
Africa.
so
Where
we
is
swear,
it
so we
from?
already
You're
went
going
so
to
we
tell
already
us,
went
or you're
over
just
this
going
with
to
you
keep
earlier.
repeating yourself?
Where it's from three different places in Africa, but the way it got to America was through West Africa, sub-Saharan West Africa. So I don't even know. I don't even understand why that's your point. Like you want to talk about culture, do you want to talk about fruits and vegetables, but you never want to talk about biology. Like, what is your ethnic admixture makeup?
You're going off of 23andMe ancestry, the same test that can be
Nah, I'm
used
asking
if
you a
I'm
straight. I'm asking you a
he
direct
asked you a
question.
okay. But
question.
if I'm sick, why can't I use that test to prove my blood type? And why
So
can't I use that
you
test to
already done did
prove
your DNA
to
test
figure
then.
out my sir?
Because
I'm
it
asking you a
has
It
to.
might
question.
too, and I'm
Nah,
gonna
If
you
I'm
Because
answer
there
sick,
deflecting.
is
You
why?
deflecting
no
from the question I'm
law,
asking.
there's nobody
You
Because
of
you
sound
brought up
like you done already
biology.
did
status
your
to
DNA test.
supervise the administration of the test. If you take
Okay,
that
but my
test
question is,
if you take that test in the comfort of your home, how is anyone there to prove that you are the one that took the test?
exactly,
That is why it
Exactly.
cannot be
exactly,
used in the court of law. If you get a
exactly.
job, no, listen, you're not understanding. If you get a
You're not
job
getting it.
now and you have to take a drug test, you can't take a P test in the comfort of your home. You're going to take that at the facility where somebody can supervise you and make sure that you are the one who is taking the test and that you're not trying to cheat the test. That is why you cannot use these in the court of law. You take these in the comfort of your
And why
home.
can't I use it to find out if I have sickle cell or if
You
I need
can
some sort of
actually.
med?
You
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 can.
can. It's
can't,
just
Yes,
not
ma'am. No,
you
you
administrated.
can.
can't.
Like
You
it's
can.
Now, Kimmy,
self-administrated.
you
If
being
you bring,
disingenuous,
if
Kimmy.
what do you,
You
I
being
can show you my
disingenuous,
results
Kimmy.
right now. What are you
You,
talking
I'm not
about?
worried about your results. You can't use that
You
test
don't
and
like
take it to a
results.
doctor and say, "Hey, I'm sub-Saharan
Because the
African."
doctor is not the one that supervised the administration of the
You're not.
test.
You're
Are
not
Now I
you
making any
not
wonder if
sense at
she's
all.
understanding
sick because
that
she kept
that's
What
saying that
can you
why?
use
somebody
the
was sick.
test for? Okay, I'm gonna just
Easy
land my plane.
citizenship.
Kimmy, what can you use?
Citizenship.
It
I can go.
is.
I
Entertain.
can go to Sierra Leone right now. Citizenship. I can
You
go to Nigeria right now. Citizenship. What are we talking about?
hold on. Let me answer
Can
this
I
question real
ask him
quick.
another
Ma'am,
You
they
can
have their
wait a
own
second.
test
Wait a
that they
second.
use.
Wait a second. You can
Hey,
hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. You can use a test for quite a few things. One of the biggest things that you can use a test for is your DNA matches, and that's very important because even though just because you might say that your grandmother says this person is your father or your grandfather, when you take the DNA test, you might see that that person is really not your grandfather. So
yep.
it's very important in that whole aspect. And to me, honestly, that's the most important thing when it comes to these DNA tests. Can they tell you your ethnicity? It's not so accurate on that. The most accurate that it is,
piece? Let
though,
somebody
is
give
on
me
a
the wisdom.
continental level.
Right.
All right.
And
So
and
it can tell
logic.
you certain things.
Right. And logic. Right. And that's
Yeah,
why we have paternal and maternal haplogroups on these DNA tests. Like the
exactly.
E1B1A haplogroup, that only takes you back to Africa. If you're
Right.
of
And this,
E1B1A, that means your father had to be it. Your father's
and,
father had to be it, and so on and so forth.
and listen, this is why I tell people so much. If you are a true genealogist for your family, you would take a DNA test because there's plenty of people in your family that you think is your family, but they're not your family. And I'm not even talking about recent family. I'm talking about people that's down the line. You
I
might think
mean,
this person is your ancestor, but they might not be your ancestor.
I mean,
So you're
how?
saying this person is full blood Chickasaw. Okay, that person might not even be your ancestor. You don't know until you take the test
As a matter of
to
fact,
verify.
logic. What could really stop me from just claiming you as my blood brother?
Nothing.
What do you mean?
I'm saying, how would logic, if you made $1 million and you were gonna give us all your, what could stop me right now from claiming you as my blood brother? Just cause.
That DNA.
Yeah, DNA. Nah, that's
And
about it.
that seems to be it. Literally
Yep.
nothing else.
Yep.
Outside of that, if you don't want to take your DNA test, nigga, I'll just claim you as my blood brother right this second.
Exactly.
Literally.
Same as an ancestry tester.
Yeah, what you're
So
doing,
Yes.
is you're conflating like these 23andMe's and the ancestry DNAs with like accredited like lab DNA tests. You're like what you're doing is you're emphasizing the entertainment purposes only with them not being credible. And stop doing that because you know what you're doing.
So is the
And
And
if
when
I
Bible
it
could
says
say,
just
entertainment
the
purposes
Incredible.
only,
truth? It's just the truth.
and if I could say again, question, Chief Fine ish, uh, you and I both know who the small hats are, don't we?
Yeah.
You and I both know that those people are, for lack of better words, faking the funk about who they really are, and that those are truly Europeans and not no Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of an odd thing to me that those people didn't take the time to be cool with one, like 23andMe
or my African ancestry or something. Nah, they had to ban all DNA tests. So my thing is, if those people who I would get on this page right now, you could say 10 racial slurs about black people right now. The host won't get one restriction at all. We are all afraid of saying that J word. Those people own our banks. And they really couldn't get that DNA test manipulated for their benefit. That shows me that DNA test shit, it stands up to any fucking buddy. It stands up to anybody. It don't care who you is. It's big and bad and tough with any nigga. It
Yeah, you
steps
got to
to
stop.
any fucking buddy.
Y'all really got to stop using that entertainment purposes only. Like
For
that's
entertainment purposes.
it's really
It
not.
really is. It
I
can't
just
pinpoint
explained.
you to a specific
So,
region
so
in
I'm.
Africa.
I
Do you
just explained what you can
understand
use it for.
why in fine print certain rhetoric is used? Like from a legal perspective, do you understand why they use that rhetoric? Like that's not
If you
literal.
gotta do
That's
all
not
that,
literal. They
obviously
put
you're
that
not
in
being
there
genuine. If you gotta
for
put stuff
legal
right,
purposes.
but why? Why? If everything is
Because
checking
I
out and
feel like I
everything is
explained it like
accurate,
5 times, but you're just
but I'm
acting like
saying
you
if it's
can't
science,
understand.
you shouldn't need to put no fine
It's
print.
science, but
Science is
somebody has to
science.
supervise the test, ma'am. Like I think I just explained. Did anybody else hear me explain that like
Yeah,
5
there's
times?
no administrator from the
Loud and clear.
department that to like watch over you take the test. That's why.
How do we know that that study that said
Because nigga, you
African
sent them the
Americans are
DNA.
80%?
So
But right,
you wouldn't trust
but
yourself to
Don
take your own
Dada pulled
test?
up something. Don Dada pulled up something and said that African Americans are 80% based off of a study. How do we know that those?
It's a control. Do you know what a control is? They have a controlled panel of people by these scientists, right? That are supervised, right? To come up with the research. Controlled panels. But you don't
Weren't
understand
supervised,
that.
ma'am. I read that they test 5,000 people with at home kits. They did not supervise that study. That study that y'all like to say at Black Americans is 75%. That was not a controlled study, ma'am. Those people took those tests at
It was
home
not
and they sent them
controlled.
in.
So
It was
even
not
No,
if
it
they
was
take
not.
them
controlled.
at home, do you
No,
think
it
that
was not, ma'am.
Oh, you got where your source? Where your source at?
Uh,
they're all just
I'll
conveniently
grab it.
getting
I'll
their
grab it.
they're all just conveniently getting their African friend to take the test to produce those results because they want to push what narrative? Like, I mean, I just
And
don't understand.
and
Why?
and at that, right? Literally, I mean, unless you're ready to deny the transatlantic slave trade, I mean,
Just Captain.
All
what?
the evidence
What are
in the
we
world.
saying?
There's all the
Um,
evidence in the world about the transatlantic slave trade that's still around. And
Like,
these people will
you,
see it,
that's
touch it.
why I don't even if you quote unquote identify as indigenous, hey, fine. But
plus,
but the average
plus, I,
African American is of African descent at a 70 to
Hey,
80% clip. So
real quick. I
what
want
we
to ask a
doing?
Plus,
question.
I know plenty of people
I
who
need to ask
actually
a
are
question.
from Africa who took the
Hey,
test, and their test came
hello.
exactly back like what they really are. So, I
I'm
mean,
at work, so
And
I need
I'll
to
do
ask
you
this
one better,
question.
Logic.
I don't know what you're saying.
Because I'll do you one better, right?
Yep.
Jesus.
Mhm.
Can I ask this question, please? My question is, if the DNA test does not work, how do we know that our baby daddies is our baby daddies?
Oh no, Danny,
Same here.
because literally literally the DNA test for your race is based off the paternity test.
So
This
I'm
is
trying
based
to
off the
figure.
same
So that's
science.
the question y'all need to ask her when she come back. So does the paternity test, is the paternity test real
I guess
or
not.
not?
I guess not. Not anymore. Shocking new discovery.
This test is only real when it tells you what you want to hear.
Hmm.
that's what I'm saying. Like, cats know, like, so I tell you, man, we are some of us are some just got weird over the years. You're questioning everything. Do you want me to question where you work at, what the work that you do? Nah, you're probably a professional at what you do. So respect science.
Now, I do believe questioning things is a good thing, but
Yeah,
comprehending what you're reading is where they lack and fall down on their face every time.
Well, yeah, there you go, Zon. I'm glad you corrected that for me.
But yeah,
That's what I really wanted to say. That's the absolute thing.
and
It's like
still, yeah.
we're breaking it down to you, and you want to continue to question it. Like, okay, what do you really want?
Because they have an agenda. It's not about like it's not like they don't know. It's like I'm saying they have an agenda. They don't want to be African. It would be different if like it was genuine like ignorance, but it's like forced ignorance. They literally don't want to be something. They have a political agenda. That's what I'm saying. A lot of the problem with this is that they have a political agenda towards history. They don't want to be seen as like they were on the losing side of history because they think that black people are losers, African people are losers, and they want to be black Europeans or a mythical race of Indians, which I don't even know why you want to claim Indian if you don't want to be a loser in history, quote unquote, because they didn't, I mean, by their logic, they didn't win either.
And here's the thing: as well as we're not going to change your mind, you're not going to change our mind because our minds is going to be to us because we do the research. We're going to respect the science. We're going to respect the biology. We're
Yep.
going to respect the history. If y'all want to have this, oh well, I feel, I guess. Well, how about this? Go to another, go to a live and
I
do that.
mean,
You know what I'm
I'm,
saying? Now, if you want to question something because you may not understand, I get it. We can have that conversation regardless you don't agree with it or not. But this whole notion that, oh, it says entertainment purposes only. Well, read the fine print. Well, why? The lady literally gave you the breakdown of that.
and literally, we already got too many foods here in the Americas that literally have African
Ain't
origins,
trying
like
to
Look,
tell you.
we
okra.
I'm
this
telling you now.
this yesterday we all ate black eyed peas and collard greens. Where does that stem from, ladies and gentlemen?
Ooh, I don't know. I think it starts with an A, bro.
Um,
Uh,
Antarctica. Is it
nah, it
Antarctica?
can't be that.
Mm.
I don't know. Is it,
Augustine,
nah. Amsterdam.
Augusta. No, I think it's Augusta.
Oh, what about the rice? Where did the rice come from? You know, on
Nah,
the
the
East
rice had
Coast.
to come from Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, not
No, I
Africa.
think that was the Andaman Islands, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Couldn't be no Africa. Hell. Huh.
and my thing is this: Danny has did her DNA. I did my DNA. You know, I've met family. There were when I did my DNA. There are family members that I haven't seen in a while. Because why? They took the DNA test that I haven't seen in minutes. Like I typed my person up, yo, you remember me? They were like, yo, the last time I saw you, you were a little kid. He said the only reason I didn't respond to you because I saw your picture. I'm like, who's this dude? He said, but when I looked through your thing, I saw the little kid picture. And I was like, I remember this kid. He didn't even the person didn't even recognize me. But because he did his DNA, his ancestry, I did mine, we were connected.
And you know something, if I could add, right? Because I'm Liberian. My dad literally told me about an oral history of the tribe I come from, the Dan Yakuba. They migrated from Sudan in Northeast Africa to go to West Africa, right? At first, I thought it was cat. And then I realized most of the West African tribes have that same story. And then I look up, wait, where does the E1B1A haplogroup migrate from? And who would have guessed? Northeast Africa.
It's more of like Western
Northeast
Sudan.
Africa is not Western Central Africa. See,
See,
this is
now
my
she want to
thing.
talk. No, no,
One
no.
minute y'all
We
say
talking
that
about
y'all from the
ancient
slave trade.
again. We
Wait,
talking about
bro,
ancient
this is two
migration, not
different two people.
five, 600
We're not
years ago.
talking
We
about the
talking about
slave trade.
Ain't
thousands,
right,
millions.
Sanj. Like
You
thousands of
crazy?
years
But
ago.
what do that have to do with you, to Chase? What do that have to do with you if you came from the slave trade?
Did you not hear? He didn't come from the.
We
Well,
didn't come from the
I'm gonna leave
slave
it
trade.
alone.
Well,
I'm
I'm
not even gonna tell you.
Liberian with an
We're
Irish
Liberian,
last
bro.
name, so I'm Liberian
Okay,
with
so
a
y'all are continental Africans.
Well, yeah, but I was born in America, so
Okay, so
and
you're African.
and I'm
The slave
Liberian with
trade
a
still impacted.
and I'm
you're
Liberian
African too. You're just in denial, my friend.
right, and I'm Liberian with an Irish last name, so
Yeah,
Y'all
we
like,
oh,
okay,
bro,
let me ask
I got
Don
a
Dada
Scottish last
something.
name.
Don
I'm
Dada,
Kennedy.
let's
What's
say
your
the
last
slave
name,
trade
bro?
did happen.
What's
Why
your
do
last name,
Don
Chase?
Dada, why do you think that
Mahon,
it's okay for
Mahn.
Africans, for continental Africans to go around saying, oh, we sold you. You are African descent. Because the only way,
What?
according to y'all, a black American will have African descent is through the slave trade, right?
Wait,
So
so
why
first
do
of
what
all,
so
not
why
all the
is it
tribes
okay to
sold
go
slaves.
around? No, but I'm saying, why is it okay to go around telling people, oh, you African because you was
Oh,
a
she
slave? Because that's
hurt.
all you're doing.
I don't
That's all you're
care.
How
doing.
Well,
many
So
Africans have
Don
you ever
Dada,
met?
why is
I don't
that
How
care
okay?
what
many
you
You don't
say.
think
Hold
that that's
Africans
on,
have
bro.
you met?
anti-black?
No,
Nobody
How
You
many
bro.
Don
said
Dada,
that.
you don't
Africans
think
have
that's
you met?
anti-black?
No,
First of
Chief.
all, it's just naming a historical fact. Second of
Right.
all, not all the tribes sold slaves. My people didn't even
Facts.
really sell slaves like that. Third of all, they were
That's not
victims
all.
of the slave trade, though. So a lot of African Americans do descend from the Pele and Alama tribes in Liberia. But
Yep.
not, yeah, like when you guys say that, no, we're just stating the fact that it happened, and not everybody sold slaves. We're not saying it to demean you. We're just
Right, but
stating the
why are you
fact.
talking about you African too? You don't know what I am. You don't know nothing about me.
You
I
So
know,
mean,
what is
you're
this
okay.
that
right,
y'all gotta
I
go
guess in
yourself
that
trying
way.
to
black.
want everybody to be African so
You
bad?
Hold
called
on.
I
You
don't
want
yourself
me to
care
be a
what
black
part
you
of the
if you're
are.
slave
not
trade and then
Let me.
what?
Well,
if
Chief,
you're
Like,
let
is
not
me.
it
black.
like, is this some type of psychological thing where y'all
Well,
gotta go around telling people, oh, you're
No.
African, you
hold
were a
on.
slave? Like,
Well,
what
If
Chief.
kick do y'all get out
Chief.
of it
if
You
though?
Okay.
you
don't,
are
Okay.
not
What's
because
the
black,
look,
tea? Like,
if
ooh, I
what's
got
so
to the
good
bottom
about
of
it?
it, Zanj. I got to the bottom of it. They feel because there's some their ancestors were slaves that makes them inferior in the present. That's why
When
they
did
don't
you
want to
hear
claim this
anybody
shit.
say that?
That's what
When
you.
did you hear
That's
any?
what you're basically
No, my
implying.
thing is,
Like
if the
what's
slave
like it
trade
happened.
happened, if the
It
slave trade
happened.
happened
Yeah.
like y'all saying that it happened, why would you go around
y'all
pointing
saying
and
We
telling
don't go
somebody,
around
"Oh,
saying
you're
that though.
African
You're
because you were
denying
part of
it.
the slave trade"?
Chief.
How's that politically
Hold
correct?
on, Chief. If I could
What
now, if I could
political
say, hold
correctness
on,
is true?
Pell. If
I
I
don't
could
care.
say, hold on, Chief. If I could say, right. The fact of the matter is, there is no way for people. There is no documented history of people from Africa, Asia, Europe, even Australia meeting up with indigenous Americans or ever going to the Americas prior to 1492. So, with that said, if you are of majority African DNA and you've been here for hundreds of years, the only explanation that would suffice is through that slave trade.
Yep.
Whether I like it, whether I hate it, whether I despise it or love it, that is a fact.
Yeah, that's just a fact. We're not
Now,
saying
now,
that
now,
that makes you inferior or superior or nothing, or we're just saying it happened.
yeah,
There's
right now,
I'm
clearly
now,
it's
I'm
not a
if
good
you
thing,
not
but it
I'm
happened.
right now, if
I'm
you're
really
not
curious.
now, if you're not of African descent nor a black woman, then fine, you're indigenous to America. But then that means you're not black.
Yep.
Simple fact of the matter.
Yep.
I'm really curious to know exactly like
My
why.
thing, see, that's my thing. But if you didn't grow up playing spades and double dutching and eating cornbread, you're not black
Bro,
to me.
what?
So
Hey,
who?
time
Why
out.
do
Well,
Then
y'all
ma'am,
get to
she
tell
double.
somebody
She
who's
going back
black?
to culture
well,
now.
ma'am, do you
Because how
under
do y'all get
Chief? Do you understand that you
somebody who's
just
black though? When half
okay?
of y'all
Okay,
not really black.
but Chief, do you understand what you just did? Right?
No,
You
how are
said,
you black though?
hold on, Chief,
What makes you
Chief.
black?
This okay?
We're of
What
sub-Saharan
makes
African descent.
right, and what makes people black is the fact that throughout history, there's only been one black man and woman on the face of the earth, and they have been of African descent, like the Ethiopian land of the burnt faces, or Kemet, the black land, Sudan, the land of the black, even recently to Negro land. And what you did just now was say you're not black because you didn't
No,
grow.
you just said if you're not from the transatlantic slave trade
Hold on.
because you don't have the information that there were
Hold
people
on,
of
Chief,
African
Chief.
descent that traveled to the states. You
Chief,
don't
if
have the
I can, Chief,
readily
if I
available
can finish,
information. So
please.
you're
Chief,
saying
may I
that if you're
finish?
not a part of the transatlantic
Chief,
slave, no,
may
because
I
you're wrong and
finish?
your information
Chief,
is
may I
flawed.
finish, please? So, as I was saying, right? Like I was saying before, historically speaking, the black man and woman have always been known to be of African descent. And there's no African tribe, West, Central, North, East, or South, that will tell you, hey, my tribe has an oral history of us coming to the Americas prior to Columbus. Not one of them will tell you that story. And with that said, right, the only way for you,
What people? No, wait 1 second, Chase. What group of people said they don't have any history of coming to the Americas? What group of people?
not Africans,
All of them. All of them.
What
not
Africans? What specific
Chief,
Africans?
I'm
Every
saying
last one.
no Africans have a history of coming to the Americas prior to 1492,
Yeah, it
unless
would
I'm
have been in
correct.
our
But what
oral
about
history
people
if that
with
happened.
African descent? What about people with African descent?
Girl,
Chief,
You're
who
saying people with African descent didn't come to America until the slave trade. So you saying that Africans,
no.
you're
Yo,
claiming
Not
yo,
until
yo.
Africans to be
What do you
advanced.
think
1492.
African descent means?
People from the continent of Africa. Y'all trying to say African only means
Exactly.
sub-Saharan Africa, and I don't agree with that.
Okay, fine, but
It's
let
not
me.
whether or
Which
not you
Okay,
agree. It's just
Africans,
a
tell
hold
us
on,
fact.
which
but
Africans
again,
came to the Americas then? If it's not sub-Saharan Africans, which Africans have history in the Americas prior to 1492? Established settlements,
it.
not anecdotal instances where one person might have made it there. I'm talking about
I
established
mean,
populations. Please show us.
Kemi, I'll even take one.
Africans
I'll
are
take
from
one too.
Africa. Africans are from Africa.
But
But
Right,
if
but
we're talking about people
no,
of
I asked
African
you a
descent
question.
traveling
No, but this
throughout
is
the
what you
planet,
keep
are
doing.
y'all
You
saying
keep
that that
just
never happened?
raising. Why do you keep
a-
raising up points, and then when someone responds, you want to just jump to something
Because
else?
okay,
No.
Kimmy, because this is my biggest thing. Don Dada and
But you
Chase is
asked
trying
a
to make it seem
question.
like
Why
if
don't you
you
want
didn't
to
come
walk
from the
down the line of
transatlantic slave trade,
logic?
let me land. They're trying to make it seem like if you didn't come from the transatlantic slave trade, you're not black. But in my opinion, there's a lot of things that people from the Americas do that make you black that people that
But
come from the transatlantic
ma'am,
slave trade don't do, and that
you
Africans
just
don't
asked a
do.
question. Let's walk down the line of
The
reasoning.
fuck is
Do
she
you
talking
want to answer
about?
to
She
your
is
question, or are you
crazy.
just going to keep firing off questions
I
and not
think she's
accepting any
mentally
answer?
ill. And I hate to
You
use that
y'all gotta
term,
keep
but
trying to throw shade and insult. You
well,
It's
do
let
not
me.
know
even
All
a
right, so
matter
TikTok
of
let
don't
me.
I'm
allow
not
that on
even
their
insulted.
platform,
I just
right?
think that's
Okay, well
Okay,
TikTok doesn't
you're
allow that.
asking
So I don't know why
questions.
you keep trying to throw shade and
But
bully,
you're
but
asking
TikTok doesn't
That is
allow
all right.
not
bullying and
So
well.
But
harassment.
That's
never
a good.
mind
That's a
that.
good
Never mind
observation.
that. It's like you're just looking for any reason to not like actually get to the answer. You're asking
Y'all
questions.
getting frustrated because it's a
No, I'm
debate.
not
I'm
getting
not supposed to
Okay,
agree with
frustrated.
what you're
You asked a
saying. Y'all
all
don't
question.
right.
Let's
understand how a
So
debate
okay.
works. You're
So
not
what we're
supposed to
This
going
is
agree
to
with
not
the
a
do
person's
is
debate.
we're going
saying.
to
it's
answer
not a
the
It is
debate.
a
It's
question.
just
debate.
you're
We're going
No,
to
it's
wrong.
answer
not.
your
You're
It
just
question.
is a
You're not going
wrong.
to
debate.
keep
It's not.
evading the question.
Like, yes, it is.
No,
It's a
you're not going to keep
debate.
All right, I'm
pivoting.
It
gonna
You're
is,
going
drop
to
but
keep
out,
it's
y'all
not a
pivoting. You're
done,
not
y'all.
going
debate.
to
I
keep
think I
evading
got
the
down.
question.
so
You
all right.
answer.
Wrong
You
person.
asked a
She's
question.
ashamed of slavery. Just say it. Just admit you're ashamed of slavery. Just say that. Like
I
So
mean,
you
you
look
said
down on
it
your
and you asked.
ancestors and you're
all
ashamed
right.
of
But
that.
I want
Hey,
to
so
answer her
Chief.
questions. I
Yeah.
Yeah.
actually want to answer her questions, but it's like if
Hey,
she's going to keep pivoting
Chief.
and just evading any attempt to walk down a line of reasoning, like why
Chief.
are we
Yeah, she's
here?
I
not
would love to have a
reasonable.
conversation with Kimmy Don Dada, if that's okay. So I would like to have a conversation with Kimmy.
Y'all
Oh yeah, that's
always do
perfect.
I mean,
this.
that's
Like
fine.
whatever.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna drop off.
I want to make sure
All
I
right,
understand
y'all.
your question.
All right.
You're asking, or well, it seems like you're more so telling us that there were Africans in the Americas prior to 1492, correct? Whether they were of sub-Saharan African descent or not. Is that what you're saying?
Ma'am, so you saying that all history is going to be documented. Okay, so let me ask you
No,
this.
I didn't.
Even
I did not say
She
that.
asked you a
I
question.
literally did
She asked
not
you a
say that.
question.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Kimmy. Did you know that a person of French or Haitian descent founded
Why
Wait,
do you
Chicago?
hey,
Did
keep
you know that?
answering my questions with
Chief, can you
questions
just,
when I'm trying
Chief,
to answer your question?
Chief,
Because
just
what I'm
answer
trying to
yes or
tell you is
no?
that everything is not going to be documented, ma'am. But
Well, how you
I
getting?
wanted to
How you
ask you
getting
about the
I
founding
information?
mean,
of
we haven't
Chicago.
even gotten past me like just confirming that I understand your question.
And Chief.
Yes or
We have
no?
Well,
and
I'm
Chief.
talking to
Even
Kimmy, if that's okay,
But
Don
you
Dada.
don't
Can
have
me and Kimmy
anything
get 60
documented what
seconds?
you're saying. But
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have
Hold
Kimmy.
on, hold on, hold on. Actually, let's
you
get a
don't have
lady's time to
anything that's
build.
documented, but what do you have documented
Hold on, Ashley. Let's get
to
ladies time to build real quick.
Okay,
such
Kimmy, you
extent?
want to talk about black people or people of African descent or etc. being in America prior to 1492.
I mean,
I
it seems like
said,
that's what you're asking.
okay. So I said, did you know that a black man founded Chicago? Because I don't know if y'all gonna try to say he not black because he's French or maybe Haitian descent.
Why?
But
How do
did
we
you
get to
know?
Chicago? Aren't we
Because
talking
Kimmy,
to
because
prior
this
to
is my
14?
point.
Okay,
Are you saying
I
okay?
am not the
Okay, let me
best
land my
person in
plane,
African
Kimmy.
American history. Can someone tell me, did Chicago exist before 1492?
No, it didn't.
no.
It didn't, Kimmy.
Ma'am.
Okay, so how do we get
But
to
you're saying,
Chicago?
but when you talk about 1492, you do know 1492 was the year of the decree. Do you know even what was 1492 about?
I
Because you
mean,
keep
we're
saying
going all
1492.
over the place. Are you asking if there were black people in the Americas prior to 1492? Yes or no? Because it doesn't even seem like there's an understanding of what your question is.
Talking about African Americans a part of the transatlantic slave trade? No. No. If you just going off of
Okay,
people
do
from
you
West and
think
Central Africa,
no? Okay, do you think anybody of African descent was in the Americas prior to 1492. I'm asking you what you think at this point. I'm just asking the question. I'm not even
If
implying.
they were of African descent, I don't know if they were African descent. I don't know.
So
I don't
if
know if
you
they was of
were to
African
say you
descent. But
don't
do
know,
they
are you
did some
open
of
to
them
me
look
answering?
black? Yeah. But can I say
How do you look black? Like is black, does black have one like monoracial or like one set of phenotypes? Like I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like for you to say you don't know and then for you to not even want to accept no
ma'am,
answer.
Because you're
if
talking
you
about
do it
looking
differently.
black. Melanesians look black. They have afros. I mean, they have Oceania
Melanesians are
people
not
look
black.
black.
They are not black.
Yeah,
They're not, and they even attest that they're not
Black
black.
man.
I
They're
didn't
not
say
black.
that they were black, ma'am. I said people look black, but I can't promise you that they have
No,
African
just
descent.
because you
I
say they
cannot
look
promise
black
that.
doesn't mean they're black. Just because they look
I
black
cannot
doesn't mean they're
promise you
black.
that they have African descent. No, I
Hold up,
can't
Ash.
prove
So
that they
if
Wait,
have
they
wait,
have
wait,
African
African
Robert.
descent.
descent, then they're not
So
black.
I mean, if you can't
Ashley,
prove that they have
Ashley, let the
African
ladies
descent,
rock.
like where is this conversation going? If they're
You
not
got to
black,
just
they're not
rock.
black.
Because you're trying to say you're not black, but African people don't eat cornbread. So I'm trying to
What?
figure out how do y'all get.
Tell
Oh
me why
Jesus.
like is there? Am I missing
Because how
something?
do you
Why
get to
does the
say who's
conversation keep going
black?
back to watermelon and cornbread? Like,
Like
Well,
that's
Kimmy,
because
my
because
you
How
need
and
do you
water.
get to
Kemi
say
and
who's
Kemi.
black?
That
How
she
was
do
don't
my
you get to
she
say
don't
who's black?
and
Am
Kemi.
I
y'all,
That
missing
was
she
and
don't
something?
Kemi.
know.
That was my point, right? Because I knew as soon as she said that, it was just about to get to a bunch of racial stereotypes. You're not black because you don't know how to dribble basketball. You're not black because you don't like watermelon and chicken and
The
cornbread.
same thing y'all doing. Y'all saying if you're not from the transatlantic,
But
I'm.
Chase,
saying if you're
Kimmy,
not from the slave trade, you're
let
not
me
black. That's what y'all
let me
I mean,
let
saying.
y'all
I've
in on
spent
something.
almost
She
five
don't know
minutes.
past any of
It's
that. She don't know any history about black or African American people past that.
Yeah,
That's why she keeps circling back to it.
What are you
yeah.
talking about? I don't know any history as far
I
as
don't
what.
know.
You
I
don't.
was trying
Remember
to
you want to talk to
genuinely.
Kimmy.
As far as what, ma'am?
Remember you want to talk to Kimmy. Don't talk to me.
What make you more black than me is what I'm trying to
I
figure out.
mean, I'm just
Because I
trying
know
to
I'm black.
genuinely
How
help you
though?
get to the answer. But if
Because
you
you
Because I
have
keep
know I'm
turning
African
black.
this
descent?
into
Because
Okay,
I
this
know I'm black. That's what
okay.
makes me more
Let's
Because
black
you
than
have
okay,
you.
African
and
and
descent?
that's why
political. Okay,
Chief.
I'm done, y'all. I
Chief.
tried.
All right, yeah. So Chief, Chief, let's establish something. The fact of the matter is, prior to there even being an iota of a thought of a notion for the creation of America, the world, the Eastern world, Asia, Europe, Africa, even Australia, knew of black people. Now, with that said, they did not know that there was such thing as the Americas prior to 1492. And this is why we have terms like Ethiopia, land of the burnt faces. This is why we have places like what? Kemet, the black land, Sudan, the land of the black, hell, even Negro
Sir,
land.
sir,
Chief,
why are
Chief,
you
let me
naming
finish.
people that were not a
Chief,
part of the slave trade? That doesn't make
hold
any
on, Chief,
sense.
Chief,
Why?
Chief,
No,
Chief.
because y'all
Chief, please let
disingenuous.
me finish, please, please.
Ethiopia have to do with
Okay, because
you. Ethiopia have to do with the trade.
okay, because you have to understand that
Why are you naming a whole?
okay, this is what you
John
have to
Dada said,
Chief, please
"Not black if you're
understand.
not sub-Saharan.
Chief, please
Ethiopians
understand.
are not."
Okay, Chief, please understand. Please understand, right? That Ethiopia, not Ethiopia, but Ethiopia, Aethipioa or something like that, literally meant sub-Saharan African. Literally. That's what the Greeks would call it. The land of the burnt faces of sub-Saharan African. So that still encompasses those who would later go on into the transatlantic slave trade. And just like I said before, like with Kemet, which the E1B1A haplogroup
Emmett
migrate.
was not a
Oh,
part of
hold
the slave
on,
trade, sir.
Chief. Please let me finish.
Making
Chief.
sense.
Oh, I'm gonna make it make sense. You have to at least let me finish, please. The
Let him finish.
So Kemet, the place where the E1B1A haplogroup migrated from before coming to West Africa, which is part of the reason King Ramses III is of what haplogroup? E1B1A. That's where West African and most West Africans will even tell you. The genetics back it, and their oral story, their oral history backs it when they migrated from Sudan, Northeast Africa, and went to West Africa, ma'am. So, with that said, historically speaking, before there even was an America, they have always known black people to be what? African descent, ma'am. And even after that, I still have my Census Bureau telling you what? The term black or African American makes you descendant of those of African origins. Technically speaking, from a race standpoint that has existed since honestly the dawn of man, you can't be black without being African descent. Now you can be copper colored, maybe. I give you that much, Chief. You are copper colored, sure. But to be black means you are of African descent. And the minute you limit blackness into, oh, y'all don't eat cornbread, y'all don't eat, y'all don't do this, that, and the third. Well, that begs a question. Can a whitey man be black because he does all those quote unquote
Sir, I'm
racial
talking
things?
about people who grew up doing it.
Okay, understandable. But hold
And
on,
you, why did you
Chief.
bring up Kemet?
Literally, because
Can I answer this?
That's where most West African tribes really migrated from before they was picked up, and this is thousands and thousands of years ago. So even back then, the African has been known as the black man and woman historically by all other continents, from the European to the Asian to even the Australian. Literally, hold
So,
on,
okay, so do you
chief. The
not believe in
indigenous
that?
American has never really been known as the black people because they've never been known to even exist. How can I even call you such a thing? And I don't even know the Americas even exist, says the
But you
European.
all over the place, sir, because you
Okay.
been out of Africa theory, right?
No,
So
I'm not.
we
No, but
out of
chief, I'm
Africa is
not that.
not
I'm
gonna
not
last 600 years.
right.
Let's
I'm not
stick to
even
600 for her because she
right.
can't get past that because
Right.
she's
I'm
gonna
not
want to
even
jump to thousands to millions.
right. I'm not even talking out of the out of Africa theory at all. I'm literally talking about African history and how the world prior to 1492, before Columbus sailed the ocean blue, prior to that, the world knew of a black people. And the only black people they know of were African, ma'am. And then I'll take
So may I
and then
respond?
and then I'll take you to what? And first let me show the Census Bureau. The Census Bureau and its definition of black during the topic of race.
This is my only problem. You are talking about
Hold on, right there. Black or African American, a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. That's what
you
makes you
brought
black.
up
That's
you
what
brought
makes
up
you
the American.
black.
There was the American being muted. Is this not an open conversation?
And again, we have
Don Dada,
two.
am I not allowed to speak?
That you can't let the man finish.
And again,
That's
we
We
have
can't talk at the same time.
no, because nobody will be able to hear us. It'll just sound muffled. So yeah, as I'm saying right here, you have two separate groups: black or African American and American Indian. These are two different groups. You can't be black or African without being indigenous to Africa, ma'am. Now you can be American Indian, and that would make you indigenous to America. But then that means you are not black at all.
Or based off your logic. So I have a
My logic?
okay, Chase,
This
did
is
you land? Because I'm
what? I land there. I land there.
okay, so you brought up Kemet in Ethiopia. See, my only problem is y'all keep trying to make this an anti-black segment. My only issue with Don Dada saying that you can't be black unless you're from the transatlantic slave trade or Western Central Africa. Chase, you brought up Kemet and you also brought up Ethiopia. Neither one of those regions were part of the transatlantic slave trade.
Sub-Saharan. He said sub-Saharan
Sahara.
African. Even though I like tropical African more than sub-Saharan, sub-Saharan African descent, right? Not just the
Okay,
transatlantic
what does
slave trade.
Ethiopia have to do with the slave trade? Or
Ethiop,
what does Kemet have to do with the
Ethiop,
slave trade?
All right, she
it
needs to
meant black.
understand
He was
that.
talking about the origins of being called black in Africa. That's what he was talking about. But
And
you're not following the conversation because you can't comprehend it. That's the issue.
I think a bit of a simpler explanation.
Now,
In
and she
terms
needs
of,
to understand, right here.
it's just in
This at
terms
a
of,
point in time, this is all Ethiopia. Sub-Saharan Africa was known as Ethiopia by the Greeks.
in terms of like Ethiopia, the modern state, the nation Ethiopia,
That's a
it's not
new
now.
thing.
That's a new state that was established in recent times. Whereas the term Ethiopia, in terms of like ancient texts, especially by the Greco-Romans, they would often refer to the entire of like Black Africa as Ethiopian. So when they would come across people it wasn't just used for what we know as the Ethiopian state
As the
now.
horn. No, it was for the entire
it
sub-Saharan
was
African.
it was a broad
Okay,
term.
so let me ask Africa debunked. You believe that if you're not from sub-Saharan African, you're not black? You believe that as well?
Yeah, you're not black if you're not from sub-Saharan African descent.
So all the people in continental Africa, only sub-Saharan Africans are black.
Yeah, obviously the white South Africans aren't black. Obviously,
they're Dutch Europeans.
Yeah, obviously.
So the people in South Africa and Johannesburg are not black?
What, the white people? No.
South Africans.
Yeah, the black South Africans are obviously black.
No, sir.
Are you
they
talking
from
about Elon Musk?
Is Johannesburg a part of sub-Saharan Africa? Yes or no?
Charlie's Theron.
Yes.
It is.
Did you not know that?
Geography based, it's below the Sahara. It's sub-Saharan Africa.
Chief, are you talking about Elon Musk?
No, I'm talking about South Africa, Johannesburg.
Johannesburg is part of South Africa, thus part of sub-Saharan Africa. Correct.
Yeah, the country's name kind of gives it away, sister.
So so why did you bring up Kemet then? Because Kemet is not in sub-Saharan Africa.
I brought that up to show you that
but that's why I'm getting confused, because y'all use Africa as a continent, and then when it's convenient, you say sub-Saharan. So which one is it?
Sure, but I was trying to bring up the fact more so that since as far as we could go back, the term black people have always been used to describe those of African descent, and nothing predates Kemet. There is no landmass, there is no other continent that has referred to itself as black before Kemet, which is in Africa. And then I take you later into where? Sub-Saharan Africa with Ethiopia.
Right, but my problem with that is, sir, according to the out of Africa theory, life started in East Africa. So did they migrate? Right, but I'm going off what Chase said, because Chase said that 1 second, ma'am. Chase,
I'm trying to help you stay on track.
Chase said that West Africa.
You're not listening. Listen to the words, right? Put them in a complete sentence and then comprehend the sentences that have been taught to you for the last 30, 40 minutes. He is talking about Sudan and talking about Ethiopia and Ethiopia, talking about land of black people, places where black people, the black race of people are at. Sub-Saharan Africa is a region of Africa, right? To label where sub-Saharan African black people are from. And you going to the outer Africa theory and talking about Homo sapiens and the different types of sapiens.
Because he said they migrated.
We're talking about migrating inside the continent.
Chase,
You're talking about migration outside of it. You not comprehending nothing. No, I'm trying to talk to you like you in the third grade and you still don't get it.
Okay, so why does that make you
again
bad? Like
no, I'm trying. I'm frustrated because you too dang on old.
Okay, well you too
old, and I'm trying to help you out.
All right, so to get back on topic, right? The term black, historically speaking, has always been used to describe those of sub-Saharan African descent, where Ethiopia. And as a matter of fact, I can even take it back so far that they were even just using the term black to describe even Northeast Africans. So the term black, historically speaking, it's only referring to those of African descent.
Right, Chase.
Nothing else.
This is my thing. You said that North Africans migrated into West Africa. So are from North Africa or East Africa? Because life started in East Africa, according to the out of Africa theory.
Okay, fair enough.
Let me just break it down. Hold on, can I just break it down for her? So let's look at this before we had these borders. Okay, so when we're talking about the ancient times of the civilization of Africa, people were moving around. That's why he was talking about the haplogroups. Now, pause, since we know that part, people are migrating, now you're talking about the borders that occurred. When those borders occurred, those people within those regions at that specific time were named, after certain names. Okay, cool. Now we're looking at the modern of the transatlantic slave trade of the regions, the areas that people were taken from. Okay, and they were taken over to the Americas, which were mostly people of the western part of Africa. Okay, so now those people, those group of people, Benin, Ghana, Nigeria,
Liberia,
Senegal, the Ivory Coast, Liberia,
Mali,
were now Mali, were now transported to the Americas, which consists of South, Central, North America, and the Caribbean islands. Okay, during that time of the construct of the Americas, Europeans were looking at these people saying, these people who are coming from those regions, we identify them as being black,
or
okay,
Negro, or
or
Negro.
Negro, okay. We, as whites, we made ourselves considered to be white, being of Southern and especially Northern European regions, okay. So now you got the terms now. Now, since those descendants of our people were over here in the Americas, we then started adopting certain things within America, along with the foods that we probably brought over here by having seeds in our hair. Okay, so now we have adopted the thing of corn, where we help cultivate cornbread, which was already indigenous to the Americas by the indigenous people here. We adopted that.
I think y'all
Okay.
understand my argument. My argument
No,
is
we
Don
hold up, man. Hold up. Don't cut me off,
because
man.
I'm not saying that
Ma'am,
African
can
American
you not cut me off? I
my
mean, dang,
argument
ma'am. So so let me
that
finish.
you,
So let me finish. So now us as African Americans, we have a different way of our culture because we have adopted things here in America that we utilize now, along with African traditional traits that we brought over here. That's why they say when it comes to us, when it comes to our brothers and sisters of the Caribbean and South America, we have a uniqueness about our culture as African people over here in the Americas because
but
of
that's not
certain
my
things.
argument, sir.
So, what is your argument? I want to be clear. I want you to be
Argument
clear.
is
What is your
Don Dada believes if you are not a part of the transatlantic slave trade, you are not black. That's my argument.
Okay.
That's what my argument
So
is.
All right. So
that's a straw man argument. I never said that.
Well, I mean, if you're
And I
saying how
showed
did
you, and
black
every time
people
you
get
said,
over
and
here
every time you
before
said that, I've
1492?
shown the definition. I've shown the definition like every time you did it, but you like you refuse to process.
right. So let's break it down one more time.
so? Are you hold up? Is she clear about what I said? Were you clear about what I said, ma'am?
Probably not.
Sir, yes, but that's not my argument.
Okay.
My argument is who's black and who's not black. I don't.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're talking
Okay.
about.
So let's break it down. Right. You have people from this region who are indigenous to this region. They know nothing else but this region. Right. You follow me? So, with that said, there is no documented history, whether by other races of people from indigenous to America or Europe or Asia or even Australia. Fuck it, I'll even take Antarctica. Literally, there's no other race of people who can document, who has documented the Africans traveling to anywhere over here, right? So, And so, with that said, because they themselves, the West Africans themselves, will tell you, nah, we ain't never knew of any types of America prior to Christopher Columbus, right? So, with that said, the only way for somebody to have been coming here, the only documented way, was through the transatlantic slave trade, which
Right, but that's the
hold on,
readily available information.
hold on, but yeah, the only way for any Africans to have been coming to the Americas, whether it be North America, Central America, and South America, was through the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Wait. First, let's agree on a few things.
Not because I don't agree, sir.
Hold on,
I want to ask
hold
you a
on. But
question.
chief. but we have, before we go any further, we have to concede
I'm
what
gonna
he is talking.
respond.
Chief,
I'm responding. Why do y'all want me
chief.
to agree so bad? That's just
Because we have to agree on certain things, not
I don't agree
everything.
with that. No, I don't
Chief, not everything, but certain things, right?
want me to agree that.
Chief, you have to understand.
Why am
Chief,
I being muted?
Chief, you have to understand, right? Okay, so Chief, we have to agree that no Africans, no West and Central Africans went to the Americas prior to 1492.
Saying based off the slave trade, right?
I'm saying in
So
world.
how did okay? So
Chief,
do you
Chief,
believe?
Chief,
Okay, let me.
Chief,
I
wait,
hear
Chief.
you. I'm not
Hold
gonna.
on, hold
I'm
on.
not gonna
Hold on, Chief.
let it go. And
Chief, please, please, please. Like I'm saying, right? In world history, since the world has existed ever in life, there is no
that's your opinion,
hold on.
sir. I
Chief,
hear
that's
you.
not, but Chief, that's the thing though. That's not in a
Okay, can we move
Chief,
on and can I
no, we can't,
respond?
Chief, we can't move on until we have to,
Why? That's courtish. Why can't we move on? I want to respond.
because we have to agree that certain things happen.
No, I don't agree. Not
Okay, Chief, I'm saying that literally.
that I don't
Chief,
agree.
okay, Chief, you don't have to agree with everything. You just literally have to admit that certain things are facts.
No, because I have sources.
Chief,
Not a
literally.
one source.
Yeah, so Chief, literally, there is no oral history of the Africans themselves. If they not even saying it, then what makes you think there's no one else who's going to say that? Then the indigenous Americans don't have a story of Africans meeting them prior to 1492. The Europeans and Asians and Australians don't have a story of, oh yeah, I heard the Africans went to the Americas. They didn't even have a story of that. The Africans themselves don't even have a story of that. Therefore, if I'm going based off the facts that I do have, there is nothing I can use to prove that Africans went to the Americas. Now, I could hope maybe they did at a point in time, but there's no proof or evidence that shows that. Unless,
Respond. Can I respond? Okay, so you're saying that all people of African descent got here by the transatlantic slave trade. So do you consider Africans to be, I mean, Haitians to be African descent, or you consider them to just be Haitians?
yeah, they're
Yeah,
African
we can
descent.
say.
They're African descent. Okay, so the founder of Chicago is a
Was an
Haitian or
African
French
descent.
descent man, right? And he was not a part of the transatlantic slave trade. So
Yes,
can
he
you
was.
tell me? Can you
He
prove
his
that with a
descendants
source?
were
Well, that's what
Yes,
you've
he
been
Okay,
his
trying
so
to
do
do
descendants.
y'all
all
have a
day.
source to prove that the founder of Chicago is a descendant of slaves?
That's what you've been trying to do all day. That's the straw man argument right there. She's been trying to say.
Yep.
No, it's no straw man argument because
Yes.
Yeah,
Chase's
it is
argument
because
is
I
that
already
no
told you
people of
black.
African descent.
Black means sub-Saharan
Wow.
African descent, and you trying to conflate the transatlantic slave
Okay, so
trade.
are Haitians sub-Saharan African descent?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so
I'll
the
tell
founder
you.
of Chicago, is Haitian, and
He's
he's
black.
not a
Hmm.
descendant of slaves. So is he
and he's
Yes,
black?
he
also and he's
He is
is.
also
a
black.
descendant of
Because
enslaved
Can you?
people.
Do y'all have a source to prove that?
Yes.
I hear
Him
y'all.
Haiti,
being
Do
in
y'all have a
Haiti,
proof?
America. Him
Haiti,
getting to
and
America.
Dominican Republic, they had sugar
Saint Domingue.
plantations.
and there we go, right here. Yes,
They were
John
slave.
Baptist.
They were slave revolts in Haiti.
Literally. And yes, John Baptiste Point de Sable, mother was an African slave and his father was a French mariner. He was born free in Haiti, receiving education in France before becoming Chicago's first permanent non-Native American settler and successful trader. He is of
His
African
mom was a slave where? His mom was a slave where?
Saint
In
Domingue.
Haiti?
in
Saint
Haiti.
Domingue.
In
Saint
Haiti,
Domingue at the
ma'am.
time.
His mom was a slave in Haiti.
Yes.
Yes, Saint Domingue. That's what it was
So
called at the
where did
time.
his dad come from? Because his dad
His
wasn't
daddy
white
was
tea.
French. He was a
Yeah,
Buckra.
that doesn't mean white tea.
It does.
Yes,
He was a
it
French
Buckra.
doesn't
does.
mean white tea.
He was
It
a Buckra.
does.
French does not mean white tea. No,
He
it does
was
not.
a Buckra.
He's
What
a
are we
mixed
talking about?
man.
French doesn't mean
So
white tea. No, it
He's a
does
mixed
not.
Did
man.
you
Jesus
hear what she
Christ.
where's France
said?
from,
Oh, wait,
man?
wait, hold on.
Where's France
Do you
from,
hear what
man? If they're
Zayn
not white
said?
tea, where's France
Bakra,
from?
bakra,
France is in
bakra,
Europe.
bakra. Do you know what that means? Or you're gonna look it up right now since you're on
How the hell are
TikTok?
you gonna
Bro,
say France is not white tea when they
even
are
looks
white
like a
tea?
mix. He even looks like a mixed man. He's literally a mixed man.
Yeah, hanging up.
How the
Yeah.
hell
You can even
are
see right
French not
here,
Europe?
he's literally a mixed man, bro. He's a mixed guy. His mother was an.
Fact checked it. It says there's no historical evidence to prove his mother was a slave.
What?
So you using a Google? Oh yeah, I just fact checked it. That's what I was.
What you pull up? What you pulled up, Dan? Since you fact checked it, pull it up.
And I got WTTW News from the PBS people. They are literally telling you right here. I got a source right here for you. He was
Who's
born.
sleeping?
He was born on the island of Haiti around 1745 to a French mariner and a mother who was a slave of African descent. So, what you saying? You're gonna have to pull that up. I got.
I'm trying to figure. I'm trying to find out how is a French person not European.
So they would call him a different name if he were black. If he was anything else, they would have called him something else instead of a French mariner.
Yep.
They would have called him something totally different.
But she said French are not white tea. I'm trying to understand that part.
To be French, you would have to be related to the Franks. So you're not French.
So where's French?
Yeah, you would have to be related to the Franks. The Frankish tribe.
At this point, I'm getting sick of her because she being obtuse on purpose. She's being
I'm here
dumb
for
on
Don Dada
purpose.
though. I'm here for Don.
I don't give a damn. We could send you back
I'm
to
here for Don.
I could send you back to pseudo
I'm not
hell.
here for
Please
you.
don't do it.
I'm not here for you.
Because obviously you don't know what you're talking about. I'm so sick of you
I'm not here for you.
playing stupid.
Good thing I'm not here.
Oh, you playing. You playing, you won't be here at all. See? I ain't even have to do it to you. Because I was about to send you to pseudo hell.
I got her.
No, I want T to come back up.
Wait, did you send her to pseudo hell or did you just drop her?
Nah, he dropped her.
I need her to be blocked. She needs to be blocked. That's the point.
T baby,
yeah,
come up
here. T's saying a whole bunch of nonsense. I'm about to bring
Please,
her back.
Hey, Ashton, let me do this my thing because you don't need to drop them. Just block them instead of dropping. He already said that.
Here's what I have at the best. Right? Were the French mariners black people?
Oh, you going to pseudo hell off rip, buddy? Because you ain't coming back up here. You just called my cousin you just called somebody a bitch for no reason. Yeah, no, you going to pseudo hell too.
Who?
What? Who called somebody a bitch?
Hotel. When he called you a bitch, when he said bitch, shut up. Yeah, Hotel villain is the same person.
Oh, T is Hotep villain.
No, not P.
No, T as
not
T.
No, not
T.
Not T. I'm talking about Hotel villain. He was in the queue.
That's right. That's right. Get all these 2025 pseudos, y'all. These new pseudos in the sea.
So, as far as we can say, his mom was of African descent, and we got the source to back it up.
Now, who is Kelly? Keely or something like that. I don't know who that is. I'm not letting them up. Y'all got it if y'all want to talk to him.
I want T to come back. T, come back. Come back up because you were up here, sweetheart, and you left. Why you leave? Why you leave? Come back and talk to me.
Now she's saying it's French for swarthy. I mean, she doesn't understand what swarthy means.
I'm about to say, look up the definition of swarthy.
Thank you for bringing me back up, Don Dada.
Oh, I wanted T. Chief, girl, you running a slow tank right now. You on E and now you pushing the car.
Only 2 gears are running.
So yeah, I have a source right here. As we can see, Chief, his mom was a slave of African descent.
Okay, I'm agreeing that she was African descent, but it doesn't say she was a slave. That's my argument.
Okay, regardless.
That she was not a slave. There's no definite facts that she was a slave.
Who was a slave of African descent? We look at the time this man was born.
Right, but there's no scholarly source.
Saying don't mean. You can look at his name.
There's no source
and tell
to
that
prove
his mama was enslaved. Look at the man.
Hey, listen. Hey, see, this is why you pissing me off. And see, I'm not going to drop you next time. I'm going to block you again. Stop.
Read the first sentence again, Chase, please.
Oh, sure. The early Chicago Jean-Baptiste Desablés.
Or the sentence about his mom, where I didn't see that.
The first permanent settler in Chicago was a black man named Jean-Baptiste Point Desablés. He may have been born on the island of Haiti around 1745 to a French mariner and a mother who was a slave of African descent.
So that
and
sentence.
I fact checked
Hold
that.
on, Chief. Let's comprehend the sentence first of all. Who was a slave? of African descent who was a slave. A slave.
And I
He
fact
was.
checked that. There's no scholarly sources to a slave now.
Okay, so Chief. Okay, even if she wasn't a slave herself, she herself had to descend from slaves.
Now you moving the goalpost.
Chief. No, I'm not moving the goalpost, but I'm saying even if you want to play that game, literally
It's
the
not
only
because my argument.
Chief. How else would an
Why am I being
African
muted?
Chief? How else does an African come to
Talking about
man?
African descent. It doesn't being muted. I'm
All right, hold on. Don't spam here. Don't spam. Okay, let him land. Let him land. Do we have to put a timer on so we can understand? We trying to have one person speak at a time.
I got no
That's what's
issue with
going
it.
on.
I have no issue with it.
Yeah, all right. Let me get you. Let me give you 3 minutes so that we can, and then we'll respond with doing the same thing for you, Chief Fonshet.
Right. So as we're saying before, literally she was a slave of African descent. The only way for an African to have been to the Americas was through slavery. Literally nothing else. Unless you're telling me an African sailed purposefully over to the Americas where slavery was happening in Haiti, in the Caribbean. And as a matter of fact, the first place African slaves were taken to was the Caribbean. That's an undisputable fact. So, if even if you believe, Chief, that his mother wasn't a slave or a freed woman or whatever, her parents had to have been a slave because that's the only way someone of African descent would have made it to the Americas. This is a simple fact that nobody can argue. And as you see right here, she is a slave of African descent. It proves it right here. Literally. There's really nothing really else to talk about. She is of African descent. She was sold as a slave to the Caribbeans. That was the only way for her to make it to the Americas. That's a, Jen. I ain't saying Jen Demo in the comments. I ain't saying that, but I am saying that your first role, if you come to the Americas as an African descent person, what else would you have been? You were a slave.
you don't have a source to prove that, sir. That's
I found 3 sources saying that actually.
And
no.
but
Okay,
Hold
can
on.
we
His
see her?
time. His time. You
hold
got
on.
1 more minute,
I
Chief.
still
Just
have
1
one
more
more minute,
minute. You was
Chief.
doing good.
Yeah. And with that said, literally, unless you're about to say that the Africans took a vacation boat ride over to the Americas where the slave trade was cooking, what else would they have been? And the West African itself was getting colonized in and of itself. West Africa and Central Africa was getting colonized by the Europeans itself. Literally, so what vacation is niggas even taking? Literally, the only way for them to have made it to literally from here to here around this time is nothing but the slave trade. Nothing but the slave trade. Because around this time they are getting colonized. He was born in like 1745. By this point in time, this portion was getting colonized and being brought to over here. So ain't nobody taking no free joyride over here. It wouldn't even matter if you did. You were gonna get slaved once you come here.
All right.
So
You landed?
I landed.
All right. So nobody interrupt. She fine shit. She did fairly good. All right. Your clock is ticking. You got 3 minutes.
Chief, your time is going.
All right. Yeah, your time
What
started.
I wanted to say was I fact checked it. There's no scholarly sources that say that his mother was a slave. So once again, you can say hypothetically, but the argument is people of African descent having presence in the Americas and without slavery. And you're saying that his mom was a slave, but I fact checked it. There's no historical evidence or scholarly source to prove that his mother was a slave. So that's really all that I have to say. Like he went back and said, "Oh, well, possibly her ancestors were slaves." This is what y'all do. And then he acted like free people of color never existed. There was no presence of free people of color throughout the Americas. That's pseudo. There's no free people of
Well, it's pseudo for you
African
to say
descent.
that they were free people here. And yeah,
Finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
Hold on.
No, that's really all that I have to say is to say that there was no people of African descent here prior to the slave trade. It's pseudo. And I just brought that up, that I fact checked it, and it says there's not definitely proven that she was a slave. So can we agree that it's not a definite fact that his African descent mother was a slave? Are we
You
not
gonna
able to agree on that?
You still have a minute 30, so keep going. We're not interrupting you.
unless
I
you
mean,
yield
that's
to
really all that I wanted to talk
you
about
yield
was
to your
his
time
mom.
now?
Yeah.
All right. So I just looked it up. We talking about John Baptiste, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it says yes, the mother of John Baptiste Point du Sable, who founded the settlement that ultimately became Chicago, was an enslaved African woman. Father was a French mariner. That's what we talking about. The same person.
Yep. Precisely.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. I fact checked it. There's no scholarly sources or historical evidence that proves that. Someone
So
saying that or writing
Can
that
I
on
ask a
the internet,
question?
it doesn't make it true.
So
That's what
Can
I'm
I ask a
saying.
question? Hold on, John. Let me ask this question real quick. When did they start recording uh slaves?
I mean, what? It just depends on which one. The 1790 census, what? There's slave records prior to the 1790s. It just depends.
And oh no, I got another question. Did they say that he came to America's when again? Because you saying there's no free people. We acting like there's no free people of color in the Americas, but he is not American. He was Haitian descent. He was from
His
Haiti.
mom is African
So
descent,
they were
ma'am.
not free in Haiti like that.
Ma'am, his mom. So you're saying there was no free people in Haiti, ma'am? No Haitian free people?
No,
No.
not black people,
Not Africans, no.
Asian people.
Okay, so
We
how
know
was
who
how
they
was
done.
so how did he found Chicago while slavery was still prevalent in the United
Because
States, ma'am?
they
Hold
because
on. I can reply. Danny,
his
I can
father
reply. I can reply,
who was
Danny. I can reply.
whitey.
I can
Hold
reply.
on,
All right, go ahead.
can I please? His father his father came
you breaking up,
oh
Danny.
yeah, it sounds like you
America
breaking up.
with him.
yeah, you're breaking up,
All right,
Danny.
Danny, give it a minute. You breaking, you going in and out, and you breaking up. Yeah,
Can I go?
go ahead.
Okay, so the only one that I saw that substantiated her stance was a blog post from where is it? It's a person a random blog post online, so I want to know if that's her source or not. And secondly, one from the Chicago Portrait, which is a Chicago archive recording Chicago history, states that they were, what's it called? The latest theory that his mom was born enslaved, they were both set free by her owner, Jean Brenet. And he married a native woman, and going back more into his backstory. There's another historical site, blackpast.org, that goes into Black history. One of the spotlights I have on MLK received the Nobel Peace Prize. It says his mother was an African slave. His father was a French mariner. Dubois Destable traveled with his father to France, where he received some education, and it goes into more of his background. So his mother was a slave who was freed.
I said there's no historical evidence. You read a blog post.
No,
No,
I'm
There's no
saying that what
historical
you're,
evidence. But
and
is
this is
there
where I
like
say,
y'all tell
hold
us to
on,
show the
chief,
archaeological evidence? Do you have any?
hold on, chief. What I said at first is the only thing that substantiated your stance was a blog post. I pulled up two other sources supporting mine that were not blog posts and actual historical archives from
Ma'am, there's
the
no
city
historical
itself.
evidence to prove that. No historical evidence to.
She wants to be right, y'all. She just wants to be right at school.
No, it's not. I just want to.
Now,
no,
what's
Chief.
your source? What's your source to
So
your
she's not
backing?
from Chicago and she's not from Louisiana. Everybody knows in Chicago that John Baptiste actually went to Louisiana before he came, up here and founded the city of like Chicago. So right? He's Haitian. His mama was an enslaved African woman in Haiti. He was born in Haiti. And if you know anything about Haiti, you know they was owned like by the French, right? So his dad being French is not too far fetched, right? His dad raped his mom, everything like that. She gave birth, and all that good stuff like that. He went to a French territory, which at that time would be Louisiana. If you do know, Louisiana, the south of Mississippi, and Mobile, Alabama was all French territory. So he
Correct.
went to a French territory as someone who was literally half French, and also the Frenchmen were taking Haitians back and forth to Louisiana around this time anyway, because it was a French settlement. Like Louisiana and Haiti, they're not too far in like history, right? So
Right.
everybody knows as he's traveling, because again, he's a mixed man traveling what he is now in America, and he stumbled across this land and everything like that. He was a trader. The whole thing about John Baptiste, he was literally a trader. Like that was his business. That's what he did, right? So I don't understand, as non-Chicago people and non-Louisiana people. Everybody know this. Everybody know that John Baptiste was literally a mixed man. Everybody know his mama was an
Now,
African
I
slave.
found another source
you
from
Everybody
the
do
know
know
this.
there's French people with
I
Yes, I
found
do.
know
Do
there's
are you
French
trying?
people with
I found
I
another
do. I
source
French
from
know.
a
people with
I know
uni.
there's
African
French people with what now?
descent.
Yeah,
Are you
that was
talking about
during
like
slavery though.
the Haitian?
No,
Talking about the Haitians and the Louisiana Creoles and Alabama
no,
Creoles and Mississippi Creoles? Who you talking about?
French
That was
people with
slavery.
African descent in general.
Are you
Oh,
talking
So
about the
no, it's not.
Louisiana Creoles or the
That's
Haitians?
during
Or you talking about the
slavery.
Martinique?
It
Wait,
is. My
what?
grandfather is literally French.
Okay, your
Because
granddad
he was
being French, he could
colonized.
literally be Creole though, because I'm trying to see these African descent
Right,
French
but this
people.
is the thing. Slave masters wouldn't give a certain name to slaves. They would
What are you
is she
What?
talking
you
about?
okay?
wouldn't get the same last name as your
That's
You
so
would.
You
false.
would.
That's
The
the
same
slave.
last
exact
name as your
What are you
slave
opposite.
owner.
talking
What
That's the
the
exact
about?
Really?
opposite of history.
Oh.
The reason
And
why
I
there's so
have
many
my
hold
and
on,
Really?
pause, pause,
Hold
pause,
on,
pause,
hold
pause,
on.
pause.
Hold on. I have my slave master's last name. What are you talking about?
I'm Liberian with
Really?
Ma'am,
hold on,
You
Chief. I'm
sound dumb.
Liberian, Chief. I'm Liberian with an Irish last name, yo.
This shit
There's
aggravating,
a
bro.
reason why
She
there's
making my
Williams,
head
there's
hurt.
you
Jacksons,
can
there's
have an
Lincoln.
Irish
I'm
last
There's a
name,
McMahon.
but a
Chief,
French.
Chief, hold on. There's a
Let me
reasons
land
why
my
most
plane really
black
quick.
people have Jefferson, have Freedmen, especially, but have Williams, Jacksons as
That's
their last
them,
name because
ma'am.
that's their
I'm not.
slave master's last name. It
I'm
was
not
to
talking
show
about them, ma'am. I'm
ownership.
talking
To this day, it's
about
still
the
coming
French.
down, and it's the same thing. It's a hallmark of
Right.
Anything
Yeah,
with
slavery.
yeah.
any
I
part.
think
If
she's
you was
confused that just because
enslaved,
they speak French, like in Louisiana, you're talking about people that are black that
Oh,
speak in
she
French. But if the French is literally on these
Say
people,
speak French.
okay,
I said
ooh,
have the
girl,
surname.
yes, in Louisiana, girl, a lot of black people ended up having French last names. Like, yeah, because the French owned them, they end up having French last names. That
But there's
that
also
that.
French people
That
with
does not like, girl. We can go
French
down
people
there.
with
You can see
African names.
all
Are
type of
you
sense. The
saying that
Debo's and
all
the
French
Guidries.
Chief.
All
are you saying all
girl.
French people are white tea?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Easily. Chief.
Not true.
Chief, you have to
They're from
understand,
France.
right?
They're from
That's
Europe.
not
Chief.
true.
No,
No, it's
girl.
not.
Chief. Chief,
They're
you
not
have
from
to
Europe.
understand. Oh,
Did she
Chief,
go
you
to
gotta
hey,
college?
Chief.
So you saying
hey,
only white people are from Europe?
Chief, you
Don, you
have to
know,
understand.
hold on,
Chief.
Chase. Hold on, Chase. Don, you know I don't like dictate. I don't like to dictate. But how long are we going to deal with this cotton dissonance? Cause
Well,
she
y'all maxed
literally
out on it.
doing this on purpose.
I
I've
can
been
reach
checked
her.
out.
I
I've
don't.
been checked out. If y'all maxed out on it, then
Danny, I don't think
Hold
she's doing
on,
this on
hold
purpose.
on.
I think she just really this slow.
No, she doing this shit on
Danny,
purpose,
please.
Just
no.
bro.
bring my last source
Danny,
up.
I
I
can
do
reach her,
think.
She
John
doing it on
Dada.
please.
purpose.
Danny, I can
I do
reach her,
think she. Only
please.
reason why I do think she's really that slow and not doing it on purpose is because it's a little too good. It's a
Yeah,
little too good.
exactly.
Yeah, please, Danny, I can
So
reach her.
wait, it's still
The
Please,
doing
give me a
it.
conviction
shot.
is too
You
much.
can't reach her because we've been,
Come on.
man. You
Yeah, she's
cannot reach her,
unreachable.
Chase. You
Lean
can't.
on me when
No,
you
she's
come
not.
on.
No, we're
Come
not
on.
gonna keep doing this. We're not gonna keep doing this. We're gonna
Now,
have to teach people that really
if
want to
y'all
be taught.
done,
Danica for kids.
if
All
y'all
right,
done
to
with
the
it,
hell
then
she
Don't throw
go.
our kids away to the garbage, Danny, please.
Oh no, I throw him out.
Oh my God.
To the hell she
did you
go?
do
Cause
that?
baby, she had to go.
You did it.
Oh, that
Blocked.
see,
All right.
and now she's gonna come back
She'll
here. You
be
smoke.
back. She'll be back on somebody else's page.
You smoke
No,
crack, don't
I
you?
want T. I want T to come up here
You
because he's
smoke.
asking me questions about Jamaica. Jamaica. Talk about Jamaicans. Okay, recent Africans moving to Jamaica. What are they called? They're called their ethnic group, right? Their nationality is now Jamaican if they have citizenship. So what are we talking about? Please come up here, T, and talk to me. You was up
As
here
soon as
At this
earlier, but
anybody,
then you
point, I
dropped
feel
down.
like T just want to be a contrarian just to be a contrarian. He
yeah,
just
yeah,
want to
you're
talk
right,
to
you're right.
somebody.
Yeah,
He needs something to do.
he be trying to play soft spoken when he come up here. The reason why he lasted this long, but like I said, man, it's a new year, new pseudos, right? I feel like that's
Yeah,
fair.
we
Like
tired. We
these
tired of
people
these.
not
We
finna be
tired of the
like
old ones.
whole characters. So
But we
yeah,
need
T.
smart ones though. We need people that actually got something going. Cause god damn,
That's why I said in
we
that one
can't
post, I said, where
keep
are the
dealing with
master
dummies,
debaters
bro.
or the pretendians? They don't exist. All they do at the most, all these people doing all of these little charismatic leaders, all they do is like find an out group to talk about and just roast them all the time. They don't educate. They don't got no information. That woman didn't show her screen. Like it's
I
just
feel
sad.
bad for the fact that
She
she
just
said
wanted to
that.
refute everything somebody was saying. Like it was. We're not
Yeah.
gonna keep dealing with the madness. If y'all wanna play them games with them people over there, y'all gonna have to go live yourselves.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I said that
Cause
I was like, nah, we can't be doing this
y'all
with these
already
same
put it out
people.
there.
Yeah, because that's like at a point it feel like I'm stuck in the matrix now. Because what I'm dealing with these trying to teach these same people, it don't take us long to figure out you can get it or you can't get it. You know, she can't get it. Pseudo hell you go. Especially when you especially when you belligerent and rude. It's like, yeah, that's what you get.
Yeah, Chase, you really handheld her through the origins of the term black.
You
And
did a pretty good
We've
job
been
for her.
doing that all. Don been doing that for about 3 hours now.
oh, she's
It didn't
just
mean
slow.
She
Yeah,
was
she
up
just
here
been.
already.
it was
She
very
went to
slow.
Pseudo Hell the first time. She came back on another account.
Oh,
We played with her for another hour and a half. Ain't nobody finna keep playing with that girl.
Look,
not
come
the
on,
second
bro.
account.
You can't just throw her away like that, bro. She gonna be out
Oh,
there in the
Chase,
streets.
Chase, Chase,
Please.
Chase,
It's a lot
Chase.
more. It's a
If
lot
you
more of them,
want to go
Chase.
get her, if you want to go play with her, take your ass down there to that playground and play with her. We not playing with her over here.
Yeah, and it's
This is
not
an
like
adult
And it's not
playground.
like it's like we being malicious with it, but we know the point. Like she not gonna ever be able to get it. You like she said, you literally can hold these people hand, take them to the water. They gonna just they don't want it. It's a
And the
I'm
choice.
so
crazy thing
I'm so
about it,
sick of y'all wanting
think
to
about how
hold their
many people.
hand, and
Yeah,
I ain't got
think
time for
about how
that.
many
These grown
people.
ass people.
Yeah,
She
think about how many times between all of us gave her information,
she don't
and she
wanna be
still stayed
saved.
stuck
Don't
on that
save
situation.
her.
That was
You
one of my
gotta be
one of
Captain
that,
Save
that
a
was one of
Hoe
my
That,
from
songs.
Liberia. You do that, but don't do that shit over
that
here.
actually, we did help her. We gave her the information, so she got to dissect that. She may
Well,
dissect it later.
She
it's just
can't.
like I say, it's one of the two things gonna happen. I meant to tell her this. I say, man, either you gonna concede to this information, you might not just pivot immediately right now. I don't expect you to. You got a weird bias, but it's either that or you gonna go deeper into psychosis. And either one is fine with me. I just gotta understand.
And
I
it seems
tried.
like she going deeper and deeper every time we try to tell her something.
That's what I'm saying. That's what's gonna
I
happen.
can't agree with that. I can't agree with that. With that bitch by
Every point, every point. That's why I say I've
just
been checked out on her.
aggravating.
But I use them like we still use them to show people, show the viewers like you don't want to be like this. This is your brain on pretendianism.
And the
Shit,
part
Because
that
especially
that's
when it's
sick.
actual facts. We explained DNA. We explained the history. The sister on top of me told her about the history of this person, and she was just really putting in her mind. Well, the guy from Chicago, he had to be already here. No, no, ma'am. You're talking about after 1492. Anything can happen.
the
You
part
feel
that
what I'm
got
saying
me
after
was
that?
We
the
So
still
part that
didn't
got
give
me
her.
was
we didn't say it's
And
not
then
like
she
we
want
said,
to fight
oh,
for her life to be black. But baby, if you're not claiming sub-Saharan African, you can forget that, cause that ain't
yeah.
you. Just you don't
the
have
part
to.
No, but
Then,
she eat cornbread. She eat
but
cornbread.
the
She
fact
don't even
that
do.
she
Probably
keeps
don't even
saying
do that.
stupid stuff like that was pissing
And
me off. I'm
spade,
like, yeah, that's how I know you ain't black.
She double
spades and
dutch. She
cornbread.
double dutch.
Listen, when I say we don't even know where this girl is from, what she claims to be in America, because she ain't never stated none of that. All we know is
Nothing.
that she black and she feel like black don't equal African. We don't know nothing else. Where she from, what she was raised like. There's a whole bunch of lost individuals looking for
They
some
don't
type
have
of
no community.
identity.
No
Like
community.
we hit in the 1890s. I don't need another resurgence of the 1890s because this is where we got all the pseudos from in the first place. We was somewhat good prior to 1890 when it comes to identity.
This shit crazy. and then y'all want to play with them. Like, stop playing with your food. At this point, you either gonna eat it or you gonna throw it away. At this point, hoes need to be thrown away. It's 2026. We can't keep trying to eat, and these motherfuckers ain't giving you no substance. You ain't getting shit out of it, so just throw the shit away. It's
Yeah,
nasty. It's nasty.
I'm gonna force the algorithm to send me more pseudo. That's all. Yeah, it's like I know it's more because at the end of the day, I say like because all these names that they we still getting rid of like repeats still. I think I don't know if the dude earlier was new, but they be trying to come up under different pages now. This is weird. Now y'all gonna have to build some more pseudos because I'm not gonna be dealing with the same 15. Because if that's the case, I done already understood these people are delusional. There's no talking any sense to them because I done tried. So they can go off and do their own thing. And even the people that they indoctrinate after that, they was already susceptible to misinformation too. These pages are still out here. So I think it's all good either way. We did our best work. We showed our empathy. We had all the patience in the world. Nobody was really pretentious in their approach at all. So yeah, it's just on her.
Before I got on here, how long were y'all talking to her?
Danny said
Oh,
3 hours.
hold on. Let me go look. Let me go look. I can see the time on here. So right now
Well,
we've been on here 3 hours and 50 minutes. So I say she got up
Okay,
on here pretty
so
early. She was actually up on here like soon as I started, like probably within the first 15, 20 minutes. So
let's do the math when it comes to education classrooms. Do we do 3 hour classrooms, ladies and gentlemen?
Hell
Have you
no.
ever been to three?
Ain't nobody
Exactly.
doing the three
Yeah.
hour class unless you're doing some extra
you
like
got block schedules or
collegiate.
something.
Yeah,
yeah, like
Yeah.
you're
collegiate.
doing some extracurricular, some type of
So
extra.
my point exactly, and that's why I agree with Danny at. Yo, class ended.
Damn.
You were
Well,
bad. You were misbehaving. You wasn't paying attention to the teacher. You got to go. Because if you was a teacher and this person's disrupting your classroom
What the
and
fuck?
everything, where that person going?
Pseudo. She going to the principal office, which was
Mm.
what we call now
Exactly.
pseudo hell. I'm taking
Exactly.
that shit. Pseudo
well,
hell. She gotta
Yeah,
Exactly.
you
go.
got to
Donna,
burn. Yeah, she there
do
because
you
she
want
they've
our
been coming up.
pseudos? You can have our pseudos.
Oh, you talking about the
If
Gullah
you want
Geechee
to pick up,
pseudo?
yes, if you want to pick up another set, you know,
We could
you can
send it
have
your way.
ours.
But
We
they get,
definitely will.
but I don't think he won't play with them pseudos. He don't know that much about this
Yeah,
about
Nope.
yeah,
it.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know
Oh,
what kind of pseudo is they though. They sound interesting.
they're Gullah Geechee pseudos, right?
Oh,
They're
Yeah, they
saying
Bert.
think that
they're
they
saying that
indigenous.
She's
yeah,
talking
they're
about
saying that
Bert
Gullah
and
Geechee,
Geechee. Yeah.
yes, Geechee is indigenous to them for some odd
And
reason,
oh yeah, and we
and
inbreds. And
Is
we
that the
yes,
inbred.
and that
Guale?
we're
Is that the Guale
inbreds.
ones where they conflate
Yeah, the
Guale?
the
Yeah,
Guale. No,
the
no,
Guale
there's
and the Yuchi
not just the
and the
Guale,
Yuchi.
the Uchi, the I
Oh,
forgot what
Geechee
they tried to
River.
do for Gullah. All
That's
it's a whole bunch of them. If you
Yeah.
want them, you can have them. I will send
Yeah,
you some resources so you
and
can
they
have the
say
background too.
and they say we because if you a Gullah Geechee and you over 90% sub-Saharan African, you inbred it.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
So if you're
Y'all
over
heard the fuck
90%
I say?
African, you're inbred.
Don't harm me.
In other words.
what they say.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Don't harm me. You heard me, nigga. Honk your
Hold up.
ear.
If you hold up, 90%, but you're inbred. What?
Yep. If you're over
If you
90%,
are
you're
over
inbred.
90%, you are inbred. You heard what the hell? Meaning that you ain't been touched. So if you ain't been touched, that means you've been fucking your sister or your cousin.
Well,
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's the majority of the
I
Gullah,
ain't know.
right?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, that's the majority.
That's what I would think.
I'm also
Hey,
baffled by the
and people
fact
don't
that she
have
started.
and people don't
I'm
have
kind of
like
baffled by.
the same percentages we got. Yeah, that's a crazy
Well,
group.
I
Y'all
mean, we
remember?
still got some. We got some coming out of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana.
That's
That's
over
over
90%.
90% now.
Exactly.
We're not just coming out the gully, the corner
Yeah,
one now.
yeah, that's exactly
Also,
what it shows. So they got they averaging over 90, about approximately 91%. That's what they
Mm-hmm.
averaging. Gullah Geechee.
also, I'm so baffled by the fact that she started saying that French people are not white or white tears.
Yeah,
The
that was
girl, the girl
crazy.
got white.
I
She
didn't know
got
that sense
Buckra
to it.
DNA. That's why she said that. She was like,
That was
I got an
Yeah, she
crazy.
want to be
ancestor
a
that
buckler
is
so
da da da
bad.
da
That's
da.
No, they're swarthy. Remember, they're swarthy.
anytime
She
them
said that in the
pseudos
chat.
say, anytime them pseudos claim that European
and they claim that the European were black, they want to be white.
Yeah, that was crazy. I tried with that. That was
Because
yeah.
that part didn't make any sense to me when she said that. And then she tried to say that, well, I got the last name from the French. That doesn't mean slavery. And I'm like,
He said you
what?
can't throw him out. Oh, sorry, Ash.
This is
Throw their ass out. Shit.
She said that, oh, African or people that are black can have, I can't have Asian or French last name, something like that.
Yeah, talking about something they got a French last name. How they get French last names? Man, you got to be the dumbest.
how
And
they
we
gave
can't.
you
Yeah.
we gave English
That's why I
last
wanted
names.
to know what
That's the
state
thing.
she was from. I wanted
I
to know
was
what
trying to
state.
wait, y'all. She was pissing me off so bad. I was trying to wait for my damn coworker to leave because she leave early sometimes. I couldn't do it. That bitch was pissing me off.
I wanted to know what state she was from. I need to know the state
Probably
because
Georgia.
if
She
she
sounds like
from
she from Arkansas. She might be from that
man,
state.
if she from anywhere in the South with a French last name, baby, all of your people was
She said,
enslaved.
and then she said
And
her granddaddy was French. Bitch had a French last name. Girl, shut up.
listen, when I say the French Huguenots did they big ones, even though they got here right after the Portuguese and the Portuguese Spaniards always like to pull them back and forth. They got their tails whooped, right? So they left and they sold off to the British, and then they came back. They came back under the guise of the British to be able to get land and to own slaves. So I want to know what state she from and where she come from, because more than likely I can give you a planter with that same last name or where her family directly comes from, because they literally name themselves everywhere they go.
I
Everywhere.
wish I sure would have brought I sure if she would have said Louisiana, baby, I sure would have came when and got my cousin on her. Come here, Clear.
Nah, Key, you see how Key came up, talked,
Yeah,
and then got frustrated and dropped?
and drop, yeah.
My pole cousin.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna
I
crash
forgot.
out.
Damn that shit hurt. Ew.
I mean, I tried.
Yeah, I know, Chase. He tried, man. He tried to walk her through, but just showing she still didn't want to deny it. Then she tried to deny that the man's mother.
Y'all gotta learn when y'all gotta learn to know when y'all let people just be who they gonna be. And that's what I
Yeah,
said. I said, ma'am, you sitting up here trying to convince us of who you are. Obviously, you ain't even convinced enough because, bitch, we don't care. Like, y'all say y'all don't care about what we think. Clearly, if you over here trying to fight for your life and tell us who you think you are, you got to tell her because you need us to invalidate your mother, to validate your damn belief. Duh.
hmm
Well, she couldn't comprehend a sentence. And even when I tried to be nice to her and help her with the sentence that she was stuck on, she wanted to snap at me. So then all bets is off. Like, I'm trying to talk to you on your level. You can't even comprehend that.
yeah. I was the one that was like, basically, I was like the one trying to like stop her from over talking to everybody because she kept talking to everybody. That's why I kept muting her. I know. I should have just let her say whatever she wants to say and stuff.
No, yeah, you did A1 job on that. Anthony, welcome to the live, brother. We got who's right? Pretendians, Hotep, Israelites, the more spiritualist, Christian. You know, I don't know if you was here to the prior guest. If you want to expand on that, then you can. But yeah, welcome to the live.
I just appreciate you. Appreciate you. I did hear a little of the previous guests, and I just have a question. I want you guys to elaborate because I heard while she was on that like you have to come from Africa, Columbus, sub-Saharan slave trade after 1492 to be black in the so-called America right now. And I just wanted to ask you guys: are you familiar with in 1311 that was the Malian Empire that came on over to the New World?
Well, Anthony, I say to that no
That's the
tribe in
question.
Africa from Mali or originated from Mali, like the Mende people, the Mandinka people, none of them will agree with that. Matter of fact, none of them even have a story of saying, "Yeah, remember when Abubakar migrated to the Americas?" You know. So even if I wanted to believe that, right? I mean, again, I have no real proof to back this up.
And can y'all find him? Can y'all find him on the King's list?
Can't.
As
They can't.
Mansa Musa's brother?
They can't. They can't do it.
Can
He's because he's
can
not
y'all
there.
find evidence that
Okay, so
him?
that leads me to another
Wait,
question.
wait, because you gonna answer my question first. So, can y'all find that they was even
Oh, what
related?
was your question?
The question is, do you
I
know
didn't
if
even
Abba
look. Yeah.
Bakar or Mansa Musa was even related?
No, I don't. I don't know if they were related.
Okay.
So
If that's a
hold on,
question.
because I do want to emphasize this moment right now, because this is what I've been talking about. In the culture and the community, what we do is we don't really cross reference or do our own due diligence because we hear things repeated over and over, and we feel like, okay, I done heard it so many times. Somebody must have did their due diligence on it. I'm just gonna repeat it myself. That's what is the Abu Bakr, whatever his name is. That's what that story is, because there's also no evidence of that ever happening. So it's an oral
So,
history or tradition that's never been substantiated.
I don't even
so how
think
about
the
this? Like,
Africans have
just on.
an oral tradition of this happening though.
So, like, just in another, like, if we accept you guys, rebuttal on that, and we take it a little one step further, take it from a different angle. And in Columbus's writings, I see where he says like he met like indigo colored people.
Indigo.
And like, right, so indigo colored people. And to me, it seems like a lot of people mistake that with he met Indians. We all know he didn't see Indians when he came here. He thought he was in India, whatever, but
What is indigo?
Wait, was
he
What
did
the
see
what translation did
real
you
indigo.
read?
It's
What
like a
real quick
translation did
bluish
you
What is
read?
question?
purple.
indigo?
It's like a
Real
bluish
quick, wasn't
purple.
it Indio? It was Indio, not indigo.
Someone just started.
Indio.
Whoever said bluish purple, I heard you, and you know what you're talking about.
But
You
wait,
know
No,
what
that
you
that's
said,
what
there's
bluish
indigo
nobody
purple.
that's
looked
bluish
like.
purple though. What
But
are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Indio.
Oompa
People are
loompa.
Indio.
not who has bluish purple
It's
skin.
Nigga think he went to Willy
it's a it's
Wonka and the
it's a
Okay,
chocolate
so
dark
yeah,
People
factory.
thought he
purple.
everybody.
was
I
from the
think everybody'
Indian.
question is relevant. Like, what translation did you read? Are you sure you're not conflating Indio with Indigo?
I'm gonna go
Nigga
back
do a
and read
lot.
that. Right,
That boy make
Because there are
You gonna-
several wrong translations of Columbus's journal.
check that out. That's
because
a good
ain't
question. I don't think,
I think you mean
but
yeah, I
I'll
think you
check it
mean
out.
Indian color. Which that would make sense.
And so with that being said, none of you are familiar with indigo.
Indio.
I'm
None of
very
you
Color
are
of
familiar
familiar
with
I'm
it.
with
not
indigo.
Hey,
familiar with
indigo.
it
indigo,
and
but no
associated with
That's all it
people.
is.
Columbus's
But
journal.
since you guys,
Unless you're an alien, there is
like,
nobody that looks like
I'm
an
sorry, that was too many
indigo
people
person.
speaking at once for me.
Okay, so indigo,
Indigo
I
people.
am familiar with indigo, the process of indigo, right? Making the color indigo and how to process that, right? Indio was a word used to describe people at the time of Columbus and his journals. So I wanted to know what translation you were reading, because if you are not reading in that time's language,
There you go.
you're getting a loose translation of somebody else that speaks another language translating it for you to read.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah, find that translation. And even if
I understand that.
even if a person is referring to indigo,
And that was
let me show you this little picture I like to get right here. It's kind of like you trying to make it the new copper color.
yes, sir.
We know we're not one monolith of complexions. We got various shades. So him referring to the Native Americans, even if that was the case, as having dark skin, that would not mean that they black. Black means specifically sub-Saharan African origin or descent. We should not conflate people that have dark skin with that because they're not synonymous.
So Columbus was in Africa prior to him even getting to America. It was like 1300s, late 1400s in itself, because he was on other vessels traveling down to West Central Africa. So he knew what African peoples look like. And even some of the people, a small number, was on ships with him before. So he's been up close and personal with these people to know exactly what they look like.
Yeah, I think Pedro was with him. Pedro was black.
Right. For 23 years, he was around Africans.
Somebody, let me look at the dude name.
Africa.
So what about Balboa?
What about?
Yeah, the conquistador Balboa. You know, when he conquered the Aztecs and central Mexico, he said the people look like Ethiopians.
All right, so let me pull up this Balboa source so we can go over it in context.
Rocky?
Hell no.
Nigga said Mick.
I got the Vasco Nunez de
Yeah,
Balbuena
Vasco Nunez
Explorer
de
in the
Balboa.
Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
This is one I pulled up before, so let me see. Let me see here,
What
y'all.
did what about him again? You said they were African, or what did you say?
Ethiopia.
He said the people look Ethiopian. They look like Ethiopians.
Look like, look like,
Yeah. Hello.
look. No. I'm highlighting that portion for a
Yeah.
reason.
What was he supposed to say? They were
Similar.
Ethiopian?
No. Yes, because he would have
Why?
called them that.
Why? Because he would have thought he was in Ethiopia?
No, he would have called them that
Nah,
because again,
you just
these
yeah, move the goalposts. It don't
people,
matter to me.
these people at the
Somebody
time that
else
they
will
were
get it.
in
You
these
don't get it.
areas had already had contact with African people. How did he know to call them Ethiop?
They
How did he
already had
know?
contact with what?
With African
Ethiopians.
people.
How did they
African
have
people.
contact with Ethiopian? I mean, African people. We talking about the 1500. You know,
Yes, they were already in
1513.
Africa, but they were already in Africa to the
Are we not
1300s.
No, we're not
listening?
talking about. We talking about
1300s.
Central America.
No, no,
Brother,
no.
but
We're
hold
We're
on,
not
hold
talking
talking.
about
We're
Central.
talking
Oh,
about the
We
people
Jesus.
that they saw. The reason why they didn't say they don't look like them people. He said they look unlike those people
it's like
because
if
they had
nah,
already
sorry.
seen those
you making
people.
up stuff, sis. Go ahead and read it.
No,
I'm not
no,
making up a damn
brother,
thing.
brother. It's
You
like
don't
if
even. You're
I
not even familiar.
hold
You don't know
on.
who you don't know who
Hold on,
Balboa is, sis.
Moorish,
I can
Moorish,
tell.
Moorish.
What?
Hold on, Moorish. Hold on.
Who said
So it's
that?
like, hey, I have a red ball. I'm familiar with this red ball. I see an apple, but I've never seen a red apple before. I see it. Oh my God, it's like a red ball. Why? Because I have that
Facts.
previous experience with a red
No,
ball.
you would compare it
Facts.
to another fruit. That's what you
That
would do.
That's what
Jesus
it
What?
was.
Christ.
The nigga.
Yeah,
Jesus
you wouldn't
Christ.
just say a
Damn, this
red
nigga
ball.
That went
took it
over
A
your
red
off.
ball.
head.
That's what she just
That went
Yeah.
did. She
straight
just
over the
compared
head.
it to another fruit. That's what she was doing.
Yeah, that's
No, a
exactly what
red
he did.
ball. A red. So I
Like
never ate a red ball. I never ate a red ball.
let's not engage that.
Yeah,
Don gotta
because I see y'all make
cause
anything right. When
he's
No.
slow. He's
Did I
slow
not
and he
make
think he the
sense?
smartest nigga in the
The
room.
color.
Mm.
So okay. No,
So
let me
y'all
just
right
give
when
him
y'all
I'm gonna give him the one. I'm gonna give him the one, y'all. Just one. Just one. So the red ball and the red apple. I've never seen a red apple before, but I've seen a red ball. It's red like the red apple that I saw before.
Not breaking it down
Mhm.
into not breaking it down into preschool term child.
If one
Gotta go
plus one
ahead.
is
We gotta go ahead
two,
and start. We gotta go ahead and start.
well, okay. Back to like what Conquistador Balboa.
Oh yeah, Vasco. Bad boy. Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to pull up a decent source on it. I'm in archive right now. I got the one. Yeah, but yeah, of course, Indigo. Ethiopia. That's not even in here. That's not even in the book. So I'm really trying to get the translation of where he getting it from, similar to the other dude. But either way, it would not matter. Look at the backdrop. All these people got dark skin. Dark skin does not let you know what ethnic group you're part of, right? Which is what y'all doing. Y'all immediately seeing dark skin and saying, "Oh, they part of my racial group. They part of my ethnic group." That's not the case because, as you can see right here, we got Dravidians, we got Melanesians from Ocean, we got Oceanic people, we got the Solomon Islands, some Papua New Guineans up here, we got Negrito up here. So um, all these people not black, even though
Don,
they
can
have
I ask
dark
a
skin.
Don, can I ask a
If it was in
question real quick?
America in 1492, what would they be
Hold on.
classified?
I just said Don, can I ask a question real quick, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I was next. So Don, my question to you is even if they seen Ethiopians, what would Ethiopians would have been at that time? Because at that time, didn't they have the Saharan slave trade, the Arab slave trade is what they
Correct.
call it?
Right. Oh
So they
yeah.
would
So they
have
would have been.
already been mixed in with the Arab people, plus dark skinned. So they would have a mixture of something too, right?
Yeah, they would. Yeah, they would look like
So
admixed
they
people, like
wasn't
how
even
people
straight
look in that
African.
region. Yeah, they wouldn't look like us.
Okay,
But
I
like I
just
said,
want to.
if these people already had experience, that's what I was going to show y'all. I think his name was Pedro. Hold on.
Pedro, Pedro, Pedro.
Forgive me. I just want to double check. I'm almost certain it's Pedro the Black or something like that, but I think I looked it up one time and it had another name. Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, he had Pedro Alonso Nino with him already. This is a whole black dude. He was known by his nickname as the Black El Negro, right? The skilled Afro Spanish navigator. So he would have just said, "Oh, they look like my bro, Pedro Alonso Nino, the Black." They didn't say that.
You gonna be like, can you check it again?
Hmm.
Yeah, I had to double check. I said, I just making sure because yeah, the Nino brothers was part of a prominent seafaring family. His brothers also participated in the first voyage. Juan Nino was the owner and master of the Nina, and Francisco Nino served as the sailor. See that? He named after the boat. That kind of remind you of Phyllis Wheatley. They didn't give a damn about Pedro. Black man, see right here, he was Spanish and black. So they had already, got them Y DNA up in there. Yeah, scientific evidence DNA analysis remains, not 1498, confirmed the presence of at least two Africans who arrived during the What the fuck? Y'all, this is coming from First Blacks in America. Let me make sure this is a valid source, y'all. This is crazy. First Blacks and dot. Okay, so it's a .org. Wigo says both free and enslaved blacks in America. The first person of African descent known to have arrived in Hispaniola in the modern terms was Juan Moreno and Juan Petro, or John the Black. Free by all indications, young black men who accompanied Columbus's service on the 1492 and 93 expeditions. We got manuscripts right here at the bottom we can look at. Oh yeah, let's look at it. Let's look at these.
That's the people I was talking about earlier pertaining to Columbus. I just couldn't remember their names. It was
Okay, I
about two or
found
three of them.
Let me see this
the
manuscript.
Black Conquistador.
Let this manuscript pull up for you, boy. It's loading.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, obviously, right? It went out refer to another people in a different latitude. If this was
It's blocking it.
nice loading, it's still trying to load. It's taking its
Oh.
little time now. Hopefully, it come up. There you go. Oh yeah, good old language we got to translate. But yeah, this is what was what a genuine primary looks like right here, though.
I want a pseudo to provide something like this to substantiate their stance.
Now, I want them to read that.
They can't read.
Don, can you please put it close enough to the screen so they could see it, so they can go ahead and read it? Like, we need to go from the top.
Oh, this is
Go ahead and
Spanish.
read it.
It would be in Spanish, I think, since it's from the Spaniards.
It's in Spanish.
Yeah. This is gonna be
Well,
this
read
gonna
it,
be
but
like
I mean, if they could read it though,
what I
if
would
they
do. I
could
mean, we
translate it.
can. Yeah, it's a way to translate it. Let me see. Yeah, we English. Right? It's a way to translate it though. And they probably got a legit translation on the site somewhere that we can look at. But I mean, I would just do it the lazy way, and I don't want to promote that. So
Yeah, it's Portuguese. I was gonna say that.
Portuguese, my fault.
Cause that
Yeah,
ain't
because
no
them
way. I'm not the way
the
they
Afro
used to
Portuguese is the thing,
the
the way
theme
they
of
used to
it.
write in cursive.
and
Yeah,
that's
go ahead.
shorthand on top of that too.
Mm.
Yeah, the theme right here: a free young black man named Juan Moreno and Juan Prieto, who worked as Christopher Columbus's servants in La Española, is considered the first black person on record to arrive in America since 1492. And I'll translate these and I'll make a video of this because yeah, obviously, if we was gonna refer to somebody, they would refer to the black people that they had with them.
They was
Can you
dumping
ask them a
Afro
question?
Portuguese people some of everywhere. If you look at any of the crusaders that came over, they kept a few black people on their boats and ships because they really weren't. They were skilled, quote unquote, but they weren't as skilled as some of the people they trained because that type of work was remedial work that they didn't want to get their hands dirty with, like cooks, bowmen, all of that, being able to navigate the ship and do every task on it. But they did drop them off, a lot of them, when they had to run. Like if indigenous people started attacking them, they would try to leave all of the black people to fight as they try to escape in itself. Them Afro Portuguese gave them hell though. I
Can
can't
y'all
say.
answer my
Yeah,
question? I want to
yeah, go
know
ahead.
what would
Yeah.
these people be classified during slavery? What would they be classified as? What race?
They don't give a damn. They don't give a damn.
What
Because y'all
people?
talking about modern terms and
They
modern
lying.
definition of the word black. It
Wait,
wasn't the same. You can look at the
what are you talking about? You talk about Negroes? What are we talking about?
yes,
Any
Negro.
any any
No, he's
Afro
talking about the
Portuguese
indigenous.
people?
He's talking about the indigenous people of America. This is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
because y'all
during
said black means from Africa. But what I'm
yeah,
telling
black
you
means from
is
Africa.
And
Black
as a
so
equals to
matter
Negro.
and as a
okay, so
matter
what
of
I'm
fact,
telling you is these people right here on this screen,
Hmm.
what would they be classified as in 1492 and beyond?
What
So
Nothing.
they'll
In
be
they
classified
America.
as?
In
they had
They'll be
America.
different
classified as
names.
anything
So
So
other
he's
these
than
people are
pointing
not in America. These people are
right.
not
No,
in
I
America
said if
then.
they was in America in 1492, what would they
Well,
be
we don't.
classified?
I don't understand the
they
reason
can be
for the
classified as
hypothetical.
anything.
Yeah, because they not
Because
in
we
America
know
if
the
they not from
Europeans
America.
classify
The
anybody
people on
with
the
dark skin
Wait,
as
but
Negro.
they didn't
No, they didn't.
classify.
the
If you
people
look
on
at the picture
the
of these
people on the
people,
picture.
the
None of them are
Europeans had
Europeans.
names for every last one of them.
Hmm.
as
Did
a
y'all
matter of
drop a
fact,
Morris? Did
They
I
y'all
all
drop
said
went.
in
Morris?
No,
America
I ain't nobody
uses
as a
the
dropped
matter of
him.
caste
fact,
system.
and
In
like I
America
Come
uses
back
the
up here,
racial
Morris.
hold
Did
on, hold
nobody
class
on.
drop
system.
you?
Soul food, like I said before, literally, the Europeans already knew of black people prior to 1492, and it was the people of African descent. They knew the Indian man, and the Indian.
Okay,
Hold on,
right.
wait. Soul food. They knew the the East Indian man, the Curry people. Oh wow, that's crazy. But yeah, yeah, he knew of those people, and he never called them black. But he did call the black man all types of burnt faces, all types of Ethiops, all types of Sudan,
So they
Kemet.
didn't call the same thing to the Indians, blackface, Negro. They didn't say the same thing about the Indians. That's what I'm saying.
No,
If they
because
knew
The
how Africans look, hold on, why every
soul
time I
food. Hold on. Do you mean which Indians are you referring to? Let's be clear.
right, because y'all act like it was one skin complexion of Indians. It was
Soul food,
multiple
soul
skin
food,
complexion of
soul
Indians.
But
food.
who and where?
Which
Who and
Indians are you
where?
speaking on?
One, the Lenape people, or Lenape, whatever you call it, the Lenape people.
The
The one
Monopoly
that
people.
I, I might be pronouncing their name wrong, but I believe it was the Lenape people, the ones that Verdano, the explorer, the ones he seen, the
Are,
ones
are
that my
are
man
are you talking
Underling was
about the
talking
hold
about.
on, so for are you talking about the Americans? Because I'm talking about prior to even knowing of the Americans, indigenous
Right, but
Americans.
well, I was
I'm
talking to
talking about
Ashan. Ashan said these people knew how Africans look, Ethiopians look. So if they called these
Oh,
indigenous people African, Ethiopians, and burnt face, wouldn't that mean that they were black people like the people that
No,
they knew?
so
no.
they
Verrazano.
never but they
Verrazano
never
was.
called you burnt face though in indigenous America.
They
My,
called
Yeah, they
them
and my
did.
thing and
no,
I'm
no
Yeah, they
soul
thinking
food. So hold on. They called
Negro
them
and Indian was
redskin.
used
They called them
synonymously.
They called them
no, there's
redskin.
one.
they
That's
There's
call
not
them
the
one.
only
copper colored.
description they had. They had copper colored, dark skin, black, tawny. They used all type of phrases because it was different
Dark
groups of
skin,
people
sure.
with different shades.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was
Right.
yes.
different
So
ethnic
what's your
groups. These
point?
not all black people.
Because as Sean said, that they knew how Africans and black people look. So for them to call a group of people Ethiopians and dark burnt face
They
No,
said
that's
they
not what I
look
said.
like
Negro, that
them.
would mean they look like the African.
No,
That's
They
that,
not
didn't
what
no.
I
That,
They
call
you
never
them that.
told
did you
you
just
that.
miss the part? Did you just miss the part where I said that they had Africans with them? Right? It
And on
wasn't Ethiopians.
top of that, they
Right.
didn't call
So if
them that. They
they
said, "Hey,
call
they
these
look like
people
them."
Negro, the same thing they called the black people, which will mean they look like. How do y'all mute if it's my turn to talk?
Because you're saying a bunch of nonsense. That's what. That's why
Oh,
I'm
it
muting
No,
you.
makes
let's be
sense.
fair.
You
Let's
just
be
said
fair.
they knew what Negroes look like, and if they called
And,
these people
Yeah, I
but
did say
but
that.
soul
Because
food, but soul food. They never called you indigenous people Negroes. Now we have people who they would call Negroes, which is the West and Central Africans. But even by your own reclassification logic, all that means is that they reclassified you to what? African. So
no, they
they've
didn't
never
call indigenous
so the
people.
indigenous people have never been really known as Negroes.
So can I put a source up, or y'all
And
gonna
as a
keep muting
matter,
me?
and sure, but after I establish the fact that you and I both know that there is a place called Negro Land.
They also called this Negro de Terror. Why y'all?
We already
Right.
went over
How y'all know
We
y'all?
already went over Negro to
They're
terrorists on
going
here.
to
You
go with the
late.
Negro to Sarah thing.
Yeah. We've already went over this 7 times today with earlier pretendians that regurgitate the same
But what
talking
I'm
point.
saying is y'all don't make sense.
You
Ye-
don't make any
They
sense.
never called them Negroes. That's what y'all saying.
They
Yeah,
didn't call
Google
you.
search.
so the term
They
Negro in
didn't call
context
you.
refers to servitude. But that's why I say y'all not genuine, and that's why you all the way in Brazil in the first place when you in North America claiming to be a pretendian. Why do y'all got to go to these tropical regions of South America to correlate yourself with the dark skinned like group of black people that y'all belong to? It's because that region is the only one that you gonna get any reference to, as far as in people being dark complexion. That's why y'all not here in North America. Referring to the Lenape, Verrazano was the first people to visit these people, and he said that the same thing that everybody else said. They got straight hair. Yeah, their complexion they compare it to people of that North African region or that Mediterranean region, which they familiar with the tawny and swarthy, but that's not black. Black people is not called tawny and swarthy. I can pull up the source for the word where it's specifying it's talking about the Mediterranean peoples. So y'all are
That's what
conflating.
exactly what they
This is what
use
you're
to
doing.
describe black people.
This is what you're doing, and when you make your error, you're conflating the dark skinned people that you want with the ethnic group that we are in Black African Americans, or just the black race in general. Everybody that's dark skinned that you want to cherry pick they culture from, you cannot do that, bro. That's cultural appropriation. Everybody who is dark is not black. That's not what it means. Everybody has melanin. Stop thinking that like
But
melanin
that's
is
modern
synonymous with
sense.
black.
You're
No, this is in ancient sense.
colonization.
This is in
It's
all
not the
throughout
same meaning.
history. All
That's why
anybody
y'all
with dark.
mute.
No, nobody. We mute you because you don't know what you're talking about, and you're arrogant and you're ignorant. And we trying to like coax you to the truth with just common sense. Obviously, like this is what this backdrop mean right here. You talking about some hypothetical shit, putting them all in America and saying what would they call them? Like these people wasn't not black. This is the person that was over there right here, right here, dark skinned Native American, right? It's not y'all. Just like this Dravidian is not y'all.
So
You
do he
probably
look like a Negro from Spain that they knew call him a Negro?
they didn't, bro. Negroes, the terrorists was in context is referring to servitude, and they were like we went over this whole bill where they told people to stop using it. So that's why you late to the party. You don't understand how ignorant you sound and regurgitating the same misinformation that all the pseudos do. This is how we know that y'all parrot bots just getting this from somewhere else and coming to us with it because y'all could not
No,
have
it's
been like
literally you can look.
you literally didn't read that source, bro. You're repeating the same
You can look
misinformation. You
up the.
probably got a screenshot of a screenshot as your source. Be for real.
I and there's multiple books.
It's not no multiple books. I'm reading right here of Verrazano. We reading all the first conquistadors to come over here. Whether it's Verrazano, Balboa, the Columbus journals, none of them say what y'all think they saying. Melanin, yes. Straight hair, yes. Not
I
African.
got man. It,
Bro, you just got to deal with it, fam. It's just you're not gonna be able to spread no misinformation on here, bro. Do you have a source that can substantiate your claim, and
how
you'll
am
get
I
the big
spreading y'all?
screen? Put the source on the screen,
All
and I'll put you on
ages.
the big screen. Put a source on the screen. I'll put you on the big screen. And we'll give you the time to expound. But you're not finna come up on here and monologue your hypotheticals, bro. Hypothetically putting Indians in America to try to substantiate a point is crazy work. We can't be doing that in this year. We are in a whole new year. Yeah, y'all already 10 years behind. So we can't let y'all keep the people regress by trying to spread misinformation.
How is the other? How?
You got a source though? A source. Just put it up on the screen and try to substantiate your shit because
Give me a second, cause I gotta send it.
that's one thing we feel like y'all pseudo share in common. None of y'all ever have a source. Let's pull up a source so we can debunk you with your own source. So that way, you can stop feeling like you got some confidence. And we gotta shame these people, y'all. Make sure that y'all spam and laughing emojis at these people's lack of common sense because to just try to deny your Africanity, it's just like projecting to the whole wide world
I
that you
never
got
deny
schizophrenia.
African. I said we probably left early.
It's a probably. Why is it a probably every
We left
time? Why is it every why is it probably? Why is it not
because I'm not.
Because you want to live in delusion. That's the only reason why. These
I'm
people
not
don't
gonna
want to
argue
live in reality with us, y'all.
about minimizing.
You got a source on the
Why
screen?
y'all?
Bro, you supposed to be going looking for the source. You can't even look for a source while you're not on tea time. That's how we know you
I'm on. How
disingenuous.
I said it's in my other phone. What is?
Well, turn your camera on and take a picture of the phone. Or direct us to the source. We tired of y'all just monologuing and word salad.
It's gonna be a couple.
I don't care, bro. Give me the name of the source. I don't care if it was 17 of them. Let me go into it and debunk you with your own source. Damn. Y'all know this is easy. You know y'all got the same talking points. It ain't finna be nothing new. Nothing new. That's what happened when y'all got to regurgitate them people y'all watching on YouTube, and you never question them. And now you ran across people who actually done read the history. Knowing more than your own pseudo is crazy work.
Matter of fact, the reason why I even joined the live is because I saw your video, Don Dada, about that man saying Harriet Tubman was never real. But even him regurgitating that Harriet Tubman wasn't real, it said that that Harriet Tubman's children were in, like him after being freed, were indentured servants. So even in his own statement, he debunked his own stance.
Yeah, that's why I like to just take clips of them and just put the emphasis on there. Because just like I'm saying now, these people, how they brain works is like they just like herd thinkers. They just everybody else. They see probably like how many people like the video, and they like, oh, let me go and repeat this too. Yeah, this is the T. No, how critical thinkers work. We ask questions. It's like, okay, well, hold on, this don't make. Hold on, you're debunking yourself. And literally, these dudes are supposed to be allies. These dudes are supposed to be allies doing this, tripping up over their words. But that's what I say. They don't speak enough because they are cowards too. They know that they can't come up on the internet and say nothing because that like shit like that is gonna happen. And they could get exposed more and more. This is exposing their grift. Like this is shortstopping their hustle.
hmm And even the person he's like, oh, I got this from Congress, the Library of Congress. I think I found the article that he was referring to, and he was purposely being disingenuous because even in the same article that I think he was reading from, it says that she freed about 70 slaves in a span of 10 years. But he said, oh, she only did like less than 20.
Yeah.
But even in that same article that you could be referring to, it says 70.
No, you're right. You're right because I hate that I missed that talking point in my video every time I hear it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That's why I just said I said even though he's wrong about her being an indentured servant and the number of slaves, that's when I was supposed to say that. But I just be so giddy when I hear these people misinformation because I be just like, look at this shit, y'all. Look
Okay,
at it.
soul food. What do you got?
Here go my source right here. I'm just showing the title right here.
All right, here we go. You know we cross referencing that
This is
the
the
blood.
title. That the blood stay pure by Erica Coleman. And if you can, I'm gonna read this right here. 'Cause it's kind of hard to see. But it say, yet, can one assume that the use of the term Negro as used in the 16th and 17th century referred to people of African descent, while the term Negro is often interpreted in modern time to mean people of African descent? 16th and century Spanish definition of the term are shrouded in ethnic and racial ambiguity, as the word Negro was not synonymous with African. The earliest use of the term can be traced to the late medieval Italy and Iberian Peninsula. People were classified in diverse categories, among which were Negro, Negri, Negri, Negro, Negri, Preto, which means black. Negro or its associated term did not denote a particular race, ancestry, or ethnicity. It was usually a simple description for a perceived color of appearance. Negro was used by various European nations as a broad term which applied to numerous groups of non-white people. Hence what is meant by the term Negro, as well as equivalent term in a range of color shades. For humans, generally dark brown, always less extreme than true black, but approaching the darkness of black, and also include very often people of medium shades of brown whose colors seem to contrast sharply with white or clear shades. So how that term was never used for only for African descent when it's multiple articles and multiple books that you can see that it was not made. You can even Google this. So why y'all being disingenuous just on that point? And nobody didn't say we weren't from African descent because I don't argue that. I don't argue in. I'll
Yeah.
say we was here before Columbus.
So where is the source? Where is the source that refers to Negroes in North America prior to colonialism? One of the
No,
first conquistadors referring to
hold
Negroes
on.
in North
That
America.
didn't, that's not the source that I put up right now. The source I put up was showing that they'd also considered other people Negroes without African descent. That was this point.
And
Yeah,
that's and
you said that it was off. Some of that was prior to them even coming across Negroes, though. So we know that this word,
You
like, and
said
this is what a
what?
lot of people do. A lot of
In
people
the first
conflate.
part, it says that it was African descent. Da, 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 da. Earliest use can be traced by later to late medieval Italy, Iberian Peninsula. So they were referring to like the Middle East before they even knew of Black people. So this is the etymology of the word Negro, and then the
No, no. This
etymology
say the
adds.
16th
Yes, it is, because that's
century,
exactly what I was about to say.
17th and 16th
Don't
century.
interrupt. Don't interrupt. You can finish speaking. You can finish speaking even.
I'm saying this was before being even meeting Negroes, and then the etymology of the word Negro grows as words as history goes along. So the word itself, Negro, it just means black in Spanish, right? But then if we add the etymology, hey, when slavery started, they referred to black people as Negroes, and that was adopted to other countries, not just the Spaniards. So that's the etymology or the history of the word and the usage of that word.
So if Columbus came over in 1492 with Negroes on the boat with him, this is in the 16th and 17th century. How could they not know who Negroes was? Please tell me that.
Yeah. So yeah, once again, you're conflating etymology, which is the like the evolution of the word, with the meaning is what we're talking about, the definition.
I mean, if
Um,
you Google it, tell you they use Indian and Negro and Niggr
But they never said that they looked
synonymously.
like Negroes. But they never said they looked like Negroes, though.
Yes, they
I
did.
don't.
I have
I don't
multiple
know what
sources
you.
that say that.
No, it
I'm
I
finna
didn't.
pull up
don't. I
them
don't get
no,
what
sources.
that's
you.
not. No,
Hold
you
on. First,
don't.
my point
No,
was
it
to
doesn't. Just because it has multiple sources doesn't mean that they call them Negroes.
I'm gonna show you they called them Negroes. But my point of showing
Okay, you
that
can
was
show it
showing
all
you
you
Well,
that
want
they
show
to. That
that
still
called
then.
doesn't make.
Show that.
more
Hey,
people
show
than
that.
just African
Where they
descent Negroes.
show where they called them that. Please, I haven't seen it. I want to see it. Let me see it.
Yeah, and he's gonna
It-
go to probably like the Jesuit letters where they refer to Negro the terrorists, blacks of the land. But once again, in that
But
context,
when was that? That would be called during colonization, wasn't it?
yeah, yeah, exactly. That's in the 17th century.
Like what? Like you gotta come. Listen,
I'm sorry, 16th
I
century.
don't
But
know how. I don't know if y'all understand how centuries work. Do y'all understand how centuries work?
and
So
that's
we
in
in the twenty
Brazil.
first.
They keep on trying to go to Brazil for these people. That's why I keep on saying stop doing that.
Yeah, like we in America. Like y'all stay in America. This is crazy.
Like
No,
y'all
but
ain't
Y'all
never
want to
been to
be something
Brazil.
other.
It's funny because Brazil embraces more of their African descent, their African ancestry more.
But
Yeah,
even
they
if
got a
they
whole
in
back to
Brazil,
Africa movement.
it's still after colonization.
It's still after colonization,
The
yes.
hell?
Yeah, they did the whole parade representing West
No,
African
they have a
spirituality.
Yoruba
Yeah, that
culture.
Yoruba. They Carnival. They had represented the Yoruba. I think it was.
Every year,
Did
it's a
you get
yearly.
teased?
It's
Bitch,
a.
where you going? Stupid
Uh,
asshole.
I didn't want to let y'all know it was a name for it.
It's Yoruba culture, and that they have a yearly celebration. They have a whole Yoruba city. A lot of even
Yeah,
the origins of samba, which is a Brazilian dance, has is based in Congo and what's it called, Angola backgrounds, and
yeah,
they still embrace all their African ancestry comparatively
Right.
to pseudos.
yeah. They got a whole a back to Africa tradition in Brazil. That's been repatriated in West Africa since the 1830s, y'all. So the Aguda, or the Amaro, Amaro, that's the name for the returnees and their descendants in Nigeria, especially Lagos, Benin, and Togo. They established what they got called the Brazilian quarters out there. And then, of course, they got the Afro-Brazilian culture out there, the architecture. Then they got the Taboom, name for the returnees in Ghana, specifically Accra. And Taboom is from the Portuguese phrase "it is okay," which was frequently used by the returnees when they first arrived and could only speak Portuguese. So, yeah, y'all been like this phenomenon it's unique because of the proximity to these Europeans. I'm telling y'all, that's what it is.
And I'm still trying to find that book that he said it's free online. Dang near almost got a virus 4 or 5 times because I can't find it free online.
Yeah.
I'm
I
still
don't
trying
know.
to. Is he still looking for
That
the book?
Balboa is that the Balboa book or the Vasquez?
He's
Is that
still
what
looking
it
for the book.
was?
Still put. No, he's quiet. I can tell he's quiet now.
Yeah. Yeah. I forgot he was up here. I thought he was dropped. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay. Got it.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to do with him. I don't know what to do with him, but I think we tried our best today. We put in the hours with it. Classes should be over by now, man. They just struggling. There's a few people that I didn't get to block, so I'll just get to them next time. Yeah, because it's not this
Waiting
hard. It's
for the
not this
sources.
difficult.
We're waiting for the sources. Where are they?
No, yeah,
Uh, I told you it was in my other phone. I can show it on the phone, but it won't be readable. So I gotta search for it on this phone, then send it. Okay, it's right.
yeah. All we gonna do is be conflating dark skinned group of people with our ethnic group. There's over 3,000 ethnicities in Africa. We are composed of hundreds of them. We amalgamate to make the African American ethnicity in America. Um, like I don't know why we want to be somebody else besides.
I'm saying, but we were smart too. We wasn't just sitting still waiting on to get
That
enslaved to
doesn't
start
mean,
moving
yeah,
around.
listen. If you want to be inferior, then that's on you. We're not saying all of that.
Yeah.
You don't have to move around just to be smart. You don't have to be smart to move around. Like, what the fuck is you
Oh, I'm
talking
glad he
about?
said that. I'm glad he said that because man, I remember shout out to Tika. Tika had referenced this video and I had played it, but I had just played the video because I was like, oh, this video go hard because I didn't know until I did some more research on it. It's by McFarlane and the same dude who drew the comic book for
And
Spawn.
this is copper color right here for people who don't
That's a good
know.
source. Good
Since
source. Good
y'all
source.
lying about
Good source.
what
Good
copper
source.
color
That's a
is,
good source.
I'm
She
just
kind of
let
look
y'all
like
know
Carrie Hilson a little bit,
Bro.
but
The first source that he brought up, if you read before and after, it talks
this is the
about
book.
how Negroes or Africans in this case accompanied the Spanish to the Americas. It talks about and how they cohabitated with each other. And right
mhm.
after where he stopped reading, it says
Pull it up.
regarding the use. Okay, I'm reading it out. No, let me just put on my camera now. This is the paragraph you read right here, right before this. It
Yeah,
says. The year in 1619 has been earned marked as the earliest date of arrival for Negroes to English colonies, yet they accompanied Spanish North American expedition almost a century before the English arrived in Virginia. There is also evidence that they
exactly.
cohabitated with the Aborigines in the early 17th century in 1606. 7 Negroes escaped from St. Augustine with some maintaining their freedom and marrying Indian women. Found Negroes and Indians cohabiting together in Florida, repeatedly admonishing the so on and so forth. And then the paragraph that you read about,
Right.
oh, this is the etymology of just language, right? Of that word's meaning behind it before that. Then it goes about, hey, regarding the use of the descriptor of American Indians, Europeans often referred to indigenous population as of various colonies as Negroes. For example, the Portuguese colony of Brazil, Negro de Terras, Negro meaning Negro of the land, dark skin of the land. Africans were called Negroes da Guinea, blacks of Guinea. So there is a differentiation. There's a differentiation. And then even the following paragraph, it says, at times, Portuguese authorities use the term Indio or Negro interchangeably referring to native people, native populations of Brazil. So different terms
Right.
because it has a different history when it before what's it called? Even the establishment of those slaves because these were colonies before. And again, even the two the scriptures of Negro de Turris and then Negroes de Guinea, it made a distinction between the two. It made a clear distinction between the two. You can't
No,
just find
you
that. Oh,
don't
this is.
understand. No, y'all were saying Negroes was only used for people with African descent.
I'm pretty
That's
sure
what you
Don Dada
said.
Yeah.
said. I'm pretty sure Don
You
Dada
not. I
talked
don't
about
think you
Negroes de
listening.
Terra. I'm pretty sure Don Dada talked about Negroes de Terra earlier while you were on
No,
here.
the person who was in Ashton Box said that they never referred to blacks, I
No,
mean
you heard what I
Indians
said,
as
but you
Negroes.
heard what I said though. So I mean,
That's why I brought that up. So
I'm just
how's that different
struggling.
than what I said?
In the own source that you have, it says the Portuguese colony of Brazil, Indians referred to as Negros de Terra, meaning Negroes of the land or dark black of the land. And Africans referred to as Negros de Guinea, blacks of
Exactly.
Guinea. There's two
Right.
different
It was two
distinctions.
different. Right. Exactly. They knew these people wasn't African.
So
That's what I'm
there's
trying to tell you. These
Datura,
dark skinned people wasn't.
there's
That and
Datura
that's
that were
contact
native.
is referring. I think that's the same source. Even maybe it's that. I don't know if it's that first paragraph on there on that second page where they telling you in the context. I don't know if you already read it because I kind of been muted out. But where they let you know if the context is talking about servitude. Like they're not saying that they're black because you know how you trying to say like they're dark skinned is like Negro in this context is being used as a servitude.
If this one, yeah,
That's
if this
not
one's
what it says. It's a descriptor though.
All right.
it says indigenous
Let me
people
figure out.
population referred to
I'm
as
gonna find it.
Negroes.
Exactly. It was two different
The
blacks. They knew
population.
that.
Let me see if it has anything about servitude or slaves. Let me see if she has anything about servitude or slaves in her
It
phone.
don't. It clearly
Hold on.
says
That may not be. That may not be. I think I gotta. I think I'm gonna pull it up. I think it's a study over it. Hold on.
Let me say something to him though. All Negro meant to them was non-white. That's it. That's all you have to know. That's all you have to know about what Negro meant when they were calling indigenous people Negro. The same way how they were calling African people Negro was meant they were not white.
right. And but this in the context said dark skin.
Okay, well, dark skin, they were dark skin, but they weren't Negro. They weren't black.
Right. But then you say they knew how Africans look, Negroes, because they came over here with them.
Well, they knew the difference between what African looked like, and they knew what a Native American looked like. They weren't
So
the
where
same.
is a Native American that look like an African right now
So
today?
where you referring to not like a black, but like
They
I
don't
said,
look like a Native American.
this content. I'm just gonna pull up the source, but yeah, that's the reason why you're all the way in the tropical regions of America. You're not in North America. You go, this source that you're where they're referring to is literally Brazil. They have, and I can show you some indigenous peoples of Brazil right now. They call the Yanomami tribes, where these people have dark skin, darker than some black people. So once again, this is not a saying that these people is black just by saying they dark skin, but we don't want to let it go. We don't want to let it go. We want to have a chance of being Brazilian and somehow not even having a migration route to the location where all the black people in America just so happen to be or descend from in Southeast America. It's weird. Get to a point. Where's your
See, again, even in his own source, there's what's it called, a chapter called "Redefining Race Identity: The Indian Negro Confusion and the Changing State of Black Indian Relations in the 19th Century," so the 1800s, and it goes into, despite white Virginians' obsession with racial purity, those restrictions were not the same for a non-white population, and it goes into the intermingling of Negroes, which, and this quote is straight from his own source, which comprise Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes, among other people. While the definition of these categories would prove flexible over time and were not applied with any measurable consistency at the time, the reality is, during the course of American and Virginia history, people of African American, Indian, and Afro-Indian descent were included in these categories throughout the colonial period.
That's what I just. That was my point of bringing it up. You just
They talked about them intermingling, and this is
right, but some were there
hold
already.
on. This is post. No, literally the sentence I read before. Despite white Virginians' obsession with racial purity, if white Virginians were there, this is now colonization. So this is post colonization, not pre, post.
Yeah, yeah. I'm reading this overview. This is the Cambridge overview of it, and this they say the same thing Hold on, let me see if I'm gonna get the registry real quick. So yeah, this is talking about Blacks of the Land, originally published in Portuguese, 1994. The Negros and Terrors, this field redefined. I'm not gonna read all of that, but it's talking about let me see. When they said drawing on over 24 collections on both sides of the Atlantic, Monterio rescued Indians from the invisibility, documenting their roles as both objects, right, and actors in Brazil's colonial past, and most importantly, providing the fair history on Indian slavery. Damn, y'all can't read that song. Yeah, my bad. Indian slavery in Brazil. I need to blow it up myself. Shit. Right. Indian slavery in Brazil demonstrates how Indian enslavement, not exploitation on a search of mineral wealth, was the driving force behind the expansion of Sao Paulo. Where is that at? That's in Brazil. Through the South America backcountry, this book makes groundbreaking contribution not only to Latin American history, but also the history of indigenous slavery in the Americas. So that's why I was saying, like, if we just understood what it was referring to in context, then it'll be a lot easier. I got a better source on this that I think it probably got left in on the other page. But that's what it's referring to in this context. Whether I mean, I doubt if I put anything any of these chapters is going to be solely focused um on their complexion. But it may have some in there though.
And that
Masters in
Lenape tribe
Indian.
is in Delaware, not in South America.
Now ain't no tribes in Delaware being talked
Sao
about in
Paulo?
bro.
He said Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo is the
No,
capital of
he keep on
Brazil.
saying I'm talking.
Sao
He keep
Paulo is the
talking about I'm
capital of
talking about.
Brazil.
I'm not talking about that. He keep
When you say Negroes and terror, you talking about Brazil.
what I'm trying to tell you is the Lenape tribe.
Yeah, the Lenape tribe. I already talked about that. So we going to circular reasoning now. We already said that Verrazano was the first person to discover the Lenape people, and he said the same thing. He said they look like people from the Canarian Islands. He said they resemble closely to Oriental. He used a word, Sonaria regions. One of the words, and hold on, man, I pull this up. This probably be the last one I pull up because I'm a little bit maxed out. Yeah, he let you know the people who he was referring to. He said ultimately he's saying they resemble the Chinese people. Actually, I'm still not gonna pull it up.
Yep, them the ones he said look like Ethiopians in Delaware.
Yeah, so Chinese looking Ethiopians, Canarian regions. Yeah, they not black people. Y'all, once again, this is the problem that y'all making. Y'all think that everybody dark skin is black. Obviously, there's over 3,000 different ethnicities in Africa. The Khoisan people is not the same people as the Kush, the Sudanese people, right? It's over 3,000 different of these in you know what I'm saying,
But
in
not in
Africa.
colonial America.
This is
Not in
what I'm
colonial
gonna
America.
let you know where we mess up, where we got a cultural bias in being Black Americans because we think that our ethnic group is so big because it's an amalgamation of hundreds of ethnic groups that was forcibly trafficked over here through the transatlantic slave trade, and we done mixed with majority, obviously, other Black people or other people of African descent. That's why we present as Black. Um, y'all have a misunderstanding of and an oversimplification that these people over here could be just as black as some of these people on this backdrop when they're not. They have a whole different migration route. These people migrate over like 70,000 years ago to these regions and settle. Right, the Native Americans they migrated. It took them like 30,000 years just to get through the East Asia and to get into America approximately 25,000 years ago. So they had multiple adaptations, right, for tens of thousands of years. So they phenotypes. That's why you talking about these the Oriental the Oriental eye. These people have slant eyes in some cases. The high cheekbones in some cases. Like we thinking this like it be us, but that's not even fair to think. But like I say, we just look at us African Americans like we such a large ethnic group, and we in our arrogance we don't understand what an ethnic group is, and the reason why we don't really share those close knit cultural values is because we are so large. You know what I'm saying? As a culture, and shit like this get to happening where people get to losing themselves thinking they other shit because we not as close knit. You know, because ain't no way that your pops gonna let you run off and say this shit. Your grandpa's gonna let you say that shit. You obviously just don't got no connection with the people in your family. You know what I'm
You see
saying?
all these old people on here talking about that
You know. But I
older
was gonna
black.
say, we finna get ready to land it. I'll probably give you one more. Let me see. I don't know, but yeah, go watch. This is what I was saying for a lot of people. For it's hard to them digest evolution and how it happened. I was talking about this video Tika had us watch. It's called "Do the Evolution" by Pearl Jam. Like I said, I had just watched the video at first. I didn't listen to the lyrics because the video alone was hard because of the cartoonist. I think it's Ty McFarlane. But if I listen to the lyrics, and not only are you gonna be able to understand a little quick, like 3 minutes of evolution, but you also gonna see how the European perspective of it is with these lyrics. And man, when I heard this song, I was like, damn, this shit is one of the most wicked shits. I ain't gonna play it because I want y'all be able to listen to it if y'all haven't already ran across it. Pearl Jam, Do the Evolution. That shit is sick, but it's a her behavior. Damn, that whole cooking. I ain't gonna lie. I know white people, they love this song, 77 million views. But just check that out if y'all get a chance. We finna have to get up out of here. Somebody want to come up on here. You got a feather and a pitchfork in your hand, and then you got a cross in your name. I will let you up because I know you be good content. Just follow me next time, and we'll get you right. We'll get you right. We got Atlantis pitchfork, the cross, and some more shit. Yeah, man. All right, man, Ashton, we out this thing, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the mods. I appreciate all the guests coming up here and showing their ass for us. We'll be back later.